for the nicer start today, but
Okay.
also today might be the best day of the entire weekend, Ted. You got really high marks for Friday.
Yeah, high marks for Friday. I mean, hey, Sunday looks pretty good too. If you like more of those mid-70s as opposed to mid-80s, that's an option. I'd say today's more of a pool day. Sunday's a soccer day.
Oh,
Okay, there we go.
See what I did there.
I like
See what I did there?
I like it.
Saturday, we're just going to enjoy, just keep an eye to the sky. Look out for some of those drops that you might need to dodge here and there. But for the most part, not going to be a bad weekend ahead. 66 degrees, north winds at about 7 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-50s. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace here right now. A difference of anywhere from 2 to 4 to 5 to 7 to even 11 and 15 degrees on the cooler side compared to where we were this time yesterday, landing in those mid-60s around the Queen City, Charlotte into Monroe. Low to mid-60s from our I-40 corridor into parts of Lincoln County and Cabarrus County. As we look at those low 50s up through Boone and Jefferson for this morning. Day planner. We'll host those low 70s, even into the mid-70s come lunchtime. 80s on tap, peak heating hours of the day. I expect partly cloudy skies to stick around as our pleasant afternoon northeast winds settle in through the afternoon and peak heating hours. I'll break down more of what to expect here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. New this morning, investigators are looking into the cause of an overnight fire in West Charlotte. It started around 145 on Midland Avenue. This is just off of Wilkinson Boulevard, not far from the Walmart. Crews were able to put the fire out in around less than 30 minutes. There were no reported injuries.
The man accused of the infamous Sundrop murders in Concord is no stranger to law enforcement. Even though the case went unsolved for nearly 2 decades, authorities thousands of miles away say the suspect has stayed on their radar. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a closer look at his criminal past.
Microfilm stored at the Cabarrus County Public Library depicts the terror felt in Concord in the aftermath of the Sundrop murders. Headlines of the double homicide at the Sundrop bottling facility captured the front page the day after it happened in June 2008, and the alleged shooter remained at large until last week.
I called patrol officers and had them come and place him into custody. He was out standing by the roadways.
Detective Sergeant Josh Paulus was in the area when 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was picked up by police in Port Angeles, Washington. Their database shows he had about 288 contacts with police since November of 2011. 14 of those times he was arrested, and twice those arrests were for felonies.
I just know about that first contact in 2011, which was actually me as a patrol officer. I was the first one to contact him. The majority of our calls with him include yelling and screaming and making some sort of disturbance. In my own interactions with him, he's been able to kind of self-regulate and talk with police.
At the library Thursday, we found photos of Talbert in 3 yearbooks. He graduated from Mount Pleasant High School in 2002, 6 years before the killings of Donna Barnhart and Daryl Knowles.
I don't know that they had any idea of who they were dealing with other than a very mentally ill man who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the jail for various reasons.
Brian McLean is the editor of the Peninsula Daily News in Port Angeles. He says he was covering a separate murder case last Friday when he heard Talbert's case coming up next.
My jaw dropped because of the connection and because of the serious nature of the charges, for sure. At his court appearance last Friday, he was very disheveled, very difficult to understand, mumbled quite a bit.
McLean says he learned Talbert was picked up in a field across from a facility that houses homeless people. Talbert had been staying there but was kicked out and living on the streets.
I'm happy that we were able to help resolve some of that for your community.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Charlotte area transit system officials want to know what riders want them to focus on over the next year. The agency held its second public meeting yesterday, where CATS leaders discussed their priorities for the bus system over the next 5 years. They also asked riders to share what they think are the most immediate needs. Officials offered some ideas like higher frequency service, improvements to bus stops, and the expansion of CATS microtransit.
Going to be rolling out increased microtransit zones in the area throughout Mecklenburg County to help bring people closer to transit and improve mobility throughout the county.
As CATS officials gather feedback, they'll have more public meetings to discuss proposed improvements starting in the fall. The debate over data centers has made its way to York County. Leaders are recommending a pause on any further projects until at least 2027. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from neighbors who hope officials listen to their concerns.
Just sick at our stomachs that the beauty that we had here is now all this metal and steel. It's not what people wanted. These were people's forever homes. This is my property right there.
Chris Thompson understands that there is not much she can do anymore to fight the QTS data center being built near her neighborhood in York County.
We understand that, data centers are coming, but they don't need to be in residential areas. There's got to be a better place for them.
Thompson says she's at least encouraged by the York County Council Planning and Zoning Committee, which on Tuesday night
I second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Voted to recommend a 9-month moratorium on future data centers, but will still need to be approved by the entire county council next month.
I feel like that it will be definitely a majority.
District 7 council member Debbie Cloninger believes the moratorium will give leaders a chance to do more research on the impact of data centers and time to wait on any new state laws pertaining to data center development that could be approved by South Carolina lawmakers.
This is a very critical business that we don't need to make any more mistakes on.
As for the current QTS project near Lake Wiley, structures that the company has not yet gotten permits for would be affected by a potential moratorium.
We were under the understanding that it would be one building, and when it came up, more buildings, we were all shocked.
QTS tells us the project is in alignment with local requirements as it relates to water use and energy demand, and that it's committed to, quote, ongoing transparent engagement when sharing how the project is designed. In York County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Now, new polling shows a GOP primary for South Carolina's next governor is in a dead heat. 3 of the leading candidates separated by less than 1%. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, these latest numbers give the lieutenant governor the lead.
South Carolinians, today is day 1 of my campaign for governor.
New polling out this week from Atlanta-based The Trafalgar Group say Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette has a slight lead over 2 opponents in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Of the 1,200 Republican voters surveyed from May 21st to the 24th, 19.9% support Evette. 19.4% plan to vote for Attorney General Alan Wilson, while 19% want millionaire businessman Ron Reddy.
It is so wide open right now that anybody, it's like a horse race, can win by a nose here. Just stick that nose out at the right moment.
York County Congressman Ralph Norman came in at 15.9%, while Charleston area Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a support of 14.5% of the respondents surveyed. Other candidates sit in the single digits, like State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who came in at 2.3%.
There's all kind of earned media things that can happen. And then, of course, we can't, last-minute attacks. This is when they tend to happen, and last-minute spending.
Early voting in South Carolina is already underway with primary day set for June 9th. With so many candidates vying for the seat, a runoff is highly likely. If no one gets more than a majority of the vote, the top 2 candidates will face off on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Time right now, 6:08, as we take a look at your overall picture heading into the weekend. High pressure to our north, stationary front to our south. That's going to be what drives your beautiful end to the work week, with those showers stretching up through Omaha, Nebraska. Right now, looking at that moisture focused over our Gulf states, from Georgia into parts of Alabama and into Mississippi. Tennessee getting some of the heavy rain leading to flood concerns in that red shading. North of the stationary front is where we have more of that dry air in place, finishing out the work week. We could reinforce that setup here, looking at that water vapor satellite imagery. Brown showing the lack of moisture in the atmosphere, the abundant amount of moisture here in that white and green shading. Now, our drought conditions have improved, but still have a ways to go before we alleviate the impactful drought that we find ourselves in. With radar dry this morning, not going to talk much in terms of rain chances as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. So Saturday, we'll pop up a shower or 2. We'll see the same impacts heading into Monday of next week, but more dry than wet through the weekend, Friday, Saturday into Sunday. We'll break down more of your overall setup here, coming up with a full forecast in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you, Teddy. Appreciate that. Happy Friday, everybody. We're getting a little gift this morning. Traffic looking pretty good. This is good looking shot looking in the heart of Uptown. I-77 just north of Uptown, Oaklawn overpass, and all the toll lanes going through the middle of town. Good looking shot courtesy of NCDOT. We like it. Not a lot of volume just yet. Typically lighter on a Friday. And look at this. I mean, when's the last time that we didn't have any incidents on the board? I probably just jinxed it, but let's hope it stays this way. Whether you're on 45 inner and outer loop, 85, 77, inbound Independence, it's all looking good. Let's take you up to Lake Norman. How nice is this? This is the stretch over the water between Mooresville and Davidson. 77 north and south looking great as that sun's coming up. If you're coming in from Gastonia, Mooresville, Rock Hill, all in the green this morning, looking really good. Drive times from the other side of the city, same can be said. Coming down 85 from Concord, up from Albemarle and Monroe up 74. You guys are looking good. Here's inbound Independence. Everyone behaving the way they should out on the roads. Just don't be distracted with your cell phone this morning. If you're headed to the airport, you can use your phone to make sure that your airlines aren't delayed, but put it down when you're driving. All drive times to get there under half an hour. We'll give you another update of your pinpoint traffic coming up at 6:30. Annie?
Officials with a popular video game are telling parents to rest easy after they roll out some new changes. How Roblox is working to make sure kids stay safe online. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Crews are investigating what led up to a large explosion after a reported gas leak at a Dallas, Texas apartment complex. That explosion killed 3 people and injured 5 others. Officials say a gas leak was reported a short time before the explosion killed 2 women and a child. Dallas Fire Rescue said 3 people were taken to the hospital and 2 others took themselves in, one person with critical condition. Witnesses say they heard a boom, then saw several people running and yelling. Around 120 firefighters responded to the 5-alarm fire. The NTSB is sending a team to the scene to help investigate.
As Americans deal with rising costs, farmers say these price hikes are driving them out of business. They're now calling on the Trump administration to step in. One of the biggest problems farmers are currently facing is the high cost of fertilizer. The costs were already high, and then the war in Iran is just making matters worse. A group of farmers and ranchers want the FTC chair and federal regulators to crack down on what they call a fertilizer monopoly. The U.S. imports hundreds of thousands of tons of fertilizer from Africa and the Middle East. That means much of the current supply is being impacted by the Strait of Hormuz shutdown. Farmers and ranchers say they're being gouged. The Department of Justice is investigating whether a corporate cartel is controlling fertilizer prices, engaging in anti-competitive practices. There are just a handful of companies controlling most of the country's fertilizer markets. Farmers say they've been getting the short end of the stick for years and are at a breaking point.
We've seen, like I say, a 45% increase in Chapter 12 bankruptcy filings among farmers in just the last year. And so it's coming home to roost, these high input costs. We are seeing, and that doesn't take into account those farmers that just say, I'm done. I'm just going to quit while I still have a little equity, and I'm going to quit farming today.
The U.S. lost more than 94,000 farms between 2021 and 2025, accounting for nearly 15 million acres of lost farmland.
A majority of Americans say they will definitely vote in the upcoming midterms. That's according to a new poll released by The Economist and YouGov. 57% of respondents say they have definite plans to vote. 55% said they were, quote, very motivated to cast a ballot based on the current state of the world. Democrats and Republicans are looking to fight for control of Congress. A new poll released by Emerson College shows President Trump's current approval rating, or disapproval rating, I should say, sits at 55%. Summer jobs were once a staple of the teenage experience, but this season's teen hiring total is expected to hit its lowest level in decades. Teens are expected to gain about 790,000 jobs between May and July. For comparison, the average since 2013 has been around 1.3 million. This year's projections are the lowest summer hiring total since the Bureau of Labor Statistics started tracking that data in 1948. Inflation and rising fuel costs are being given as reasons why fewer businesses are open to hiring. Experts say as well, fewer teens are looking for work as younger Americans use the summer months for internships, online side hustles, or taking care of family.
A popular gaming platform is rolling out enhanced protections worldwide following growing concerns over child safety online. The changes follow a settlement between Roblox and several state attorneys general over allegations the virtual universe exposed minors to predators. Jasmine Wolk breaks down what some of those changes might look like.
Roblox, just days away from launching new special accounts for kids. I sat down with their Vice President of Safety, Eliza Jacobs, who says a key part of the new plan includes using facial recognition technology that will help determine what content children can access.
There's a liveness check. You have to move your head left and right. And that is really to show that there's a real person on the other end of it, right? You're not holding up a photo. You're not trying to inject some sort of AI generation.
Their website outlining the new age-based accounts. Roblox Kids, for users 5 to 8 years old, allowed only minimal or mild content and their chat turned off by default unless parents enable it. And Roblox Select for ages 9 to 15, allowing up to moderate content with chat gradually introduced with safeguards.
I spoke with parents to hear whether they feel these new protections go far enough to keep kids safe from predators.
They can get around it.
Kehalani Awi only lets her daughter play offline games like Super Nintendo because she doesn't trust the internet.
I don't think it's going to help because of AI. You won't know.
Natasha Peavy, a mother of 3 boys, familiar with the platform.
I have a 5-year-old. I don't let him play Roblox. He's almost 11, so I give him a little bit more leeway.
She tells me additional protections make her feel more comfortable.
With AI, I think that there's always the possibility of getting around that or using someone else's face, or someone that's going to be a predator on Roblox will find ways around it, but I think it's a good start.
Well, You may see this interesting animal on your next trip to the Carolina coast. I hope you don't, but this is your warning to stay away. Myrtle Beach police say Portuguese man-o-wars have begun washing up on the beach, and they're urging visitors to stay on the lookout. The aquatic animal is known for its venomous, painful sting. Experts say if you are stung, remove the tentacles as soon as possible and pour vinegar on the impacted areas to help remove stinging cells. It's important to note that these animals can sting on land, and if you see one, contact a lifeguard or ocean rescue to help safely remove it. That's an absolute no for me, 100%. It also reminds me of 7 Pounds, Will Smith movie. Anybody here?
No, I have. That's starring the greatest rapper of all time, but I've not seen that movie. I'm guessing that this is in there.
Ted gets it. Go ahead, Ted. You understand what I'm talking about, right?
I vaguely remember what you're talking about with the movie, but I mean, oh man, he like pretty much is. Yeah, he drops it in the tub, and that's all she wrote, unfortunately. North winds coming in at 7 miles per hour. That just got dark. 66 degrees. It's not dark here as that sun comes up over the horizon. Dew points 56 degrees. Low 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Low 60s, upper 50s through the I-40 corridor. Mid to upper 60s around the Queen City. We are looking at highs make a run for what will be the mid 80s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Upper 70s, Boone and Jefferson. We are looking at that stationary front to the south as that high pressure here comes into control, giving us those winds out of the northeast, and the cooler than normal temperatures sit over the eastern United States as we look at what will be a cooler Sunday as temperatures settle into more of those 70s heading into the end of the weekend. So temperature outlook here for early next week into early June. We'll have those slightly below normal temperatures. Stationary front here, that's going to be here where we keep that moisture over Georgia into Alabama and parts of Mississippi. And then more of the Carolinas holding on to those partly cloudy skies as high pressure leaks off the Carolina coast, holding on to clear conditions. And then we'll finish off our Friday nice and comfortable before we usher in more of that cloud cover Saturday into the first half of the weekend with those low-end rain chances focusing along that I-85 corridor and areas south. Heading into Sunday, we will be looking at those partly cloudy skies, sunshine to finish off the weekend, cooler temperatures settled in. We're talking mid-70s for Sunday. Overnight lows bottom out in the mid to upper 60s, upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson with the weekend pulling in those cooler temperatures, low 80s Monday through Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here is a live look over New York City. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Monthly car payments are taking a bigger chunk of our budget, and the FBI just issued an urgent warning for anyone using Microsoft Teams and Outlook. Jane King joins us live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories.
Okay, I think I just lost you, but I'm going to go ahead.
All right, Jane, go ahead.
That, Annie. So futures this morning, very strong again here today. We're higher across the board. And in fact, yesterday, all the major indexes closed at record highs, even the small cap, the Russell 2000, record high. So markets rose on hopes of an Iran deal and also these chip companies. That's been the main thing driving the markets higher over the past couple of weeks. Now, the FBI warning that a new hacking platform is allowing cyber criminals to hijack Microsoft 365 accounts. This includes Outlook, Teams, and OneDrive, while bypassing the multi-factor authentication entirely. The Bureau posted a public service announcement sounding this alarm about the phishing as a service toolkit, which is known as Kali 365, and it's being used to steal Microsoft 365 access tokens and gain entry to victims' accounts. Now, the feds say that the Kali 365 makes it easier for even amateur hackers to run advanced scams. And more car payments are now above $1,000 a month. What's more, Experian research says this isn't luxury autos driving this. Now, 19% of monthly payments are $1,000 or more, and it's the pickup trucks like the Ford F-150, the Chevy Silverado, the Ram 1500 that are the main driver of these big monthly vehicle payments. Annie, back to you.
All right, Jane King reporting live for us from the New York Stock Exchange. Thank you so much. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
We are in for a nice weekend with just some rain chances on Saturday. Not a complete washout, but cooler as we approach your Sunday. We'll take a look at your weekend forecast coming up.
Plus, it's now been a week since the NASCAR world lost legend Kyle Busch. What new documents say about his cause of death and the weeks leading up to it?
The CDC is mobilizing staff as the U.S. ramps up efforts to prevent Ebola from entering the country. What you may start seeing at some of the country's top airports.
6:30 on the nose. Happy Friday, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper, meteorologist Ted Payton, giving everyone a gift for the next couple of days. Some really nice weather, Ted.
Yeah, we're going to be enjoying those mid-80s this afternoon. Take the dog to the dog park, an extra long walk, maybe an outdoor lunch, nice and warm. You can sit out by the pool. And then we have some rain chances move in Saturday, but much cooler Sunday with clear conditions.
We like that.
Yeah, looking good, heading in the right direction. Dew points today, much lower than yesterday. So that's the first improvement that we'll feel as you get your morning started out and about. Taking a look here at South Park, seeing those partly cloudy skies. Beautiful picture here as we have some of those nice clouds in the sky and, of course, the Carolina blue skies in the background, making for a very picturesque start to this Friday. Winds are out of the north at 7 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-60s, dew points in the mid-50s, humidity at 70%. So we have some improvements there with the mugginess. Anywhere from 4 to 5 degrees cooler than where we were yesterday, talking a double-digit difference towards our mountain counties with low 50s, Boone and Jefferson, low 60s, upper 50s, I-40 corridor. I'm looking at those mid-60s in and around uptown. As we head into the afternoon, lunchtime approaches the mid to upper 70s. We'll warm up effectively with partly cloudy skies sticking around. Lots of sunshine to start the day, sticking around into the evening. Not talking any rain chances. Will be nice and pleasant with those winds staying light out of the northeast, anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. I'm forecasting a high of 85 degrees. That's slightly above normal for this time of year. Your evening settles into the upper 60s, heading into your early morning hours on Saturday. So a relatively mild start with those low 80s Saturday afternoon, average highs in the low 80s before we have those 70s to low 80s heading into early next week. So a little bit of a cool down, rebounding in the low 80s near normal as our pollen count increases heading into what will be the weekend and early next week. We'll walk you through more of those impacts and what to expect with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Rush hour officially starts at about 30 minutes, but volume typically is lighter on a Friday. We always appreciate that. You put that on top of a beautiful start to the morning, and it's just a great way to, if you have to be traveling through uptown, around uptown. Here's a great looking shot just north of the city, courtesy of NCDOT. Looking straight down on I-77, north and south, toll lanes going right through the middle of the screen. It's looking great. Again, we're not having any issues as we look around the Queen City this morning. Just really quiet, which we love. Whether you're on 485, 85, 77, all the major interstates looking good. If you're coming down from Concord, in from Albemarle, up Highway 74 from Monroe, you guys are all looking good this morning in the green. Same from the other side, even though it shows a little bit of slow speeds coming in from Gastonia. That's typical every day, just the amount of volume coming up 85. But coming down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill, you guys are all in good shape. Here's a quick snapshot of the sun coming up over Lake Norman. Between Mooresville and Davidson, that stretch also looking good. We'll give you another update of your traffic at the top of the 7 o'clock hour.
The death certificate for NASCAR legend Kyle Busch reportedly reveals that he had pneumonia for days to weeks leading up to his death. According to The Athletic, Busch's pneumonia progressed into sepsis, which then caused abnormal clotting throughout blood vessels in his body. The NASCAR driver's family said that his health deteriorated rapidly. The death certificate lists Busch's cause of death as natural causes. He died last week at the age of 41, just days before he was expected at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600 weekend.
North Carolina college graduates say that they are entering the real world with more anxiety than optimism. They're calling on lawmakers to invest in the next generation with policies to set them up for success. As State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh shows us, many of these graduates say hard work alone is no longer enough.
For generations, a college degree has been sold as a path to the American dream. But many new graduates say that dream now feels out of reach.
Today's graduates are entering an economy where rent, groceries, and healthcare costs continue to rise. Student debt weighs heavily, and many entry-level roles are disappearing or becoming harder to access.
We've lost a lot of faith in what the future holds for us. It's so much harder to own a home. Having kids one day, I thought would be exciting, but actually I'm really scared.
A recent Bank of America survey found 42% of Gen Z, those are people ranging in age from 14 to 29, say they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Gas prices are reaching new highs every day.
to the point that I cut corners in my groceries to afford it.
Recent college graduates are also facing a tougher job market. The Economic Policy Institute found unemployment for young college graduates climbed to more than 5% this spring.
I applied to over 300 jobs with little success.
And for many young graduates like Kayla Vu, the pressures of adulthood extend far beyond finding a job.
The weight of feeling financially responsible for my family's well-being. During one of the most important periods of my college career, post-graduation planning had to take a back seat to survival.
Many college graduates are now calling on lawmakers to invest in affordable housing, education, healthcare, and economic policies they say would help their generation succeed. In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
A new study reveals healthcare costs in North Carolina are some of the highest in the country. Wallet Hub researchers found households spend nearly 9% of their monthly income on out-of-pocket costs. That's the seventh highest in the U.S. Comes out to about $530 a month. South Carolina was ranked 41st on that list.
North Carolina officials are honoring the first African-American hospital in the state with a historical marker. A ceremony to designate the site was held at the Ebenezer Baptist Church on West Sugar Creek Road Thursday morning. Opening in 1891, Good Samaritan Hospital, or Good Sam as they called it, stood at the corner of Mint and Graham Streets and could only treat 20 black patients at a time, but it paved the way for others to be opened in different communities. Officials tell us why marking the hospital is so important to the state's history.
Well, I'm just overwhelmed with the interest in this highway marker. Good Samaritan Hospital was an important institution in this state, impacted thousands of people over its 70 years of existence. And this is an opportunity for us to commemorate it, to celebrate it, to recognize it, and allow people to enjoy this moment, a moment that is long overdue.
The hospital building was torn down in 1996. It's now the site of Bank of America Stadium in Uptown. Well, new this morning, investigators are looking into the cause of an overnight fire in West Charlotte. It started around 145 on Midland Avenue. That's just off of Wilkinson Boulevard, not far from the Walmart. Crews were able to put that fire out in around less than 30 minutes. There were no reported injuries.
The U.S. is aiming to stop the spread of Ebola. New travel restrictions are in place to deal with the outbreak in Central Africa. Washington correspondent Margaret Chadbourne has more on the health measures now in place.
At Dulles International Airport, it's more than routine security checks happening for select travelers. The airport is one of 4 major hubs rolling out new health protocols for passengers arriving from Central Africa, part of a sweeping new effort to catch Ebola before it enters the U.S. Enhanced security screenings are also set up at airports in Houston, Atlanta, and at JFK in New York for those coming in from South Sudan, Uganda, or the Democratic Republic of Congo. The CDC overseeing a questionnaire on travel history and possible symptoms, getting temperature checks and additional medical evaluations if needed.
The number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States.
The Trump administration is also changing its quarantine policy, setting up a site in Kenya for Americans who may have been exposed to Ebola and temporarily banning non-U.S. citizens who have been in the impacted region from entering the country. The U.S. is no longer bringing possible cases back home for monitoring or treatment. It's now the 3rd largest Ebola outbreak in history, with more than 1,000 suspected cases and more than 240 people dead, according to the World Health Organization.
It's time for us in Africa to start to think about how to accelerate our local manufacturing of vaccines and medicines.
Public health officials say the risk of it spreading to the American public remains low, and there are no current cases of the deadly virus in the U.S. In Washington, Margaret Chadbourne, News Nation.
The time is 6:39. Still to come, the Carolina Hurricanes are looking to make their conference final dreams come true tonight. How the team is preparing for another game in Raleigh. You're watching Queen City News. Good looking shot here of Bank of America Stadium, home of the Carolina Panthers. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The Panthers are putting some focus on defense ahead of the upcoming season.
And the Canes are just one win away from taking home the Eastern Conference title.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has those stories and more in your morning sports.
Well, this week we had the first look at the Panthers as they gear up for the 2026 season. Bryce Young stepping up in a big way, and Ejiro Evero's defense with plenty of new faces. And as they kicked off, they're coming off an NFC South winning season that saw improvements in a lot of areas. Bryce Young had a career year in passing yards and touchdowns, and Ejiro Evero's led defense, one that's come under fire quite a bit, had a big bounce back from an atrocious 2024 season. Middle of the pack when it came to team defense, thanks to the play of some of the new guys from last year, Nick Scorton, Lathan Ransom. Specifically, Cam Jackson is an interior tackle the team is hoping it can take a leap along a deep defensive line, while Evero hopes there's jumps across the board to take another step.
Yeah, we're expecting the same leap from Cam as we expect from all of our second-year players. It's the more experience you get, whether it's in the games and practice, experience with our systems, experience with the techniques and fundamentals that being asked of Coach Wash, all of those things have got to come to life for him and all the players in his situation. And so, we're expecting a big jump, and we know how critical the play on the interior is, especially on the interior D-line. And I think there's a great opportunity for Cam to take advantage and make something happen off of it.
Here's a snapshot of what the Panthers defense looked like in the 2025 season. The Black and Blue allowed 22.4 points per game. They also allowed 20 passing touchdowns as well as 20 rushing touchdowns. Carolina gave up 123 yards on the ground per game. Not the best run defense in 2025, and maybe the most concerning part of all of this. The Panthers allowed 338 yards per game, and that was on full display against the Rams to end the wild card playoff game. All right, heading over to the ice, the Carolina Hurricanes are one win shy of the Stanley Cup final. After the Canes had a goal frenzy against the Canadiens team who pretty much didn't show up to their own arena in Game 4, so Rod Brindamore's squad walked away with a 4-0 win and now lead the series 3-1. But it's hard to forget how the Habs came out in Game 1 and forced overtime in Games 2 and 3, so the Canes can't overlook them, that's for sure. But if Carolina put on anything close to the dominating performance that they did in Game 4, they'll be suiting up for their first Stanley Cup final since winning it in 2006. And here's a look now at some of the team leaders during the 2026 postseason. Just one win away from that Stanley Cup final. Leading the pack is Taylor Hall. He has 4 goals and 9 assists to his name during this playoff run. Jackson Blake following suit with Hall having identical stats. Logan Stankov in the goal-scoring machine has 8 goals and an assist, totaling 9 points. And the defenseman Keandre Miller finds his way into the top 5 despite not having any goals scored, 8 assists for Miller. And rounding out the top 5 leaders is Nikolai Ehlers. He has 4 goals and 4 assists this postseason. And the Canes will take the ice at the Lenovo Center tonight at 8 with the possibility of punching their ticket to the Stanley Cup Finals.
6:45 the time. You're looking live at Nashville, where stock car racing is taking center stage this weekend. The Cracker Barrel 400 returns to Music City this weekend. But before the main event, both the Truck and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series are going to run truck racing tonight with the Allegiance 200 under the Friday night lights of the Nashville Superspeedway. Then Saturday, you can watch the pros from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series take part in the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250. And then finally, the main event, the Cracker Barrel 400, is on Sunday. You can catch all the latest racing action on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, 6:46. Let's get a check of our pinpoint weather with meteorologist Ted Payton. Ted, it feels so much nicer to start off our day. You step out the door and you're like, okay, it's not as humid.
Yeah, I'll take it, right? Beautiful shot from our Dallas camera out of Gaston County. Mostly clear skies, lots of sunshine, and those dew points a lot more bearable than what we had for the start of your Thursday. North wind 7 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-60s, sunshine over Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road, and we still see the Queen City in the distance. Not concerned about fog at all as you get out and about for your Friday. Mid-60s, Charlotte and surrounding areas, low 60s, upper 50s, I-40 corridor, low 50s into our mountain counties. Highs settle into the mid-60s for today, upper 70s, Boone and Jefferson. So still looking at a nice warm-up landing slightly above normal for this time of year. High pressure will build coming out of the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley region, dipping further south, giving us some dry conditions. Stationary front over the Gulf states into our Midwest, and continuing to see more of what will be the setup that cools us down heading into the second half of the weekend. Sunday, we'll have those cooler than normal temperatures. We have the warm air over our central plains, and our below normal temperatures sit into early next week, June 4th to the 8th. That's going to be slightly below normal with low 80s through the mid portions of next week. So right now, looking at your overall setup, mostly sunny skies with that stationary front to our south. Winds will come out of the northwest and northeast rather, before shifting heading into Friday evening. Clouds return on Saturday as that area of high pressure leaks off of the Atlantic coast. Is going to increase some of that moisture, briefly giving us some of that rain chance before we dry out heading into your Sunday. Sunday, we'll see mostly sunny skies, some dry conditions with cooler temperatures. We're talking mid-70s to finish off the weekend. So dropping down into those below normal territories as we drop down into the upper 60s tonight. A mild start to your Saturday morning. Upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson in our mountain counties, so a little bit on the cool side. Definitely a little warmer than what this morning's delivering behind that cold front. Low 80s Saturday with pop-up showers, isolated pockets of rain. And we'll have those mid-70s on Sunday to finish out the weekend. 7-day forecast showing those low 80s heading into early next week. Monday brings back another chance of some spotty showers and isolated storms. Low 80s settle in with dry conditions heading into the mid portions of next week. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. Only on Queen City News Plus, our friends at Positively Charlotte have an eye for laughs. This week on Comedy Corner, they've got a guest, Chanel Omari, as she comes to the Queen City to perform.
I really hope I can make people at home feel less alone, you know, like I did. Like the reason I fell in love with stand-up comedy is because I was going through such a hard time and with my mental health, I didn't know really how to deal with anger or emotions. And I think that helped me really, just adding laughter to my life, adding some type of humor helped me cope with everything. So I hope that people can take that away. It's like, getting older is beautiful and it's positive and it's fun and it's what you make of it. And at any age, 27, 25, like don't take your age for granted.
Yeah, getting older is fun. It's funny. Just look in the mirror. I laugh every day. All right, you can watch the full episode of Comedy Corner right now for free. All you got to do is download the Queen City News Plus app on your Roku, Samsung Smart TV, Fire TV, or Apple TV right now. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. We will be back. Researchers at the University of Arkansas are looking at how 3D printed food could help improve nutrition and reduce food waste. Oftentimes, food can be discarded before it even makes it into the grocery store because maybe it's misshapen or slightly damaged.
For example, with 3D printing, researchers can freeze dry a misfit carrot that's then been pulped or dehydrated. Then they combine it with liquid and squirt it out through that nozzle layer by layer to make new food. Researchers say this can also help with picky eaters.
We try to create fun shapes out of that formulation. We have done that in SpongeBob. We have done that in different flower daisy shapes. It becomes just a fun snack, a healthy snack for kids and probably everyone.
Experts say one of the biggest benefits of the technology is that it's mobile, meaning it can be used to feed communities after disasters or even on the moon one day, guys.
Wow. Okay, I would take a misfit carrot and into a transformed SpongeBob carrot.
I would
for that.
too. I would give it a try. I just wonder of the scale.
What about a banana for you?
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
Really? Not even a 3D printed banana?
You can't dehydrate it, pulp it, put water into it, and then put it in a SpongeBob carrot. No, it tastes the same. No, you can't change the shape. Or you can change the shape, but you can't change how it tastes.
Maybe though, but technology hasn't caught up. Maybe you could take a banana into whatever shape you want and tweak the flavor so it tastes like something you do like, but it's actually a banana.
What's the point?
Do you like banana bread?
No.
Do you like banana flavored anything?
No. How
Do you
did
like
this,
anything
how
that
did
has
this,
bananas in it?
How did this turn on you?
Bananas. How did this turn into a conversation about what I don't like?
That's true.
Yeah,
3D printed food.
3D
I think
printed
it's a
food.
great idea.
I would try it.
Yeah, there's
That
a lot of waste out there, and I think this could be good for.
Leave the banana cartridge out of Annie's.
Yeah, just don't put that in there. That was chocolate, by the way, and they made it into the Arkansas school logo.
That's pretty cool.
But from far away,
there you go. There's a Razorback right there.
it doesn't look.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like. I'm not going to say what it looks like.
I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Okay, thank you, Ted.
All right, there you go. Hey, listen, happy Friday, everyone. There's some really good news for you. No matter what you're eating this morning, whether it's real or 3D, doesn't matter. We're going to take a break. We'll be back, kick off our 7 o'clock hour in just a minute.
A Blue Origin rocket burst into flames in Florida last night, setting up a bright and fiery scene into the sky. Blue Origin says a New Glenn rocket blew up during an engine firing test ahead of a planned satellite launch next week. The sky was lit with an orange glow following the explosion. No one was injured during the incident. Blue Origin owner Jeff Bezos says the company is working to find out what exactly happened. The New Glenn rocket was grounded back in April after putting a satellite into the wrong orbit because of an engine failure. All right. Check this out right here. If you are scared of roller coasters, look away, okay? A car on the Iron Shark coaster at Pleasure Pier in Texas got stuck near the top of its 100-foot vertical lift. 8 people were aboard at the time. Firefighters pulled passengers off the coaster one at a time, and they had to hook them to a harness for them to climb down the ladder truck. Thankfully, there were no reported injuries. I feel like if I were on that roller coaster, never gonna get on a roller coaster again.
Really?
Nightmare fuel. I don't know. I love roller coasters, so maybe not me. But if that was like, if I was iffy and that's your experience,
oh yeah, then
look at that shot right there.
So that part, the scariest part of that is like that's the vertical part, right? And then you would presumably drop back down, go on a loop, whatever. But for this, it's like you can't see the ground, and so you're just at the mercy of wondering, is this when the car's going to snap? And
Right.
you're just staring at the sky.
Or when the firefighter says, "Trust me."
Yeah.
Go into my arms, and I'm gonna bring. No.
We're gonna unstrap the harness. You have to let go and trust me. That is.
I'm just going to stay right here.
Right.
I'm good where I'm at.
I'm good where. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Wow.
I'm good.
That's scary. I love roller coasters too, but it would take a while to get back.
There we go.
Back in the saddle, so to speak.
Well, we can get back.
Get out there to Carowinds and enjoy it.
There you
go.
go.
Out there, yeah.
Safe roller coaster.
Great ad for Carowinds. All right, 6:59 the time. Our 7 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
TGIF. Oh man, it has been a week. Hope you are having a great start to your Friday morning. Welcome into Queen City News at 7 o'clock. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecasts, and it's gonna be a beautiful day. I might go for a run today.
Oh,
Take
yeah?
out Mike.
What?
Take
Go
out
for a
Mike.
run today?
I'm gonna go for a little jog.
A jog. Oh.
You're going to have the vest
okay.
in the stroller too?
Vest, the baby stroller, maybe some shades on.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The speaker playing.
It's too hot for the joggers, though, right?
Too
you gotta
hot
go
for
shorts.
The joggers. Gotta go shorts.
Okay.
Gotta go
okay.
shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no yakets, no joggers.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. Listen, we know we got a lot of people that are going to be in Charlotte over the weekend. We got a big U.S. men's national team soccer game going on this weekend. What do we need to know as far as weather?
Yeah, Sunday's going to be beautiful. We're talking mid-70s, nice and dry. Some rain chances move in on Saturday, so be on the lookout for that. A look around the crown this morning, much on the cooler side for how it feels heading out the door. Those dew points have dropped overnight, drier air out there, so we are looking nice around the Carolinas. Yesterday hit 91 degrees. We also had those high dew points at 70. That's what made it hot and humid. Average highs this time of year typically land in the low 80s. I'm looking at your Charlotte live camera here over I-85, 69 degrees, east-northeast winds, anywhere from that 3 to 8 or 5 to 10 mile per hour mark. As we look at your temperature difference from yesterday and today, we're 5 to 7, even 11 and 15 degrees cooler. That's giving us low 50s mountain counties, low 60s, upper 50s I-40 corridor. Mid 60s around the Queen City. We'll ramp up those temperatures here into the 70s through late morning, early lunchtime. 80s on tap second half of the day with a high of 85 with northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Pleasant and partly cloudy heading into this afternoon. I'll break down more of our overall setup here, taking a look at your forecast in the next 5 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. New data shows North Carolina's child fatality rate is on the rise.
Yeah, state researchers say an increase in teen homicides is contributing to those troubling statistics.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Charlotte with a look at how health experts are looking to reverse that trend. Savannah?
The North Carolina Child Fatality Task Force is calling on state lawmakers to take protective action as quickly as possible. They now recommend raising the age for being able to sell tobacco to minors from 18 to 21. Also would like them to restrict social media companies from collecting the data of minors, and they'd also like them to strengthen and close some loopholes in the child vehicle passenger safety laws. They say this new data should help lawmakers make new policies. Now, North Carolina in the most recent data ranked 12th nationally for child fatality rates in 2024. That is 5 spots higher than where it came in the year before. Overall, the country's child death rate dropped about 15% over the past 20 years. However, North Carolina's rose by 3% in that same time frame. Now, the top 3 leading causes of death for kids in the state are car crashes, non-car crash related accidents, and homicide. Task force leaders say deaths associated with homicide grew more than any other category, with 15 to 17-year-olds with the most common victim ages. Federal lawmakers, they are looking to take action now based on very similar data, starting with holding social media companies accountable.
So much psychological harm and mental health harm for young people.
Let's go to the Senate floor and actually legislate for a change.
North Carolina did have a decrease in infant fatalities. It actually hit the lowest level in state history in 2024, now coming in 18th in the nation. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah. New legal challenges for a controversial Fort Mill manufacturing facility. Silfab Solar is facing lawsuits accusing the company of not paying contractors.
The case has come nearly 3 months after a pair of chemical leaks caused a temporary shutdown at the solar panel plant and led to new investigations. Several construction companies now claim Silfab Solar owes them more than $3 million in unpaid bills.
Queen City News reporter David Schumann dug through the records.
We had a contract. We do the work, they paid for it, and it should be that simple.
Working with Fort Mill manufacturer Silfab Solar has been anything but simple for Christina Horton and Southern Piedmont Piping. Executives with the Anson County Construction Company have filed a lawsuit claiming Silfab owes them more than $140,000.
It makes an impact on bonuses, it makes an impact on raises, it makes an impact on how we're going to budget for the next year.
Christina says Southern Piedmont completed its work for Silfab last year, and then Silfab stopped paying on time. She says they haven't even responded to her emails since April. Southern Piedmont's experience doesn't appear to be unique. Records show 4 other North and South Carolina contractors have a total of more than $2.9 million in legal claims currently filed against Silfab, including a new one from a Fort Mill construction equipment company filed Tuesday for more than $1 million. There's also a second pending lawsuit from a York County HVAC company claiming more than $30,000 in unpaid work. Horton is frustrated with her situation, especially because she says the people on site were great to work with.
Whether it's budgeting or payments or whatever, you know, someone's dropped the ball somewhere, so those who are trying to do the right thing can't do the right thing.
A Silfab spokesperson sent Queen City News a statement saying, "We continue to work with our service providers and suppliers to ensure everyone is in good standing. Silfab Solar doesn't comment on active litigation other than to be confident in our positions." The manufacturer that many in Fort Mill feel is dangerous and want gone from the town is also facing a whistleblower lawsuit. A former technician claims he was fired last year for speaking up about various safety hazards. Silfab denies the allegations. Horton says she wishes she didn't have to waste Silfab's time or her own with the lawsuit.
I would really like for them just to pay the full amount and us be done with it.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
A case relating to Silfab's zoning is currently being considered by a judge. The outcome could potentially impact the company's future operations in Fort Mill. A Clover police officer is in jail accused of using a gun to threaten her boyfriend. This happened around 5:30 yesterday afternoon in Chester. Deputies are charging 44-year-old Mara Anderton with domestic violence, possession of a weapon during a violent crime, and resisting arrest. Jail records don't show any bond set. A Clover police spokesperson says that Anderton was placed on administrative leave without pay following her arrest, and that the department is now conducting an internal investigation.
North Carolina prisons are running with half the number of correctional officers they actually need, and the state says that low pay is forcing employees to leave their jobs. The budget plan Republican leaders in the General Assembly are pushing would give those officers a 15% raise. Democratic Governor Josh Stein says their increases should be at least 15%. State leaders say hiring isn't as much of an issue as retention.
We're using now a contingent hiring model to address the problem. Once someone passes through the initial steps of getting hired, we put them to work immediately in other roles as the certification steps continue to play out. That means that people get hired, onboarded, and paid quickly.
The job vacancies are also causing some issues with inmate housing. Prisons have more than 5,000 vacant beds that cannot be used due to lack of staffing. South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn will host his 34th annual Fish Fry today in Columbia, featuring some 2028 Democratic presidential hopefuls. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear and California Congressman Ro Khanna are expected to attend. Clyburn is South Carolina's only Democrat in Congress. Just this week, state senators blocked an effort to redraw the lines of Clyburn's 6th district in favor of Republican opponents. Clyburn is also a power broker whose endorsement helped secure the Democratic presidential nomination for Joe Biden back in 2020.
North Carolina's drought conditions are improving in some areas after much needed rain. Only 36% of the state is under an extreme drought compared to 65% last week. But some areas are not yet seeing improvements. Water levels at Falls Lake in Wake County are down to 74%. That's 4 feet below where it should be for this time of year. The lake is Raleigh's primary water source.
Falls Lake is very reliant on what happens over Durham as well, not only because the Neuse River watershed extends that far north, but also because Durham's reservoirs really have to fill before that water can start to trickle down and refill Falls.
Raleigh officials are keeping water restrictions in place until the lake is back to 95%. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Ted Payton. Ted, what are we seeing on the radar?
Yeah, right now radar is mostly clear and quiet as high pressure dips out of the Midwest into the Ohio Valley region. That stationary front sits to our south, keeping that moisture at bay, focused over the Gulf states, playing into what will be heavy rain and flood concerns for parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. That leaks up into Arkansas, Tennessee as well. We stay on the dry side of that stationary front. That's proof right here with our water vapor satellite imagery showing the brown to our north, some of the gray further to our south. So all that to say, our drought monitor heading in the right direction, extreme drought in the red, severe drought in the orange, and we will be looking at again, the dry start to your morning radar, not picking up on too much activity as rain chances focus towards Saturday. And again, on Monday, dry Sunday, and on Friday, we are going to be looking at a beautiful end here to your work week. I'll continue to watch that forecast, let you know exactly what to expect with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, appreciate that, Ted. Thank you so much. Rush hour officially kicked off 10 minutes ago, but we're grateful that volume stays lighter than normal on a Friday, and that's what we're seeing right here. This is courtesy of NCDOT and their camera network looking straight down on I-77, north and south. This is just north of Uptown. Great shot of the sun on the Queen City skyline. All the exit ramps, the toll lanes in the middle there. It's just looking really good right now, and traffic's moving good at about 65 miles an hour. For the most part, things are looking good around the Crown. We've got a disabled vehicle on inbound Independence, not really causing any major delays. We do have a new accident on the east side of the city. Right now, this is going to be 485 enter. We've got a lane block if you're working your way from Mint Hill around to Matthews. So it's just going to slow you down 5, maybe 10 minutes. But hopefully they'll have that cleared up in the next half hour. Let's go and give you some drive times. If you're coming in from Concord, Albemarle, up from Monroe, you guys are looking pretty good. Other side of town, a little bit slow on 85 out of Gastonia, but nothing out of the ordinary. Coming down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill, you guys are in great shape. If you're out between Mooresville and Davidson, you know this stretch. That is going I-77 going over Lake Norman. What a gorgeous shot. A lot of people might be out on the water today in those mid-80s. Inbound Independence is looking good right now. A little bit slow up around the bend, but again, that stretch is looking good. If you're headed to the airport, check with your airlines and your app before you go for any delays or cancellations. But as far as getting there, right around half an hour or less. Looking great. 15 minutes in Uptown, 31 minutes coming up, 77 from Rock Hill, 24 minutes down from Cornelius. We'll give you another snapshot of your traffic at 7:30. Annie?
Recovering and rebounding after Helene, how small businesses are making plans to reintroduce tourists to their communities this summer. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time is 7:14. There's a potential showdown brewing at some of the country's largest airports over immigration and ICE protests. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen says his office is drawing up plans to pull Customs and Border Protection agents from so-called sanctuary cities. If these threats were to go into place, it could disrupt travel nationwide. Major cities like New York, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, and Chicago would all be potentially impacted. Those airports saw a combined almost 74 million international travelers last year alone. Now, the warning is largely in response to protests outside an immigration detention center in Newark, New Jersey. Protesters claim conditions inside are inhumane, but Mullen dismissed those claims and doubled down, saying his agency could stop international screenings at airports in sanctuary cities just like Newark.
These sanctuary cities where the local radical left Democrats aren't allowing us to do our job and enforce federal laws, then we shouldn't be processing international flights into their cities either.
The plan's already facing criticism. Leaders in New Jersey say there isn't a correlation between the right of peaceful assembly and an international airport. With the World Cup right around the corner, millions of international travelers could be impacted. Economic experts say the changes would potentially impact revenue for airlines and businesses nationwide. A group which represents American Airlines and many other major airlines, Airlines for America, says the plans would cause serious disruptions. They say that it would lead to a, quote, devastating effect on the airline and tourism industries.
Crews are searching a burned-out section of a southwestern Washington state paper mill for the bodies of 3 workers still missing after a chemical explosion. A tank ruptured on Tuesday at a packaging company in the town of Longview. Officials confirmed they did find the bodies of 6 out of the 9 workers missing after that blast, and there's no hope of finding more survivors. 2 other people were found dead on Tuesday. Labor leaders say the paper mill employed generations of workers over the years.
Everybody knows somebody that works there.
There's times I've had to walk out of the room because, you don't want to break down in front of somebody because they're asking for help in any way they can.
Investigators say the scene still has traces of the dangerous chemical that exploded in the tank, making the search for those bodies more difficult.
Rafting season is underway along the Pigeon River in Tennessee. This is the second season since Helene devastated the region and upended tourism. Naomi Hilmer visited Smoky Mountain Outdoors Rafting, where its owner says the business is beginning to bounce back.
As one of the largest tourist attractions in the area, rafting brings thousands of people to Cocke County.
The Pigeon River is one of the top priorities for Cocke County from a tax revenue standpoint. We pay $2 per head. And our company does anywhere from 50 to 60,000 people a year. Good years, we've done 70. Bad years, like last year, we did 41 to 45,000.
Opening for the first time since Hurricane Helene last year, Daniel Jeanette with Smoky Mountains Outdoors says they are just now feeling a sense of normalcy.
We're still recovering from the flood. We're about 21 months out. And it's just a rebuilding process. We're a 35-year-old company. We lost everything. We completely rebuilt. Everything here is brand new, our boats, and it's just been a monumental task.
But now he says the river is better and safer than ever.
It was literally like a wash by Mother Nature. The wildlife's back. It's just the overall scene of the whole river is just better.
Not even 2 years ago, this area was underwater, with Hurricane Helene levels rising just above this door frame here. And according to Jeanette, what used to be the most rafted waters has now dwindled, and it's companies like his that are hoping to get more people out on the Pigeon River.
And we have secured right at $5 million in matching funds from the state, and we have applied for an EDA grant, which it looks like we're going to get. It's not 100%, but that's an additional $21 million.
This, he said, would go to the Pigeon River Outfitters Association, which includes all of Hartford's rafting companies, to rebuild part of the rapids and a beautification project.
When it's all said and done, we will have probably one of the best sections of whitewater in the first mile in the country, because this was the most rafted river in the United States and the most popular. And since the flood, our numbers have dropped, and that is not the case anymore, but it won't be long before we get back up there.
In Hartford, Naomi Hilmer, 6 on your side.
Coming up on 720, look, I think it would be a perfect time, guys. Whitewater National Center, go out there, do some whitewater rafting. This weekend, we don't have that bad of rain chances. I don't know, that feels pretty good, right?
I could take that. Dry off on the shore there, Ted.
Yeah.
Maybe with some music and possibly an adult beverage.
Oh, come on now.
You sold me. I'm down. What time? We're going to be, right, 6:30?
I like it.
6:30. See y'all at 6:30. It's going to be nice and warm still as we head into your evening hours. Right now, 69 degrees, east-northeast winds coming in at 9 miles per hour. Dew points 56 degrees. Lots of sunshine. Traffic moving at speed limit pace on this Friday on Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. So we're starting to warm up now. That's what the dry air does. It allows us to warm up more effectively. Still in the mid to upper 60s, 70 degrees for Charlotte. These temperatures updating in real time. Low 50s, Boone and Jefferson, 60s on tap through that I-40 corridor. It updated again. Look at that. So we are starting to warm up effectively. Highs make a run for those mid-80s peak heating hours of the day. Upper 70s, Boone and Jefferson. We are going to stay nice and warm for this afternoon with high pressure dipping south over Ohio. That's going to shift our winds into the northeast, eventually off the mid-Atlantic coast as our stationary front sits to our south and west. So Atlanta back towards Georgia, back towards Alabama into Tennessee, feeling some of the cloud cover, cooler temperatures settle in back half of the weekend. I'm looking at Sunday ushering in those below normal temperatures. Your outlook for early next week also will keep those low 80s coming, so slightly below normal, likely for the mid portions of next week. So here we are looking at our overall setup. Our sunshine dominates with high pressure to our north, stationary front to our south, giving us those clear sunny skies. And we are going to host, again, what will be a beautiful end to the work week. Cloud cover returns on Saturday with some low-end rain chances in the morning, and then spotty storms heading into the I-85 corridor from Gaffney down to Lancaster, tapering off Saturday evening with our dry Sunday, ushering in some of those cooler temperatures for folks heading out and about to Bank of America Stadium. In terms of our lows tonight, upper 60s in your early morning hours with upper 50s in our mountain counties on tap. Our weekend will continue to cool down before we settle back into the low 80s Monday of next week, with rain chances coming back to kick off the work week. And then those low 80s dry conditions settle in Tuesday through Thursday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Time is almost 7:25 as we take you up there to New York City. Stock futures are in the green right now. Now, markets had another positive day as they closed on Thursday. Taking a look at those numbers there. If we have them, there they are. The Dow Jones up slightly, the Nasdaq up almost a full percentage point, S&P up about a half a percentage point. We're going to check in with Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange. She'll join us coming up at 8:25.
As summer rolls here into the Queen City, more community events are happening every single weekend.
That's right. So here's a look at a couple of things going on around the Crown. This weekend, motorcyclists will be honoring the lives of the 4 law enforcement officers killed in the 2024 Shannon Park shooting. The first Officer Down Memorial Ride is happening Saturday. The police escorted ride will get underway at 11 o'clock at the Hendrick Independence Center off Independence Boulevard. The 55-mile route will take riders through Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, and Cabarrus counties. Lunch will be provided at the end of the ride. The cost is $30 per bike. The ride is being put on by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police and Blue Knights NC.
Charlotte Animal Care and Control is hosting their Steps for Shelter Pets event this Saturday. Oh, hey. The walk raises awareness and support for adoptable pets in the shelter. This is all happening from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Pearl Street Park. You are encouraged to raise $5 per lap to represent the 10,800 animals that came through the shelter's doors.
And you can safely get rid of old documents and medications this weekend in Concord. The city of Concord, Cabarrus County, and Goodwill Industries of the Southern Piedmont are hosting a free drive-through safe disposal event tomorrow. You can bring items to the Village Shopping Center parking lot from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You can also bring electronics and lithium-ion batteries for disposal. Needles, however, will not be accepted. A live look this morning over Bank of America Stadium, where the U.S. men's national team will be taking on Senegal's national team this weekend. This is just one of the pre-World Cup friendlies taking place ahead of the dozens of matches all across the country. And there are some affordable tickets out there. The Upper Bowl is now open for fans, and tickets start as low as $38. Kickoff is Sunday at 3:30. Everyone go out there and support the men's national team. All right, it is coming up on 7:30. You're watching Queen City News. We'll be right back.
The man charged in the Sundrop murders has been on authorities' radar all along. His lengthy criminal past on the opposite side of the country.
York County leaders join the list of local officials considering a pause on new data center projects. Why they're raising issues with the facilities.
New polling shows a tight race in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor, which candidates are separated by less than 1%. 7:30, happy Friday, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday, everyone. There's nothing better when a Friday and a weekend collides with beautiful weather. I mean, there's just something about it. Doesn't matter what time of year, what season it is. Meteorologist Ted Payton says we got a nice treat in store, Ted.
Oh, yeah, we certainly do. Look at all that sunshine.
Look at it.
Come on now.
Look at it, would you?
Beautiful shot over our Arlington camera. A few pop-up clouds here and there, but nothing that's going to produce any rain for your Friday. We're going to be mostly dry, a beautiful start. Yesterday made it into the low 90s. We're talking mid-80s this afternoon with those lower dew points making it feel more comfortable heading out and about for the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, 69 degrees, east-northeast winds 9 miles per hour. I'm looking at dew points in the mid-50s. Our temperature change 3 to 4 to 5, even 9 to 15 degrees cooler than this time yesterday, giving us those mid 60s and near 70 degrees Charlotte and Lancaster. Low 50s Boone and Jefferson. Our day planner will ramp us up into the 70s, now in the low 80s through lunchtime. I'm expecting those mid 80s to peak for your afternoon with a partly cloudy skies, northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Overnight lows settle in the upper 60s. We'll continue to have a nice mild start to your weekend early in the morning. Low 80s Saturday afternoon, 70s by Sunday. We'll stay mostly clear Sunday. Just a few isolated showers and storms to watch out for on Saturday, but shouldn't be a major washout at all. Average highs this time of year typically land in the low 80s. We'll be below that for the first half of next week. Pollen count starts to come back, ramping up from medium to high, with walnut, oak, grasses being the top allergens to watch out for. Taking a look at your Mountain County forecast, we'll bring those mid to upper 70s for the higher elevations, low 70s Saturday, upper 60s Sunday, so that cool down impacts the higher elevations as well. We'll rebound back into the low 70s. Monday brings rain chances before we dry out in time for your Tuesday. Low 70s, overnight lows in the 50s, heading into early next week. I'll break down more of our setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Traffic actually looking pretty good. It's moving and grooving on this Friday morning, even though rush hour officially kicked off 30 minutes ago. Just volumes lighter. Typically on a Friday, a lot of people take the day off or slowly working their way into wherever they're going. Right now, we're looking at I-77 north and south. Southbound traffic's on the right-hand side, coming down, going there underneath Oaklawn. We see the toll lanes right in the middle, but this stretch looking good, courtesy of NCDOT. Let's take it to a little more north. This is 77 at I-485. Traffic in all directions, going over, under, in the middle, and all looking good. No delays. As we take a look at our map, our speed map here, you can see a little slowdowns on 85 out west. Nothing major. We want to go back to this earlier accident, 45 inner. This is right at NC 218 near the Fairview Road exit. Got a lane block from an accident about 45 minutes ago. They moved it onto the shoulder. Maybe delays up to 5 minutes. Nothing major, though, if you're coming in from Mint Hill trying to get to Matthews. Here's your drive times coming down 85 from Concord, in from Albemarle, Monroe. You guys are looking good. On the other side of town, not bad. Coming down from the lake as well. Coming up 77 from Rock Hill. Matter of fact, let's take you up to the lake. Look at the sun shining over Lake Norman this morning. A beautiful shot. The earlier stalled vehicle on inbound Independence has been cleared up near Eastway, so all those stretches looking good. We will give you another snapshot coming up around 8 o'clock. Julian?
Jason, thank you. The man accused of the infamous Sundrop murders in Concord is no stranger to law enforcement. Even though the case went unsolved for nearly 2 decades, authorities thousands of miles away say the suspect has actually stayed on their radar. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a closer look at his criminal past.
Microfilm stored at the Cabarrus County Public Library depicts the terror felt in Concord in the aftermath of the Sundrop murders. Headlines of the double homicide at the Sundrop bottling facility captured the front page the day after it happened in June 2008, and the alleged shooter remained at large until last week.
I called patrol officers and had them come and place him into custody. He was
out standing by the roadways.
Detective Sergeant Josh Paulus was in the area when 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was picked up by police in Port Angeles, Washington. Their database shows he had about 288 contacts with police since November of 2011. 14 of those times he was arrested, and twice those arrests were for felonies.
I just know about that first contact in 2011, which was actually me as a patrol officer. I was the first one to contact him. The majority of our calls with him include yelling and screaming and making some sort of disturbance. In my own interactions with him, he's been able to kind of self-regulate and talk with police.
At the library Thursday, we found photos of Talbert in 3 yearbooks. He graduated from Mount Pleasant High School in 2002, 6 years before the killings of Donna Barnhart and Daryl Knowles.
I don't know that they had any idea of who they were dealing with other than a very mentally ill man who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the jail for various reasons.
Brian McLean is the editor of the Peninsula Daily News in Port Angeles. He says he was covering a separate murder case last Friday when he heard Talbert's case coming up next.
My jaw dropped because of the connection and because of the serious nature of the charges, for sure. At his court appearance last Friday, he was very disheveled, very difficult to understand, mumbled quite a bit.
McLean says he learned Talbert was picked up in a field across from a facility that houses homeless people. Talbert had been staying there but was kicked out and living on the streets.
I'm happy that we were able to help resolve some of that for your community.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Charlotte area transit system officials want to know what riders want them to focus on over the next year. The agency held its second public meeting yesterday, where CATS leaders discussed their priorities for the bus system over the next 5 years. Riders were also asked to share what they think are the most immediate needs. Officials offered some ideas like higher frequency service, improvements to bus stops, and the expansion of CATS microtransit.
Going to be rolling out increased microtransit zones in the area throughout Mecklenburg County to help bring people closer to transit and improve mobility throughout the county.
As CATS officials gather feedback, they will have more public meetings to discuss proposed improvements starting in the fall.
Investigators are looking into the cause of an overnight fire in West Charlotte. This started around 145 on Midland Avenue. That's just off Wilkinson Boulevard, not too far from the Walmart Supercenter. Crews were able to put that fire out in less than 30 minutes. Thankfully, no reported injuries. The debate over data centers has now made its way down to York County, South Carolina. Leaders are recommending a pause on any future projects, at least until 2027. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from neighbors who hope officials listen to their concerns.
Just sick at our stomachs that the beauty that we had here is now all this metal and steel. It's not what people wanted. These were people's forever homes. This is my property right there.
Chris Thompson understands that there is not much she can do anymore to fight the QTS data center being built near her neighborhood in York County.
We understand that, data centers are coming, but they don't need to be in residential areas. There's got to be a better place for them.
Thompson says she's at least encouraged by the York County Council Planning and Zoning Committee, which on Tuesday night.
I second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Voted to recommend a 9-month moratorium on future data centers, but will still need to be approved by the entire county council next month.
I feel like that it will be definitely a majority.
District 7 council member Debbie Cloninger believes the moratorium will give leaders a chance to do more research on the impact of data centers and time to wait on any new state laws pertaining to data center development that could be approved by South Carolina lawmakers.
This is a very critical business that we don't need to make any more mistakes on.
As for the current QTS project near Lake Wiley, structures that the company has not yet gotten permits for would be affected by a potential moratorium.
We were under the understanding that it would be one building, and when it came up, more buildings, we were all shocked.
QTS tells us the project is in alignment with local requirements as it relates to water use and energy demand, and that it's committed to, quote, ongoing transparent engagement when sharing how the project is designed. In York County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
New polling shows the GOP primary for South Carolina's next governor is in a dead heat. 3 of the leading candidates are separated by less than 1%. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, these latest numbers give the lieutenant governor the lead.
South Carolinians, today is day 1 of my campaign for governor.
New polling out this week from Atlanta-based the Trafalgar Group say Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette has a slight lead over 2 opponents in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Of the 1,200 Republican voters surveyed from May 21st to the 24th, 19.9% support Evette. 19.4% plan to vote for Attorney General Alan Wilson, while 19% want millionaire businessman Ron Reddy.
It is so wide open right now that anybody, it's almost like a horse race, can win by a nose here. Just stick that nose out at the right moment.
York County Congressman Ralph Norman came in at 15.9%, while Charleston area Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a support of 14.5% of the respondents surveyed. Other candidates sit in the single digits, like State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who came in at 2.3%.
There's all kind of earned media things that can happen. And then, of course, we can't, last-minute attacks. This is when they tend to happen, and last-minute spending.
Early voting in South Carolina is already underway, with primary day set for June 9th. With so many candidates vying for the seat, a runoff is highly likely. If no one gets more than a majority of the vote, the top 2 candidates will face off on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
A teen says a joke made in passing escalated into a felony criminal case that turned his life upside down. Now he's filing a federal lawsuit against an entire school district and several school leaders. We'll talk to Chief Legal Analyst Collie Rhodes about what was said and if the lawsuit could hold up. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. A teen who faced a felony charge over a classroom joke is filing a lawsuit against his former school. Jackson Leggett filed a lawsuit against the school in Newark, Illinois, claiming a sarcastic joke following senior pranks turned his life upside down. Leggett made the comment when the school stated they were allowed to prank teachers as long as no damage was done.
Leggett made the comment, "What do you think I'm going to do? Burn the school down?" He was later arrested and charged with felony disorderly conduct, spent 8 days inside a juvenile detention facility. He's now calling for compensation for the danger that he was put in while he was inside that facility and the time he missed out on while out of school.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. When you look at this suit against a whole school district and specific leaders, do you think that this will hold up? Does this case have legs to stand on?
There are legs, but it's complicated. I mean, this is not as straightforward, like, oh, you can run right to the courthouse and get some magical payday. There are a lot of hurdles to jump over because it's convoluted. I mean, if we're looking at the speech aspect of it first, the courts have held a number of times that speech is extremely protected. School speech can be limited. The government can chill your speech as a student, but you don't lose your ability to have First Amendment rights just because you walk through the courthouse. That was from one famous judge that mentioned this, that students have the same rights as us. The school can protect other students from harassment, from other things like that. I don't think this rose to that level. I don't even think this is communicating a threat. I mean, he asked a question and then posed it in a way sarcastically where everyone understood that there was a joke. They charged him with some felony disorderly conduct, but you'd have to have caused some disorder. And so there are no facts to support. He made a statement, and then it was mass hysteria. People were running around, running for shelter. If the facts were of like that nature, then I think it would have supported a charge. So because I don't think there's a charge, you got a couple things. Is it retaliation for First Amendment? Is it some type of other, malicious prosecution? Either one of those are going to be hard for him to prove, but also those are going to probably be his easiest way to having some type of possible outcome in this that is favorable towards him.
Part of Leggett's claim is that school officials and law enforcement, they took what I guess he thought should just be a simple disciplinary action, raised it quickly to criminal charges. When it comes to police, like what standards do they look at, especially when you're dealing with a minor, when it leads to an arrest? Well,
the standard is still the same. It's probable cause. Do I have probable cause to make an arrest? And the standard for that is it more likely than not that a crime has occurred, and is it more likely than not that you have committed this crime? And that's why I go back to the original statement. I don't even think there was a crime committed here. So then it can't be more likely than not that he committed the crime, because there wasn't a crime. And so even the officer said, I didn't think there was anything criminal about this. The deputy said in one of the statements, but yet they somehow still arrest him off his lawnmower, as the kid described. You talked about some of the things he missed prom, missed basketball games, missed opportunity to be a student in the senior year. You can't get that back. So that strengthens his case when you talk about people that are sitting in some potential jury wanting to say, hey, did we rob this kid of something that now we can monetarily compensate him for? Potentially.
Khalif, it makes me wonder how this even got this far. I mean, at some point there should have been a check, right? And then for the juvenile detention center, even if the teacher, the school district says we want to suspend you, even though the sheriff's department said they went through everything, why would they go forward with the arrest?
What I can say is we're in a heightened era of rush to judgment in a number of places. Obviously, we've shifted through the Me Too, and where a number of individuals were canceled instantly. And in that era, a number of things changed, specifically instances where you're making potential threats, where folks are going to, even if it's a joke, are going to take it like it's a serious matter. And this is a situation that I think there were really no adults in the room. Even though this is a juvenile situation, you have adults that are saying, wait, this is a kid. Typically, you'd allow this to be handled inside the school. There was no harm at all, not just like, okay, a light, some type of assault or some type of fight, but there was not even an allegation of a true threat. So I don't know how we got here. And so I hate to give your answer with the I don't know, but that's the only process that I can see from this is I don't know how we got here. And that's why his attorneys are saying there needs to be something after that. And after that typically is litigation. So how do you compensate a person to make them whole for missing things that you can't compensate for? I don't know, because I don't know how you put a dollar amount on missing your senior year, but I suspect his attorney will attempt to figure that out.
Yeah, and also he's saying for the time he spent in the juvenile detention facility, which probably was
8 days, you said.
Yeah, it's a long
days.
time and maybe not the safest feeling place. So definitely interesting, and we'll follow this one to see what comes. Thanks, Khalif.
All right, 7:49. Let's bring Ted back up and talk a little weather, because it's you know what? It's really good news that for the most part for the next few days.
Yeah, good news. I mean, upper 60s with those dew points in the mid 50s to start your day. Feels relatively nice here. East-northeast winds at 9 miles per hour is not a bad start to your morning with sunshine and traffic moving at a speed limit pace on Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. We'll hold on to those clear skies for the most part as we warm up effectively. Mid 60s near 70 degrees, Charlotte into Lancaster. We're holding on to low to mid 60s, I-40 corridor, low 50s for Boone and Jefferson. Today's highs landing in what will be the mid 80s today, upper 70s, Boone and Jefferson. So high pressure building out of the north over the Ohio Valley region. Cloud cover still stuck over the Tennessee Valley into our Gulf states. That's where most of the moisture is focused at for today, but we'll cool down heading into the second half of the weekend. Sunday has that blue over the East Coast. We'll have some of the warmth and above normal temperatures through northern Texas all the way up through the Dakotas. Even into early next week, we'll hold on to some of those cooler temperatures. Warm air to our north and west over the Pacific Northwest. High pressure will leak south and east, giving us a shift in those winds, keeping the moisture to the south. But as high pressure leaks off the coast, that's going to give winds out of the south, giving us more cloud cover heading into your Saturday. So Friday night into Saturday sees partly cloudy skies, rolling in with that moisture starting to come in before retreating to the south rather quickly heading into Saturday afternoon. So more dry than wet this weekend. I'm looking at Sunday, clearing things out, holding on to sunshine, 60s on tap as we bring back that cloud cover heading into Monday of next week. Lows will settle into the mid to upper 60s tonight, low to mid 60s I-40 corridor. Upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson as we head into your early morning hours to kick off the weekend. Our 7-day forecast will continue to bring in that cool down before we rebound with those low 80s expected for the first half of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. It's a pretty sobering statistic. More children are dying every year in North Carolina. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell takes a look at what's behind the rising fatality rate for young people in the state and how leaders plan to reverse the trend. U.S. sources say a tentative deal is in place to extend the ceasefire with Iran, but will President Trump agree to it? Coming up, a live report from Washington, D.C., looking at the issues that could kill the deal. And the unexpected death of Kyle Busch shocked fans around the world. And now some doctors are claiming that it was preventable, so they're urging his widow to file a lawsuit. We'll check back in with our chief legal analyst, Collie Frodes, about whether anyone could be held accountable. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
A new statue in Georgetown, South Carolina pays tribute to Harriet Tubman. It's also shining a light on someone related to her who played a large role in the town. Tubman's grandnephew, James Rownley, lived in Georgetown and served in the Union Army during the Civil War. He also worked on the Georgetown School Board, which Tubman donated to after Rownley reported financial struggles.
I guess my hope is that people draw inspiration to lead the next generation into a better place, however they see that to be.
The display is open to the public at the Georgetown County Library. All right, stay with us. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Congratulations, you made it to Friday. Whether you had a 4-day week, a 5-day week, whatever, it doesn't matter. We all made it here together. Coming up at 8 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Zador. Weekend still hits the same whether you worked 4 or 5
true.
days.
Yep. Oh, it certainly does. I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and then you add the sunshine that's out there today.
Come on.
The beautiful weather we have on tap for Sunday. Not too worried about Saturday, so we'll throw that in there as well. Good
Throw it
weekend
all in.
ahead.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I'll take it all. The
All
good,
right.
the bad, and the ugly. I don't see any ugly.
Even better.
It's good.
Yeah, we're going to be sitting on the 70-degree range, upper 60s around the Carolinas this morning. A little bit on the lower side when it comes to dew points. That's some of the relief that we're going to have out there as we take you live outside with a look at how your morning is shaping up. Seeing the around the crown, Carolina blue skies as we look at Monroe. Our Arlington camera, top right-hand corner of your screen, top left-hand corner of your screen. We have the tower camera in the distance. Bottom left-hand corner, we are looking at Independence Boulevard. So sunshine dominating. We have a continuous sunshine expected today with those 70s locked in. East-northeast winds, 10 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-50s. I'm still seeing the Queen City in the distance. Fog not an issue this morning with those lower dew points. Anywhere from 2 to 4 to 5, even 11 and 12 degrees on the cooler side compared to where we were yesterday. Upper 60s, near 70 degrees locked in. I'm looking at mid-50s, Boone and Jefferson up through our mountain counties. Day planner. Will stay partly cloudy. I expect us to hold on to what will be those 70s through lunchtime. Highs in the 80s for the peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at your 85 degrees northeast winds, anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour, 5 to 10 miles per hour. And again, looking at that sunshine continuing to dominate heading into your afternoon. Overnight lows settle into the upper 60s as we approach your early morning hours on Saturday. Partly cloudy skies locked in as our highs, average highs this time of year typically land in the low 80s. Mid-70s Sunday, we continue to hold on to those low 80s heading into early next week. Near normal for this time of year, but still just a little bit on the cooler side. Top allergens, grass, walnut, oak. That's going to be what flares up this weekend. Medium to high pollen count. I'll break down more of what we could expect here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Let's get outside. Ted said the weather's nice, so let's get out there, right? Whether you're in a Jeep or a car or a pickup truck, it doesn't matter. It's going to be nice. Make sure you got the shades. You're going to need it. As we look around the crowd, we got 7 or 8 different incidents. None of these causing major issues. We do have another one to add to the board on the southeast and the east side of the city. We had one earlier, 485 inner, lane blocked up near Mint Hill. As you're coming around Fairview exit there, it's going to have you backed up a little bit as you work your way around to Matthews. The further you go around the bend, once you get down to Matthews, now we've got another one between Independence and John Street. We've got a lane blocked. So that's going to keep you creeping along as you get to, well, let's see, it'll be Weddington, then Providence Road as you work your way around maybe to 77. So that's in the south part of town. Here's some drive times coming out from Concord, in from Albemarle, up 74 from Monroe. You guys are actually all three looking good. Other side of town, look at this, all in the green. That is rare in the 8 o'clock hour. Whether you're coming up 85 from Gastonia, down from Lake Norman, or up from Rock Hill, they are all in the green. A couple of good-looking shots this morning with the sun shining. This is NCDOT cameras showing the Queen City skyline. There's I-77 north and south, working its way into Uptown, a little further north at the 485 interchange with 77. All directions looking good. Julian and I were just talking about, here's Lake Norman, just north of the city. Boy, if you're around any body of water this morning, wouldn't it be nice to have a cup of coffee, some hot tea, and that water just lapping up on the shore? Woo! Just soak it in. We'll give you another update of your pinpoint traffic coming up around 8:30.
Health experts and researchers say lawmakers need to do more to help protect North Carolina teenagers.
A new report shows a rise in teen homicides is contributing to the state's growing child fatality rate.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in North Charlotte with a deep dive into this data. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The North Carolina Child Fatality Task Force found that nearly 1,400 children aged 0 to 17 died in 2024. They say that equates to about 77 classrooms full of kids. And they say the worst of all is that most of the deaths were preventable. Now, they're calling particular attention to the rise in homicides, suicides, and accidental deaths involving firearms. They say that while it is down from a peak in 2021, 2024 death rates involving minors and guns is still 2.5 times higher than it was in 2015. Now, the task force is calling on the state legislature to close a major gap in the child access prevention law. Current law regulates firearm storage for gun owners who live with a minor in the home, but child advocates want to expand those rules to all owners, as they say children may visit a home or ride in a car that they don't normally with a person they don't live with, and they want to make sure each place has proper gun protections. In the meantime, a growing number of cities across the state have initiated programs, task force, and community groups to prevent teen gun violence.
Have to be involved with our community. So tonight shows our support, that law enforcement is willing to come together with the community to try to bridge that gap for those that don't like people that are in uniform.
I want to feel safe going to school.
Now, the recommendations from the task force, they also come with a financial component. Task force members recommend that the state legislature put about $2 million into programs that will distribute gun locks and educate owners on proper storage and safety. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. President Trump is reviewing a tentative agreement that U.S. sources say would extend the ceasefire in the Iran war and begin talks on the future of Iran's nuclear program.
Vice President J.D. Vance says it's still uncertain whether the president will actually sign it.
News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow joins us live with the very latest. So, Kristen, how does the vice president feel about where negotiations stand right now?
Well, at this point, Vice President Vance says that he believes there's a very good chance both sides will be able to move forward with some kind of an agreement. But he did point out that at this point, there are no guarantees President Trump will be able to approve this tentative agreement.
Vice President J.D. Vance says it's unclear when or if President Trump will sign off on a tentative agreement between the U.S. and Iran, but is hopeful about the direction of the talks.
We're going back and forth on a couple of language points. I do think that we've made a lot of progress here.
U.S. sources say the agreement that negotiators have reached, known as a Memorandum of Understanding, would extend the ceasefire by 60 days, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and create a framework for talks on Iran's nuclear program.
There are a couple of issues on the nuclear stuff, the highly enriched stockpile, and also the question of enrichment. So, we're going back and forth with them.
Vance insists the ceasefire is holding despite the U.S. and Iran trading strikes this week. The Iranian military released this video, which it says shows its missiles being launched.
These ceasefires are always a little messy, and sometimes the guys at the lower level aren't communicating with the guys at the top level. The president's been very clear that if we're fired upon, we're going to fire back.
Some Democrats say they're skeptical about a potential breakthrough in the negotiations.
I think there have been a series of false starts. I think that it calls attention to the fact that we were never quite sure what the plan was.
And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent issued a warning to other countries yesterday, particularly Oman, to not impose tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. But he later told reporters that he received assurances from Oman that they have no plans for tolls there.
And Kristen, so many people thinking about gas prices and oil right now. What's the Treasury Secretary saying about those oil prices?
So Secretary Bessent said we could see oil prices come down, quote, very quickly once the Strait of Hormuz reopens, which is something we've heard from members of the Trump administration repeatedly before. Now, we did see a dip in oil prices yesterday, shortly after this news became public of a tentative agreement.
Again, Kristen Eskow live in our nation's capital for us. Kristen, thank you.
North Carolina college graduates say that they are entering the real world with more anxiety than optimism. They're calling on lawmakers to invest in the next generation with policies to set them up for success. As State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh shows us, many of these graduates say hard work alone is no longer enough.
For generations, a college degree has been sold as a path to the American dream. But many new graduates say that dream now feels out of reach.
Today's graduates are entering an economy where rent, groceries, and healthcare costs continue to rise. Student debt weighs heavily, and many entry-level roles are disappearing or becoming harder to access.
We've lost a lot of faith in what the future holds for us. It's so much harder to own a home,
having kids one day, I thought would be exciting, but actually I'm really scared.
A recent Bank of America survey found 42% of Gen Z, those are people ranging in age from 14 to 29, say they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Gas prices are reaching new highs every day, to the point that I cut corners in my groceries to afford it.
Recent college graduates are also facing a tougher job market. The Economic Policy Institute found unemployment for young college graduates climbed to more than 5% this spring.
I applied to over 300 jobs with little success.
And for many young graduates like Kayla Vu, the pressures of adulthood extend far beyond finding a job.
The weight of feeling financially responsible for my family's well-being. During one of the most important periods of my college career, post-graduation planning had to take a back seat to survival.
Many college graduates are now calling on lawmakers to invest in affordable housing, education, healthcare, and economic policies they say would help their generation succeed. In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
A new study reveals healthcare costs in North Carolina are some of the highest in the country. Wallet Hub researchers found households spend nearly 9% of their monthly income on those out-of-pocket costs. That's 7th highest in the U.S. and comes out to about $530 a month. South Carolina ranked 41st on the list. Still ahead, placing the blame after the unexpected death of a NASCAR champion. Chief Legal Analyst Collie Frodes joins us once again to talk about why some doctors believe the Bush family may have a case. Ted?
And we are looking at our overall setup. Moisture to our south, stationary front, working as the goalie, keeping all of that moisture at bay, playing into a beautiful Friday. That's going to leak into our weekend. I'll break down that weekend forecast, to cool down on the way, all with a check of your forecast coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now with a live look over Independence Boulevard, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Some doctors and fans are urging the wife of late NASCAR champion Kyle Busch to file a lawsuit following her husband's death. The two-time champion died last week at just 41 years old. He died as a result of complications from pneumonia, which then led to sepsis. His death certificate stated that Bush had been battling bacterial pneumonia for days to weeks before he passed.
And just weeks before his death, Bush was heard over radio during a race asking for a doctor and a shot. Health officials say that was likely the time period that he would have needed to be hospitalized in order to fight the infection that later killed him.
Joining us now is our chief analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, when we talk about the duties of the medical team, when they advise something, that's one thing, but can they actually force an athlete, a driver in this case, to say, no, you have to go to the hospital, you can't get in the car or the truck?
Well, I think you got to step back and see what they're advising. That's probably going to be the first step. And again, this is an unfortunate situation. Obviously, this is all people are suspecting that would be the logical next step for some type of lawsuit. I say it all the time, we're a litigious society, and not that folks are trying to place blame, but just trying to find some type of closure in situations like this. Typically, closure ends in a lawsuit. So where do you start? It's a wrongful death mixed with some type of medical malpractice claim. And so wrongful death, I've talked to you guys about it a number of times. Duty, breach, causation, damages, right? The hardest part in this claim is going to be that causation. It's but for you failing to do something, in this case you doctors, this wouldn't have occurred. And then that proximate cause is also part of causation. It's that you are actually the reason that this happened. And so your negligence, your failure to do this now caused and led to this occurring. That is always going to be the hardest. Obviously the damages, when you talk about wrongful death, the worst type of damage is not like a broken arm or some injured soft tissue injury. This is the ultimate worst type of injury that you can have. And so the causation will be where this will head. And so how do you get these type of cases resolved? It's going to be experts, the doctors that will come in and say, did this doctor, did his team of doctors use the typical standard of care? Not did he follow whatever care was, but was the proper care provided? Did they advise him properly that this is what you're dealing with? This is the steps that you should take, and this will give you the result that you want to get. If the advice wasn't given, if the proper procedure wasn't given, regardless if he failed to adhere to it or not, that's going to be the first step, is did they give the proper advice to treat what he was dealing with?
So it sounds like his wife is not out of the gate pursuing this on her own. She's having friends and other people urging her to do this. Does this realistically seem like this could be a case that will come together? I mean, you obviously have to go through discovery. You'd have to go through the depositions, interrogatories. You'd have to find out, looking at communications. I mean, he was in a race the week before he passed away. They talked about him asking for some type of shot. So there was obviously a time frame that he had already been battling with this. You want to see what kind of communication was his doctor having with him, and I would assume he has a team of doctors and individuals that had communicated with him over that time frame to be advising him, as you mentioned, to maybe not raise, to maybe take a step back, because these are the types of things where you would need some type of medical care to be able to fight this. And as I mentioned, if it ultimately went to trial, that's what you would have. You'd have experts on one side saying the standard of care was followed. You'd have experts on the other side saying, no, the standard of care was not followed. And then you'd have to have a jury of your peers determining if they understand and believe what the standard of care actually is.
And we know, Khalif, that medical malpractice is very hard to win, right? If you're at a big hospital, you have a lot of protections. What are the protections for perhaps a team doctor where they're not perhaps associated with a big hospital? Do they still have the same sort of protections? Is it just as difficult?
The protections is going to be the standard of care. And so while filing a lawsuit against a massive hospital will be a David versus Goliath, because they have unlimited resources, right? But going against just an individual doctor or a team doctor that's not connected to a hospital is still going to be hard, because fighting the standard of care is going to be the largest hurdle. And I won't say it leans heavily towards defense, but it's going to be, you're going to have to find an expert that shows that this doctor or team of doctors drastically deviated from what the standard of care was. Not just, okay, they slightly turned, but this is what the standard of care is, and you went the entire different way. If you're able to prove that as a plaintiff, you can be successful. But mostly the defense will bring in their own experts to say, well, the standard of care is here, and they were here, which is still within that guidelines of what the standard of care should be.
Khalif, again, we're talking about, and it's a tragedy that we're even talking about his death. How big could this get? Because you're going after the team of doctors, but could NASCAR be involved, saying you as a league, you have oversight ability to know if the drivers are not possibly in peak medical condition? What is your duty to make sure that they don't get behind the wheel of a car?
It wouldn't fall into the medical malpractice aspect of it, but it could contribute to the wrongful death aspect of it. And so they would potentially be a named party if this is, again, down down the road, if this is a route that the family wanted to take, that there could be a potential avenue for there. What processes in place do you have to ensure that your drivers are up to medical standards to be able to even be there? But they would have also had to have contributed to the harm. While I think they would have a duty and the potential breach of the duty, the causation aspect for them would be extremely limited, if zero. And so even if they're a named party, I don't think it would be successful against them.
All right, our Chief Legal Analyst, Khalif Rhodes, weighing in on that. Thank you.
It's 8:19 on this Friday. Nice looking weekend coming up here. Ted, what do we need to know for the next few days?
Yeah, we need to know that it's going to be pretty nice out there. East-northeast winds right now, 10 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 70s. Dew points in the mid-50s as we head out and about. Mostly sunny skies, clear conditions as we look at a quiet start to your Friday. 60s along that I-40 corridor, mid-50s, Boone and Jefferson. Holding on to those highs, making a run for what will be the mid-80s. Heading into the peak heating hours of the day, upper 70s for our mountain counties. Now, high pressure continues to leak south, continuing to squeeze that moisture out of the Carolinas. Mostly sunny skies here to end the work week. That stationary front will stay parked to our south, keeping our flood and rain potential over Louisiana into our Gulf states. And then by Sunday, our below normal temperatures settle into the eastern United States, still holding on to those cooler than normal temperatures, especially as we head into the first half of next week. I think we'll settle in the low 80s through your Wednesday, Thursday into next weekend. So overall, high pressure continues to drive your forecast, giving us sunny skies here close to home. Not seeing too many impacts for your Friday afternoon and evening. Some building cloud cover overnight. Saturday, mostly cloudy with a few pop-up showers. Isolated in nature, pushing south. Even further, pushing the clock earlier right now. So we have the rain set up over I-85 and south right around 3 o'clock and exit. If you have a cookout or something, start around 4 o'clock. I think you're good to go here heading into Saturday afternoon. Overall, we are going to see sunny skies dominate heading into your Sunday. Second half of the weekend will be cooler with those 70s moving in. I'm expecting those clouds to return, though, approaching Monday, as we'll start the work week with a little bit of that rain and also bring in those low 80s for early next week. Overnight lows bottom out in what will be the mid to upper 60s, 50s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will break down those 70s by Sunday, back into the low 80s heading into the mid portions of next week. Jason?
All right. Thank you very much, Ted. As we go to break, let's take a live look, looking straight up at the Chrysler Building in New York City. Man, gorgeous shot as they're also kicking off a Friday morning. Guess what else looks nice? The futures. We're a little over an hour from the opening bell, going off at 9:30, but the Dow's up 137 points. S&P, NASDAQ also in the green. We will track down and join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange after this break. It is 8:24. Welcome back. Waymo has a new Chinese-made robo-taxi, and big tech could be raking in big money from our data. Jane King's live to New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, whoo, we made it to Friday.
Hi, James, we did. Happy Friday to you. And it looks like another positive start, at least today. We've had a lot of green lately. In fact, yesterday, all the indexes closed at records. We've seen the NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, Russell 2000, that's a bunch of small companies, all at records yesterday. So the markets rose on hopes of an Iran deal, and we're still seeing chip companies with the AI trade continue to do well. Well, tech companies could be raking in more than $1 million a pop from every American's online data over a few decades. Now, the AI firms specifically could potentially reap millions more, according to this new study. Now, businesses that track individuals' data stand to net up to $1.08 million per U.S. resident over about 60 years, or from ages 13 to 73, a typical person's main web using years, according to the free internet group Web3 Foundation. And Alphabet's Waymo adding newly designed vehicles to its fleet of robo-taxis. The new OJI vehicle, I'm not even exactly sure how to say it. They're roomier, they have a removable steering wheel, they cost less to manufacture, they are made in China than the prior Waymo models, and rides will be available soon in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Phoenix, San Diego, Vegas, and Denver. Back to you, Jason.
Yeah, Jane, I don't know how to pronounce it either. OJI. I guess we will learn.
I will learn, because I have a feeling I'll be talking about it again.
Yes, we will. Jane, listen, have a great hour. We'll catch up with you at 9:30 right after the opening bell. Appreciate that. You're watching Queen City News on this Friday morning. Inbound Independence traffic looking good. We'll be back.
coming up on 8:30 here on your Friday morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is meteorologist Ted Phaeton. What day is it?
Oh, Friday.
Want to make sure the back row, and if you're wherever you are, I want to make sure you can hear that. It's
Collection
Friday.
plates coming around now.
That's it. That's it. So whether you had a 4-day, a 5-day week, it doesn't matter. We're all making it at the same time, rolling into Friday and then the weekend, which looks really nice.
Yeah, it looks really nice. Listen, everybody's working for the weekend, and we're going to get the return on that investment today as we get into the upper 70s, mid 80s for Uptown Metro. We're going to be more in the way of the upper 70s towards our mountain counties. So looking right now over our tower camera out of West Charlotte with the Queen City in the distance, we look at those clear skies and a nice warm start to your day, and we'll make a run for what will be those mid 80s, but winds stay light out of the northeast, east-northeast wind right now at 10 miles per hour. We're at 70 degrees, much lower on the dew point, so that's good news. Holding on to a temperature change of anywhere from 2 to 5 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. 11 degrees cooler, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at upper 60s, near 70 degrees, Charlotte and surrounding areas, mid 50s for our mountain counties. Day planner. We'll bring in more of those partly cloudy skies. Again, looking at what will be those mid 70s come lunchtime, low 80s, peak heating hours of the day. So 85 degrees, partly cloudy and pleasant, northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. We'll have a pleasant afternoon for the end of the work week with overnight lows settling into what will be the upper 60s heading into your early morning hours on Saturday. So partly cloudy skies linger. High temperatures sit in the low 80s for our average highs this time of year. That's not too far off, especially on Saturday. Back into the 70s on Sunday with those low 80s heading into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. So we're going to be holding on to those near normal conditions for the first half of next week. Top allergens with your pollen forecast to watch out for: grasses, walnut, oak. That pollen goes from medium to high as we approach the weekend. Mountain counties will bring in those 70s, cooling down into the upper 60s Sunday. Rain chances Saturday and Monday. Will break down more coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you. 8:31, let's step outside. It's looking nice. It's feeling nice. And we had a couple of incidents that have disappeared in the last half hour, which is we always like to see. Let's take you out to the east, the southeast part of the city, down towards Matthews. Now, we had 2 incidents. We had 2 different spots on 45 Inner that were blocked. The first one was just up around the bend. You can see towards Mint Hill. It's still a little bit red up there. We had a lane blocked. That's cleared. That's good news. Now it's just the one near John Street in Matthews. We've got the inner lane blocked. So it's backed up a little bit to Independence Boulevard. That's kind of typical for this time of day, honestly. So hopefully they'll have that cleared by 9 o'clock. Drive times coming down from Concord, in from Albemarle, up 74 from Monroe. You guys are all in great shape. Same can be said for the other side of town, which is crazy. It's rare this time of day. Gastonia, Mooresville, Rock Hill, everywhere in between. You guys are looking good on the west and north part of town. Let's take you outside. Beautiful shot, courtesy of NCDOT. Look at that skyline. Look at nice there this morning. That's 77 southbound traffic on the right, working its way down into the Queen City. Toll lanes right through the center of the screen there, a little further north at the 485-77 interchange. Things are looking good. Let's take you up near Lake Norman. The camera, they flipped it around on us. It was looking at the lake. Now we're looking down south towards Davidson. That is southbound traffic on the right-hand side. Here's Independence Boulevard. It's all looking good. It's all up to you. Don't mess it up. No pressure. Don't be distracted with your phone. We'll wrap up your pinpoint traffic at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Julian?
All right, Jason, thank you. The man accused of the infamous Sun Drop murders in Concord is no stranger to law enforcement. Even though the case went unsolved for nearly 2 decades, authorities thousands of miles away say the suspect was actually on their radar. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a closer look at his criminal past.
Microfilm stored at the Cabarrus County Public Library depicts the terror felt in Concord in the aftermath of the Sun Drop murders. Headlines of the double homicide at the Sun Drop bottling facility captured the front page the day after it happened in June 2008, and the alleged shooter remained at large until last week.
I called patrol officers and had them come and place him into custody. He was out standing by the roadways.
Detective Sergeant Josh Paulus was in the area when 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was picked up by police in Port Angeles, Washington. Their database shows he had about 288 contacts with police since November of 2011. 14 of those times he was arrested, and twice those arrests were for felonies.
I just know about that first contact in 2011, which was actually me as a patrol officer. I was the first one to contact him. The majority of our calls with him include yelling and screaming and making some sort of disturbance. In my own interactions with him, he's been able to kind of self-regulate and talk with police.
At the library Thursday, we found photos of Talbert in 3 yearbooks. He graduated from Mount Pleasant High School in 2002, 6 years before the killings of Donna Barnhart and Daryl Knowles.
I don't know that they had any idea of who they were dealing with other than a very mentally ill man who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the jail for various reasons.
Brian McLean is the editor of the Peninsula Daily News in Port Angeles. He says he was covering a separate murder case last Friday when he heard Talbert's case coming up next.
My jaw dropped because of the connection and because of the serious nature of the charges, for sure. At his court appearance last Friday, he was very disheveled, very difficult to understand, mumbled quite a bit.
McLean says he learned Talbert was picked up in a field across from a facility that houses homeless people. Talbert had been staying there but was kicked out and living on the streets.
I'm happy that we were able to help resolve some of that for your community.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A Clover police officer is in jail accused of using a gun to threaten her boyfriend. This happened around 5:30 yesterday afternoon in Chester. Deputies are charging 44-year-old Mara Anderton with domestic violence, possession of a weapon during a violent crime, and resisting arrest. Jail records don't show any bond set. A Clover police spokesperson says that Anderton was placed on administrative leave without pay following her arrest, and that the department is now conducting an internal investigation. New this morning, investigators are looking into the cause of an overnight fire in West Charlotte. It started around 1:45 on Midland Avenue. That's just off Wilkinson Boulevard, not too far from the Walmart Supercenter. Crews were able to put the fire out in less than 30 minutes, and there are no reported injuries.
North Carolina prisons are running with half the number of correctional officers that they need. And the state says that low pay is forcing employees to leave their jobs. The budget plan that Republican leaders in the General Assembly are pushing would give those officers a 15% raise. Democratic Governor Josh Stein says their increases should be at least 15%. State leaders say hiring isn't as much of an issue as retention.
We are using now a contingent hiring model to address the problem. Once someone passes through the initial steps of getting hired, we put them to work immediately in other roles as the certification steps continue to play out. That means that people get hired, onboarded, and paid quickly.
The job vacancies are also causing issues with inmate housing. Prisons have more than 5,000 vacant beds that can't be used due to lack of staffing. South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn will host his 34th annual Fish Fry today in Columbia, featuring some 2028 Democratic presidential hopefuls. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear and California Congressman Ro Khanna are expected to attend. Clyburn is South Carolina's only Democrat in Congress. Just this week, state senators blocked an effort to redraw the lines for Clyburn's 6th district in order to favor Republican opponents. Clyburn is also a power broker whose endorsement helped secure the Democratic presidential nomination for Joe Biden in 2020.
New polling shows a GOP primary for South Carolina's next governor is in a dead heat. 3 of the leading candidates are all separated by less than 1%. As chief political correspondent Annie Weber tells us, these latest numbers give the lieutenant governor the lead.
South Carolinians, today is day 1 of my campaign for governor.
New polling out this week from Atlanta-based the Trafalgar Group say Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette has a slight lead over 2 opponents in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Of the 1,200 Republican voters surveyed from May 21st to the 24th, 19.9% support Evette. 19.4% plan to vote for Attorney General Alan Wilson, while 19% want millionaire businessman Ron Reddy.
It is so wide open right now that anybody, it's like a horse race, can win by a nose here. just stick that nose out at the right moment.
York County Congressman Ralph Norman came in at 15.9%, while Charleston area Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a support of 14.5% of the respondents surveyed. Other candidates sit in the single digits, like State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who came in at 2.3%.
There's all kind of earned media things that can happen. And then, of course, we can't, last minute attacks. This is when they tend to happen. And last minute spending.
Early voting in South Carolina is already underway, with primary day set for June 9th. With so many candidates vying for the seat, a runoff is highly likely. If no one gets more than a majority of the vote, the top two candidates will face off on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
North Carolina's drought conditions are improving in some areas after much-needed rain. Only 36% of the state is under an extreme drought compared to 65% last week, but some areas are not seeing improvements. Water levels at Falls Lake in Wake County are down to 74%. It's 4 feet below where it should be for this time of year. The lake is Raleigh's primary water source.
Falls Lake is very reliant on what happens over Durham as well, not only because the Neuse River watershed extends that far north, but also because Durham's reservoirs really have to fill before that water can start to trickle down and refill falls.
Raleigh officials are keeping water restrictions in place until the lake is back to 95%.
The time is 8:40 right now. Still to come, the Carolina Hurricanes are looking to make their conference final dreams come true tonight. How the team is preparing for another game in Raleigh. You're watching Queen City News on this Friday morning. Traffic looking good on I-85 in West Charlotte. We will be right back.
The Panthers are putting some focus on defense ahead of the upcoming season.
And the Canes are just one win away from taking home the Eastern Conference title.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has those stories in your morning sports.
Well, this week we had the first look at the Panthers as they gear up for the 2026 season. Bryce Young stepping up in a big way, and Ejiro Evero's defense with plenty of new faces. And as they kicked off, they're coming off an NFC South winning season that saw improvements in a lot of areas. Bryce Young had a career year in passing yards and touchdowns, and Ejiro Evero's led defense, one that's come under fire quite a bit, had a big bounce back from an atrocious 2024 season. middle of the pack when it came to team defense, thanks to the play of some of the new guys from last year. Nick Scorton, Lathan Ransom, specifically Cam Jackson is an interior tackle the team is hoping it can take a leap along a deep defensive line, while Evero hopes there's jumps across the board to take another step.
Yeah, we're expecting the same leap from Cam as we expect from all of our second-year players. It's the more experience you get, whether it's in the games and practice, experience with our systems, experience with the techniques and fundamentals that being asked of Coach Wash, all of those things have got to come to life for him and all the players in his situation. And so, we're expecting a big jump, and we know how critical the play on the interior is, especially on the interior D-line. And I think it's a great opportunity for Cam to take advantage and make something happen off of it.
Here's a snapshot of what the Panthers defense looked like in the 2025 season. The Black and Blue allowed 22.4 points per game. They also allowed 20 passing touchdowns as well as 20 rushing touchdowns. Carolina gave up 123 yards on the ground per game. Not the best run defense in 2025, and maybe the most concerning part of all of this. The Panthers allowed 338 yards per game, and that was on full display against the Rams to end the wild card playoff game. All right, heading over to the ice, the Carolina Hurricanes are one win shy of the Stanley Cup final. After the Canes had a goal frenzy against a Canadiens team who pretty much didn't show up to their own arena in Game 4, so Rod Brindamore's squad walked away with a 4-0 win and now lead the series 3-1. But it's hard to forget how the Habs came out in Game 1 and forced overtime in Games 2 and 3, so the Canes can't overlook them, that's for sure. But if Carolina put on anything close to the dominating performance that they did in Game 4, they'll be suiting up for their first Stanley Cup final since winning it in 2006. And here's a look now at some of the team leaders during the 2026 postseason. Just one win away from that Stanley Cup final. Leading the pack is Taylor Hall. He has 4 goals and 9 assists to his name during this playoff run. Jackson Blake following suit with Hall having identical stats. Logan Stankov in the goal-scoring machine has 8 goals and an assist, totaling 9 points. And the defenseman Keandre Miller finds his way into the top 5 despite not having any goals scored, 8 assists for Miller. And rounding out the top 5 leaders is Nikolai Ehlers. He has 4 goals and 4 assists this postseason. And the Canes will take the ice at the Lenovo Center tonight at 8 with the possibility of punching their ticket to the Stanley Cup Finals.
8:46, you're looking live at Nashville, where stock car racing is taking center stage this week, and the Cracker Barrel 400 returns to the Music City. But before the main event, both the Truck and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will run. Truck racing takes place tonight with the Allegiance 200 under the Friday night lights of the Nashville Super Speedway. Then tomorrow, you can watch the pros from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series take part in the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250. Then finally, the main event on Sunday, the Cracker Barrel 400. You can catch all the latest racing action on Carolina Sports Live.
Let's get over to Ted to talk about the weather this weekend. Man, it's going to be nice. Listen, I know a guy that might have to mow, Ted.
Okay.
I know a guy. Is it today, tomorrow, or Sunday? Which is the go and mow day?
I would say Sunday is the best day, but somebody might have let it get a little out of control, and he might have to do it today.
Oh.
Huh.
I'm just saying.
I don't know what guy. I don't know what guy you know. But the guy I know didn't let it get out of control, but might need to do it this weekend.
So we know a different guy.
Yeah, it sounds like
guy,
it.
but
Sounds like it.
Similar problems, though.
Similar problems. Yeah. We're all in it. But at least it's not going to be raining today or for your Sunday. We have those cooler temperatures this afternoon. Temperatures at 70 degrees, east-northeast winds 10 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-50s as you head out and about here for your morning this Friday. 72 degrees, Charlotte, Monroe. We're in the upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Upper 60s, low 70s, I-40 corridor. Highs today make a run for what will be the mid-80s heading into your peak heating hours. 77 degrees, Boone and Jefferson. We are looking at clouds and radar with high pressure to our north dipping south. And again, that stationary front settles over our Gulf states, keeping that moisture locked in, playing into some flood potential for parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. It will cool down second half of the weekend, with, again, those below normal temperatures coming into play as we approach your Sunday. Still looking at a slow cool down in below normal conditions as we head into early next week. Low 80s likely sticking around into early June. High pressure will continue to bring in those clear conditions for your Friday to finish off the work week. Winds shift from the northeast to the southeast, pulling in some of that moisture, giving us a low-end rain chance heading into Saturday morning. The showers and storms will pop early afternoon, pushing south rather quickly by 3 o'clock, exiting our region and then giving us some good sunshine for the end of your Saturday. Clear heading into Sunday with cooler temperatures settled in. A cooler air will come in from the north as we approach the end of the weekend. In terms of our overnight lows, I'm expecting us to settle in the upper 60s, more in the way of the upper 50s for your early morning hours on Saturday. 7-day forecast will be bringing in those 70s Sunday, 80s Monday, all the way through your Thursday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, if you are less than thrilled about having dinner with a screaming child at the next table over, you might support the growing suggestion of adults-only dining. In a new survey of 1,000 U.S. adults, 75% said that restaurants should offer some form of child-free dining, whether that's having a designated seating area, late-night restrictions on children, or if they are in a romantic setting.
So nearly half supported having different seating, while 46% supported late night and romantic setting restrictions. The survey also found that parents support the idea even more than those without children.
All right, you three have children.
Yep.
Where do y'all fall on it?
I'm split. I think it's on parents. The reason that people don't like dining out with kids nearby is because they're screaming, they're throwing food, they're running around, and the parents are doing absolutely nothing about it. So I think it depends on the parent, and you have to actually pay attention to your child. They're throwing a fit, get that boxed up and go.
So yes or no? Come on. Don't give a political answer.
Yeah, I think that
kids
restaurants,
are allowed?
well, yes, but like restaurants can offer adult-only options.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to see whether it's the bar area or what used to be the smoking area, you know, decades ago. turn that into the adult area. Like, try it. Let's just see how it goes for a couple months.
As a parent, stay over there, kids.
Oh, yeah?
Wow.
Over there?
Wow.
I feel like, like an 8 p.m. or 9 p.m., right?
Yeah.
9 p.m. and after.
Like a curfew?
Yeah.
I think so.
I think that's fair. They need to be in bed anyway.
Location and time frame.
There we go.
A section of the
What's the
restaurant.
cutoff, though? What about like 15, 6? Where do you allow kids back in? Like, what's the age?
It's not always age. It's how you act.
Oh, how you
It's
act?
how you act.
That's a lot of responsibility for the host.
Maybe 10.
It is.
Maybe 10.
10?
I don't
10?
know.
Age does not
10.
equal
Is that too
maturity.
old?
Man.
I think it's too young.
Clearly, we're all over the place.
Yeah.
with
We are.
this,
We
but
don't know what's going on.
I'm at least, let's try it. Let's try something
Sure.
because it's tough, especially when you go to an adult-ish
16.
kind of place.
Show me your
16?
learner's permit.
Oh,
All right.
okay. Okay, I like
All right,
that.
There we go. We're going to keep it going. Someone do it in Charlotte, and we'll test it out. Coming up on 9 o'clock, just a few minutes away, you're watching Queen City News. We thank you. Happy Friday. We'll be back.
A Blue Origin rocket burst into flames in Florida last night, setting up a bright and fiery scene into the sky. Blue Origin says a New Glenn rocket blew up during an engine firing test ahead of a planned satellite launch next week. The sky was lit with an orange glow following the explosion. Thankfully, no one was hurt during the incident. Blue Origin owner Jeff Bezos says the company is working to find out what exactly happened. The New Glenn rocket was actually grounded in April after putting a satellite into the wrong orbit because of an engine failure.
If you're scared of roller coasters, look away. A car on the Iron Shark coaster at Pleasure Pier in Texas got stuck near the top of its 100-foot vertical lift. 8 people on board had to have firefighters pull them off the coaster one at a time. They hooked them up to harnesses to climb down that ladder all the way down to the ground. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. Might take a long time to get back in the saddle, so to speak, for those coaster riders. All right, coming up on our 9 o'clock hour, stay with us. Queen City News Now continues.
City News starts now.
Good Friday morning, everyone. Welcome into our 9 o'clock and final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Amy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I am meteorologist Ted Payton. So thankful that we made it.
Come on, Ted.
What is happening over here? Ted, you look like you're preaching in church. Julian, I don't know if you're in the choir or what's going on, but I like whatever the message is.
We can't get it.
Come on, together now.
Man.
Slightly off.
That's generous.
Ever so slightly off.
That is true.
In general and in clap.
That's fitting. That's fitting.
We had
Ted, what's the word? What's the message today?
What's the word?
What is the good word?
Here's a good word, Ted.
When the skies opened up and
Yes.
the sun smiled down on the Queen City. Heading out and about on this Friday.
Preach.
Go ahead and pass the plate.
Preach.
Let's just go ahead and take a live look.
Let's do it.
Save us, please.
On I-85 this morning, 73 degrees, east winds 9 miles per hour. Temperatures are separated enough from the dew points at 54 degrees. We are looking at a nice quiet start to your morning and holding on to what will be a slightly cooler start, anywhere from 4 to 5 to 9 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. Charlotte, Monroe, low 70s. We're in the upper 50s for Boone and Jefferson, upper 60s, low 70s, I-40 corridor. As we head into your afternoon, we're going to ramp up 70s on tap, mid 70s with those partly cloudy skies. Highs will get into what will be the low 80s for the peak heating hours of the day. Northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Those mid 80s will be slightly above normal for this time of year. Partly cloudy skies, nice and pleasant to end the work week. I'll break down more of what our overall setup looks like here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. New research shows while infant deaths in North Carolina are at a historic low, older children are dying at an increasing rate.
State officials say most of the deaths are preventable, and lawmakers have an opportunity to make meaningful changes.
Queen City News Anchor Savannah Russell is live in North Charlotte with a look at how the state compares nationally. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Overall, the U.S. childhood fatality rate between the years 2005 to 2024, that dropped 15%. But in the same time frame, North Carolina minors, their deaths increased by 3%. They want to reverse this trend. Now, overall, North Carolina ranks about 12th nationally when it comes to U.S. Childhood death rates. Now, they say that is actually up 5% or 5 spots, rather, from just the year before. So the top 3 leading causes of death for kids in the state, they're car crashes, other non-car related accidents, and now homicides. Task force leaders say that deaths associated with homicides grew more than any other category, with 15 to 17-year-old victims as the most common ages. North Carolina's Child Fatality Task Force is now calling on lawmakers to take more protective action, such as restricting social media platforms from collecting minors' data and holding them accountable for harmful content on their sites. Other child advocates are pushing for similar changes even on the federal level.
They need to put some safety features in place when they're designing these products if they're going to market them to kids. Our kids are gone. It's too late. I'm here on Capitol Hill for the 14th time to protect, with these other parents, to protect other families, other kids.
North Carolina's Child Fatality Task Force recommends several other changes for the state legislature, such as increasing the age for the sale of tobacco from 18 to 21, closing some loopholes in child motor vehicle safety acts, as well as increasing funding for school counselors, school nurses to help, and as well as social workers to help with students' mental health. Reporting live in North Charlotte, Savannah Russell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Some new legal challenges for a controversial Fort Mill manufacturing facility. Silfab Solar is facing lawsuits accusing the company of not paying contractors.
And the case has come nearly 3 months after a pair of chemical leaks caused a temporary shutdown at the solar panel plant and then led to new investigations. Several construction companies claim Silfab Solar owes them more than $3 million in unpaid bills.
Queen City News reporter David Schumann dug through the records.
We had a contract. We do the work, they paid for it, and it should be that simple.
Working with Fort Mill manufacturer Silfab Solar has been anything but simple for Christina Horton and Southern Piedmont Piping. Executives with the Anson County Construction Company have filed a lawsuit claiming Silfab owes them more than $140,000.
It makes an impact on bonuses, it makes an impact on raises, it makes an impact on how we're going to budget for the next year.
Christina says Southern Piedmont completed its work for Silfab last year, and then Silfab stopped paying on time. She says they haven't even responded to her emails since April. Southern Piedmont's experience doesn't appear to be unique. Records show 4 other North and South Carolina contractors have a total of more than $2.9 million in legal claims currently filed against Silfab, including a new one from a Fort Mill construction equipment company filed Tuesday for more than $1 million. There's also a second pending lawsuit from a York County HVAC company claiming more than $30,000 in unpaid work. Horton is frustrated with her situation, especially because she says the people on site were great to work with.
Whether it's budgeting or payments or whatever, you know, someone's dropped the ball somewhere, so those who are trying to do the right thing can't do the right thing.
A Silfab spokesperson sent Queen City News a statement saying, "We continue to work with our service providers and suppliers to ensure everyone is in good standing. Silfab Solar doesn't comment on active litigation other than to be confident in our positions." The manufacturer that many in Fort Mill feel is dangerous and want gone from the town is also facing a whistleblower lawsuit. A former technician claims he was fired last year for speaking up about various safety hazards. Silfab denies the allegations. Horton says she wishes she didn't have to waste Silfab's time or her own with the lawsuit.
I would really like for them just to pay the full amount and us be done with it.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
All right, joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, there's a saying, don't kick a horse while it's down. But I feel like when you're talking about lawsuits, everybody hops on when they're saying, okay, well, they owe you money? Well, they owe us money too. It keeps on getting worse, it seems like, at least for Silfab Solar.
I may not be Ted Payton, but I know when it rains, it pours. You got chemical spills, you got wrongful termination lawsuits, and now you have multiple unpaid, seems like breach of contracts. This is cookie cutter breach of contract from law school. If you've ever been to those contracts classes, this is clear as day. Offer, acceptance, and consideration. They drill that home for about 15 weeks. That offer, I mean, you've made there. I've reached out to them or they reached out to me for some type of service. They've accepted my agreement to do said services, and then the consideration. There has to be an exchange. There has to be one side saying I'm paying, the other side saying I'm giving a service, and now you have a contract. It's binding. And these companies that were listed there that David went through and found have some pending lawsuits, have either completed the service or done partial service, and now they're saying, hey, I haven't been fully compensated. There is no other way around it unless they can say we were unhappy with the services. Maybe we've paid and the payment got lost in the mail. And I laugh because those are examples in law school where people have paid. Folks have attempted to sue, like, well, we paid you, but you never cashed a check. But this seems like that SOFAP is dealing with a number of things from all directions, and this just seems to be mounting up.
I mean, you got multiple companies. We just saw in David's piece, anywhere from $30,000 all the way up to $1.4 million. You put all that together, you're looking around $3 million. The more people that are in on a claim, does it convolute? Does it kind of just make it messy? Or does it kind of make, from a jury standpoint, go, okay, look how serious. Everyone's jumping on board. We got to make a decision.
Each and every claim will be independent. So if these ultimately went to trial, the Sun Belt rental would be separate from the other companies. So a potential juror wouldn't know anything about those other pending lawsuits, and it would be improper for plaintiffs to bring in, hey, aren't you being sued by this other company as well? That would be an improper attempt to try to diminish them during the claim, and so that wouldn't be able to be brought in. But what I can tell you is, in the court of public opinion, it doesn't look good. Now, if you're going to some type of bankruptcy, if you're going through some type of dissolution, then yes, a person has a claim. Now you're secured your right to get to this debt. Now you're in line. So it's at first to file. I have this outstanding debt. Okay, I'm attempting to collect my debt. I filed a claim on it. So if ultimately there's 20 people online, you want to be number one. You don't want to be number 20 because there may not be any resources left by the time they get to 20.
What would be the worst penalty that the company could face for not paying its bills? We know people want to get it shut down for separate reasons, but is there any agency that could come in and shut it down for not paying contractors?
Well, the worst penalty that could be is not even another company shutting them down, but it could be unfair and deceptive trade practices. If someone brings the claim against them for that, that's treble damages. So say if you owe me $1 million and then I can get you on the hook for unfair and deceptive trade practices, now it's $3 million.
Wow.
Just on its own. So that's the type of lawsuit as a company that you don't want.
Khalif, real quick, we got about 30 seconds left. If you are advising Silfab Solar, what are you trying to do here?
Go through your books and make sure that you're starting to pay folks as soon as you can. Ensure that you've went through, and either if you don't have the resources to pay fully, in some type of agreement with these folks so you can start settling some of these cases. Because remember, you want to go in front of the court and get settlement agreements in front of them as quick as possible before this spirals out of control.
All right. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes, thank you so much.
Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Payton. We've been talking about this nice weather not only today, but stringing it and stretching it through Sunday, Ted.
Yeah, we're going to stretch that bad boy as much as we can. High pressure off to our north. That's going to continue to dip south, giving us a nice clear and quiet end to the work week. A stationary front here over the southeast, giving us some of those showers that are continuing to move in. Our moisture stays locked in over our Gulf states, giving us the flood concerns from parts of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Panhandle of Florida, up into Tennessee, Arkansas. I'm expecting that dry air to continue to funnel into the Carolinas. We could tell with our water vapor satellite imagery showing that brown to our north, some of the gray, the white, and the green to our south and west, with our drought conditions slightly improving from last week into this week, but still a long ways to go before we really climb out of this hole that we find ourselves in, with radar here nice and quiet to end the work week. I'll break down more of your weekend forecast. Rain chances coming into your Saturday, and then cooler by Sunday. All that coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and wrap up our pinpoint traffic reports for the day and for the week. It really it hasn't been too bad. It's been pleasant, I will say. It kind of matches the weather, right? We had an issue, two of them actually, on the inside loop of 485 on the east side of the city. One closer to Mint Hill, the other one down by Matthews, John Street. Both have cleared. That is good news as we are on the backside of rush hour this morning. Let's go and give you some drive times. If you're coming down 85 from Cabarrus County, in from Albemarle, up 74 from Monroe through Indian Trail and Matthews, you guys are all looking good. On the other side of town, look at that, all 12 minutes or less. That is awesome. Don't, take advantage of that, but make sure you're not distracted when you're driving, acting like it's a racetrack out there. Here's a shot from NCDOT just north of the city on 77 north and south traffic, looking great right there, including the toll lanes a little further north up near the 485-77 interchange. A little breezy out there, but all stretches looking good. Up near Lake Norman, this is looking south towards Davidson. This is between Davidson and Mooresville. Those 4-6 lanes looking good as well. Inbound Independence. We like what we see. Let's wrap up with your drive times to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Things are looking good, all in the green as well. 16 minutes from Uptown, a little over half an hour coming up from Rock Hill, but you have the longest stretch to go from Cornelius. You guys are all looking good. Like I said, don't be overconfident and get a speeding ticket to kick off your weekend. Annie?
Officials with a popular video game are telling parents to rest assured after they're rolling out some new changes, how Roblox is working to make sure kids stay safe online. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Time is 9:14. Crews are investigating what led up to a large explosion after a reported gas leak at a Dallas, Texas apartment complex. That explosion killed 3 people and injured 5 others. Officials say a gas leak was reported a short time before the explosion killed 2 women and a child. Dallas Fire Rescue said 3 people were taken to the hospital and 2 others took themselves, with 1 person in critical condition. Witnesses say they heard a boom and then saw several people running and yelling. Around 120 firefighters responded to that 5-alarm fire. The National Transportation Safety Board is sending in a team to the scene to investigate.
As Americans deal with rising costs, farmers say these price hikes are driving them out of business, and they're now calling on the Trump administration to step in. One of the biggest problems that farmers are currently dealing with is the high cost of fertilizer. The costs were already high, and now the war in Iran is just making matters worse. A group of farmers and ranchers want the FTC chair and federal regulators to crack down on what they call a fertilizer monopoly. The U.S. imports hundreds of thousands of tons of fertilizer from Africa and the Middle East. That means much of the current supply is being impacted by the Strait of Hormuz shutdown. Farmers and ranchers say that they're being gouged. The Department of Justice is investigating whether a corporate cartel is controlling fertilizer prices, engaging in anti-competitive practices. There are just a handful of companies controlling most of the country's fertilizer markets. Farmers say they've been getting the short end of the stick for years, and they're at a breaking point.
We've seen, like I say, a 45% increase in Chapter 12 bankruptcy filings among farmers in just the last year. And so it's coming home to roost, these high input costs. We are seeing, and that doesn't take into account those farmers that just say, I'm done. I'm just going to quit while I still have a little equity, and I'm going to quit farming today.
The U.S. lost more than 94,000 farms between 2021 and 2025, accounting for nearly 15 million acres of lost farmland.
A majority of Americans say they will definitely vote in the upcoming midterms. That's according to a new poll released by The Economist and YouGov. 57% of respondents say they have definite plans to vote. 55% said that they were, quote, very motivated to cast a ballot based on the current state of the world. Democrats and Republicans are looking to fight for control of Congress. A new poll released by Emerson College shows President Trump is currently sitting at a 55% disapproval rating.
A popular gaming platform is rolling out enhanced protections worldwide following growing concerns over child safety online. The changes follow a settlement between Roblox and several state attorneys general over allegations the virtual universe exposed minors to predators. Jessamine Walk breaks down what some of those changes might actually look like.
Roblox, just days away from launching new special accounts for kids. I sat down with their Vice President of Safety, Eliza Jacobs, who says a key part of the new plan includes using facial recognition technology that will help determine what content children can access.
There's a liveness check. You have to move your head left and right. And that is really to show that there's a real person on the other end of it, right? You're not holding up a photo. You're not trying to inject some sort of AI generation.
Their website outlining the new age-based accounts. Roblox Kids, for users 5 to 8 years old, allowed only minimal or mild content and their chat turned off by default unless parents enable it. And Roblox Select for ages 9 to 15, allowing up to moderate content with chat gradually introduced with safeguards.
I spoke with parents to hear whether they feel these new protections go far enough to keep kids safe from predators.
They can get around it.
Kehalani Awi only lets her daughter play offline games like Super Nintendo because she doesn't trust the internet.
I don't think it's going to help because of AI. You won't know.
Natasha Peavy, a mother of 3 boys, familiar with the platform.
I have a 5-year-old. I don't let him play Roblox. He's almost 11, so I give him a little bit more leeway.
She tells me additional protections make her feel more comfortable.
With AI, I think that there's always the possibility of getting around that or using someone else's face, or someone that's going to be a predator on Roblox will find ways around it, but I think it's a good start.
Listen, no need to stay inside and play those video games the next couple days. I mean, unless you're out in a hammock or something. Ted, get
Get
outside this weekend.
Come on.
That's the prescription. Some vitamin D out there as you have the sunshine that's dominating here for your Friday. Might take a little bit of a dip behind the clouds on Saturday, but comes back out on Sunday with some cooler temperatures heading in our directions. Right now, 73 degrees. We're actually going to be closer to Sunday's afternoon highs than what our highs will be for today. East winds 9 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-50s, 73 degrees turning into those mid-80s heading into your afternoon. We're in the upper 60s, low 70s, I-40 corridor, upper 50s for Boone and Jefferson. Still in the mid-70s, Lancaster into Schrott and Rockingham warming up effectively. There's your mid-80s around Charlotte, but low 80s through the I-40 corridor. Upper 70s in our mountain counties, higher elevations bringing in the warm afternoon as high pressure to our north continues to leak south rather quickly, too, if you ask me. That's going to leak off the North Carolina coast. Stationary front here kind of bending as that wind comes out of the northeast. Still stays relatively light for the most part, cooling us down, though, especially heading into the second half of the weekend. Your temperature setup looks at those cooler than normal temperatures heading into your Sunday. So finishing off the weekend with those temperatures in the 70s, settling back into the low 80s, but still slightly below normal for the mid portions of next week. Heading into the end of next week and next weekend, could see some slightly below normal temperatures as clouds and radar continues to bring in that sunshine. So we're quiet to finish off your work week. Rain extends west and south towards our Gulf states. Nice and clear with partly cloudy skies ramping up this afternoon and evening. We'll bring in the potential for some moisture Saturday morning, and then those showers and storms push south rather quickly by 3, 4 o'clock south of the I-85 corridor, clearing up in time for your Sunday, which will be cool and, of course, sunny for the end of the weekend. Overnight lows tonight bottom out in the mid to upper 60s, near 70 degrees in the early morning hours, upper 50s mountain counties. 7-day forecast hosting that cool down this weekend. Low 80s settle in just in time for early next week and lasting through Thursday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. There's a new bill in the works at the Treasury to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. The Treasury Department could add a $250 bill featuring President Donald Trump. The Washington Post shared the first glimpse of the potential design yesterday, including a black and white portrait of the president. Right now, putting any living person's face on a cash bill is illegal, but Republicans plan to simply change the law through Congress. It would be the first time a living person is represented on U.S. currency since 1866.
I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the President of the United States, the person who was President of the United States, on the 250th anniversary bill.
We have his face on park passes. We have his face on passports. We have his name on the Kennedy Center. We could go on and on and on. This is what he has been doing his entire career, slapping his name, slapping his face on things.
The plan would first have to be approved by Congress and could face some legal challenges.
As summer rolls into the Queen City, more community events are happening every single weekend.
That's right. So here's a look at a couple of the things that are going on around the Crown. Saturday, motorcyclists will honor the lives of the 4 law enforcement members killed in the 2024 Shannon Park shooting. The first Officer Down Memorial Ride is happening tomorrow. The police escorted ride gets underway at 11 a.m. at Hendrick Independence Center off Independence Boulevard. The 55-mile route will take riders through Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, and Cabarrus counties. Lunch will be provided after the ride. The cost is $30 per bike. The ride is being put on by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police and Blue Knights NC.
Charlotte Animal Care and Control is hosting their Steps for Shelter Pets event this coming Saturday. The walk raises awareness and support for all those adorable adoptable pets in the shelter, like that one right there. It's happening from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. tomorrow at Pearl Street Park. All participants are encouraged to also raise $5 per lap to represent the 10,800 animals that came through the shelter's doors.
And you can safely get rid of some old documents or medications this weekend in Concord. The city of Concord, Cabarrus County, and Goodwill Industries of the Southern Piedmont are hosting a free drive-through safe disposal event Saturday. You can bring those items to the Village Shopping Center parking lot from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You can also bring electronics and lithium-ion batteries for safe disposal. However, needles will not be accepted.
4 music icons are taking the stage at the Spectrum Center coming up tomorrow night. Fans can catch the Queens, 4 legends, 1 stage. Saturday, you got Chaka Khan, Patti LaBelle, Gladys Knight, and Stephanie Mills. They're all going to be there. Tickets on sale right now. Ticketmaster. Floor seats going for about $150. The show was rescheduled from the original date back on February the 13th. All tickets for the show will be honored this weekend.
All right, you're looking live now at New York City. A look at Wall Street as it opens up in just a few minutes. Right around the corner, we're going to check in with business correspondent Jane King right after the break.
All right, 9:30 on your Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday. Welcome in, everyone. Glad you joined us just in time for the last 30 minutes. Meteorologist Ted Payton says whatever you're doing this weekend, spend a little time outside because the weather's really going to be nice. And we're going to have a lot of people here probably around Sunday for the U.S. men's national soccer team game.
Yeah, and it's going to be beautiful. The weekend just gets nicer and nicer as we approach Sunday. We're going to have those clear skies. Saturday might have a few pop-up showers, but I don't expect that to be a washout by any means. The more in the way of the low 80s Saturday, mid 80s this afternoon. Right now, looking at low 70s, east winds 9 miles per hour, dew points in the mid 50s. So holding on to those light winds kicking off this end of the work week. 2 to 4 to 5 and even 7 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. So you'll feel a little bit of that difference. It's the mugginess that's evaporated, which helps you feel a lot better in those low 70s from Charlotte into Monroe. We're looking at low 60s, Boone and Jefferson. We made it into the low 90s yesterday. Not going to be quite as hot, but still hit those 70s through lunchtime, mid to upper 80s as we get into the peak heating hours of the day. Partly cloudy skies, a nice pleasant afternoon with northeast winds anywhere between that 5 to 10 mile per hour range. We'll have those sunny skies linger today with overnight lows settling into the upper 60s. We'll continue to have a nice mild start to your Saturday before clouds build back in. Low 80s for Saturday, 70s on Sunday. Average highs typically land in the low 80s. We'll be right around that mark all the way through the first half of next week. Looking at what's going to be a nice quiet work week as well heading into next week. Pollen count goes from medium to high, so be on the lookout for that. I'll detail what your weekend looks like with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. The U.S.'s biggest oil company is warning about where oil goes next.
And Wall Street heads into trading at record highs.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, stocks have hit record highs across the board.
Yeah.
How are we looking today?
Well, we're more green today, so we're probably we have hit record highs. If we close here, that would be a new record high across the board. So there's been a lot of optimism about the Iran war. That maybe looks like it's going to get settled. At least the market is trending that way lately. But then also chip stocks, particularly these ones that make chips for artificial intelligence, they have been soaring lately, and that's been leading us to record highs as well.
All right, Jane, ExxonMobil has a warning now about oil prices.
Yeah, so Exxon warns that oil inventories will hit dangerously low levels in weeks, forcing prices higher. Now, this comes from ExxonMobil executive Neil Chapman, and he says oil inventories will hit, quote, really, really low levels in the coming weeks due to the Middle East conflict, and the emergency stockpile of oil is getting lower as well. So all things we're continuing to watch.
Well, Jane, some national retail chains are weaker this morning.
That's right. So Gap and American Eagle in particular. So both failed to reassure investors that people are still shopping and spending. And in fact, consumer sentiment slumped to a record low in May, and shoppers have been cutting back on some nice to have items, including clothes and accessories.
All right, Jane, thank you. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch up with you dark and early come Monday.
Okay.
A new study is revealing healthcare costs in North Carolina are some of the highest in the country. Wallet Hub researchers found households spend nearly 9% of their monthly income on out-of-pocket costs. That is 7th highest in the U.S. and comes out to about $530 a month. South Carolina was ranked 41st on the list.
The debate over data centers has now made its way down to York County, South Carolina. Leaders are recommending a pause on any future projects, at least until 2027. Queen City News reporter Matt Still heard from neighbors who hope officials listen to their concerns.
Just sick at our stomachs that the beauty that we had here is now all this metal and
steel. It's not what people wanted. These were people's forever homes. This is my property right there.
Chris Thompson understands that there is not much she can do anymore to fight the QTS data center being built near her neighborhood in York County.
We understand that, data centers are coming, but they don't need to be in residential areas. There's got to be a better place for them.
Thompson says she's at least encouraged by the York County Council Planning and Zoning Committee, which on Tuesday night.
I second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Voted to recommend a 9-month moratorium on future data centers, but will still need to be approved by the entire county council next month.
I feel like that it will be definitely a majority.
District 7 council member Debbie Cloninger believes the moratorium will give leaders a chance to do more research on the impact of data centers and time to wait on any new state laws pertaining to data center development that could be approved by South Carolina lawmakers.
This is a very critical business that we don't need to make any more mistakes on.
As for the current QTS project near Lake Wiley, structures that the company has not yet gotten permits for would be affected by a potential moratorium.
We were under the understanding that it would be one building, and when it came up, more buildings, we were all shocked.
QTS tells us the project is in alignment with local requirements as it relates to water use and energy demand, and that it's committed to, quote, ongoing transparent engagement when sharing how the project is designed. In York County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
President Trump is reviewing a tentative agreement that the U.S. sources say would extend the ceasefire in the Iran war and begin talks on the future of Iran's nuclear program. Vice President J.D. Vance says it's still uncertain whether the president will actually sign it, though. News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow has the latest from the vice president.
Vice President Vance told reporters Thursday night that the two sides are, quote, very close to moving forward with an agreement. And he says that he believes Iran is negotiating in good faith. But he acknowledged there are no guarantees President Trump will be able to approve this tentative agreement. Vice President J.D. Vance says it's unclear when or if President Trump will sign off on a tentative agreement between the U.S. and Iran, but is hopeful about the direction of the talks.
We're going back and forth on a couple of language points. I do think that we've made a lot of progress here.
U.S. sources say the agreement that negotiators have reached, known as a Memorandum of Understanding, would extend the ceasefire by 60 days, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and create a framework for talks on Iran's nuclear program.
There are a couple of issues on the nuclear stuff, the highly enriched stockpile, and also the question of enrichment. So, we're going back and forth with them.
Vance insists the ceasefire is holding despite the U.S. and Iran trading strikes this week. The Iranian military released this video, which it says shows its missiles being launched.
These ceasefires are always a little messy, and sometimes the guys at the lower level aren't communicating with the guys at the top level. The president's been very clear that if we're fired upon, we're going to fire back.
Some Democrats say they're skeptical about a potential breakthrough in the negotiations.
I think there have been a series of false starts. I think that it calls attention to the fact that we were never quite sure what the plan was.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent issued a warning to other countries Thursday, particularly Oman, to not impose tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. He later told reporters that he's received assurances from Oman that the country has no plans for tolls there. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
North Carolina college grads say they are entering the real world with more anxiety than optimism. They're calling on lawmakers now to invest in the next generation with policies to set them up for success. As State Capitol reporter Shamnam Dinesh shows us, many of these graduates say hard work alone is no longer enough.
For generations, a college degree has been sold as a path to the American dream. But many new graduates say that dream now feels out of reach.
Today's graduates are entering an economy where rent, groceries, and healthcare costs continue to rise. Student debt weighs heavily, and many entry-level roles are disappearing or becoming harder to access.
We've lost a lot of faith in what the future holds for us. It's so much harder to own a home. Having kids one day, I thought it would be exciting, but actually I'm really scared.
A recent Bank of America survey found 42% of Gen Z, those are people ranging in age from 14 to 29, say they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Gas prices are reaching new highs every day, to the point that I cut corners in my groceries to afford it.
Recent college graduates are also facing a tougher job market. The Economic Policy Institute found unemployment for young college graduates climbed to more than 5% this spring.
I applied to over 300 jobs with little success.
And for many young graduates like Kayla Vu, the pressures of adulthood extend far beyond finding a job.
The weight of feeling financially responsible for my family's well-being. During one of the most important periods of my college career, post-graduation planning had to take a back seat to survival.
Many college graduates are now calling on lawmakers to invest in affordable housing, education, healthcare, and economic policies they say would help their generation succeed. In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
North Carolina officials are honoring the first African-American hospital of the state with a historical marker. A ceremony to designate the site was held at the Ebenezer Baptist Church on West Sugar Creek Road Thursday morning. Opening in 1891, Good Samaritan Hospital stood at the corner of Mint and Graham Streets and could only treat 20 black patients at a time, but it did pave the way for others to be opened in different communities. Officials tell us why marking the hospital is so important to the state's history.
Well, I'm just overwhelmed with the interest in this highway marker. Good Samaritan Hospital was an important institution in this state, impacted thousands of people over its 70 years of existence. And this is an opportunity for us to commemorate it, to celebrate it, to recognize it, and allow people to enjoy this moment, a moment that is long overdue.
The hospital building was torn down in 1996. It's now the site of Bank of America Stadium in Uptown.
All right, soccer fans, listen up. The U.S. men's national team will play a FIFA World Cup send-off match at Bank of America this Sunday. Charlotte FC play-by-play commentator and friend of the show, knower of all things soccer, Willie P., joining us after the break to break down all the action. You're watching Queen City News now. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. Here's a live look this morning over Bank of America Stadium, a little breezy out there, where the U.S. men's national team will be taking on Senegal's national team this weekend.
And this is just one of the pre-World Cup friendlies that are taking place ahead of the dozens of matches all across the country.
And there are still some affordable ticket options for people as the Upper Bowl opens for fans. Tickets start as low as $38. But helping us break down all the action, Charlotte FC play-by-play commentator, friend of the show, as I said, knower of all things soccer.
Wow.
Willie P.
We love that Arlington Cam shot over Bank of America Stadium, do we not?
Come on, he knows
He knows the name of our cameras.
Come on.
I know ball, guys.
He does know ball.
Oh,
all right.
dear Lord.
Since you know ball, obviously we know the full U.S. men's national team roster. What are your thoughts on the roster, the way it is constructed?
Well, like many people, I kind of had a little bit of felt some kind of way about not seeing Diego Luna involved, wanting to see some more MLS representation, and also not having a guy like a Tanner Tessman in there to shore up the midfield leaves the United States very vulnerable in that position. But I think what Mauricio Pochettino is trying to do is really focus on getting width. That's one of his style points that he's brought in his stops at Tottenham, Chelsea, and elsewhere, is that he wants to get width, and I think you're really focusing on those wide players like Anthony Robinson, Tim Weah, Christian Pulisic, those guys. Pulisic will cut in more, obviously, but I think when it comes down to it, he wants to make sure that while they have command over the middle, they want to make sure that they get a lot of that width to try and get that attacking style.
I want you to look in that camera right there, camera 3 right there, and look at the guy that's over your shoulder. Yeah, that one. Can we talk a little, Tim Reen?
Sure.
Can we talk a little bit about Charlotte FC representation on the national team?
It's great for him, and I really loved what he said last week when he spoke with us before the Charlotte FC final game before the World Cup. He said, look, I've had a lot of haters. I've had a lot of doubters in my corner, and I don't really give a darn what they say. He didn't use the word darn. I will tell you. He basically made it sound like, look, I come into this very, very motivated. And one of the things I've asked him for the entirety of the season is like, okay, Timmy, you're 38 years old. You'll be 39 in the fall. Is this your last season? He at least said to the folks that it might be his last World Cup, because I don't think playing one at 42 is in the cards for him. But he definitely looks at this as a big opportunity. And something that Chris Richards told me, one of his teammates with the U.S. men's national team, is that they really flock to him. And a lot of these guys come in, they're captains on their own team. So they have to look to somebody who's a really special leader. And that's why I think he's going to be the captain for this team when he's on the field for the U.S. men's national team.
All right, we love to see that local representation. So talk about Senegal's team coming into Bank of America Stadium and just the matchup there and what people who are going out there can expect to see from world-class soccer.
When the United States plays these friendlies a lot of times, sometimes they'll play against a CONCACAF, somebody that they're more familiar with. They're going to play Germany later on, who is more of, again, a European style. Senegal represents something very different that they have not seen. And Senegal's a very, very good team. They played in the African Cup of Nations tournament, and there's a lot of controversy surrounding them because their African Cup of Nations final ended basically in an on-field riot, and they ended up having to relinquish the title, a very unprecedented move by the folks at FIFA and AFCON that took the title away from them because they basically started an on-field riot because of a controversial call at the end of their match. So they end up losing out on that title. So they come in very, very motivated. There's also a lot of noise surrounding their team as well. Their head coach is not under contract right now, and he's threatened to not fly to the United States until he gets re-signed for a contract.
Wow.
But they're a very vulnerable side, and I think it's one where the United States has to take them seriously. They're also going to be very, very wide attacking style. It's going to be a contrast in styles because the United States is going to want to press a lot, and Senegal is going to want to get up and down too. So you could see a back-and-forth type matchup, or you could see something where maybe both sides aren't wanting to necessarily show a lot. The way Mauricio Pochettino has gone through this period of time, he's been very experimental. And I think it's almost kind of like a coach who's going through spring practice, not wanting to show any plays, not wanting to really show his hand. I'm wondering if this is the time, though, he starts kind of taking the clamps off and saying, okay, guys, go play. I want to see what this looks like.
You kind of touched on it there. We've been kind of experimental with what we've seen. Hopefully, between Senegal and Germany, we get some sort of idea of what we're going to see in the World Cup. With Group D, it's USA, Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. What should fans' expectations be for the World Cup back here on our home soil? How does the men's team do?
I hate to put high expectations on this because I don't want to be disappointed. But if the United States doesn't get out of their group, Julian, it's a disappointment, especially with the group draw that they have. I think Paraguay and Australia are both very winnable games. Turkey is kind of a toss-up because they're a team that kind of qualified near the end, but they are a very, very qualified side. They got a lot of star power there. But I think when it comes down to it, if the U.S. can get wins in their first two matchups, that sets up very well for them to get through the group because with the expanded World Cup, you're going to have more third-place teams getting into the knockout stage than any World Cup in our history. So I think from that perspective, as long as you can get 6 points in the first two contests, you should be okay. If you drop points in those first two contests, though, it makes the Turkey game all that much more important and vital for your opportunity to get through the knockout stage.
All right, well, again, the match against Senegal, U.S. men's national team, the one right behind us, this Sunday, 3:30. This guy's going to be there.
Yeah.
So is that guy. They're both going to be there. And he loves taking selfies with strangers. So make sure that you walk up to him and just take lots of.
Here's the thing, Ted. This is probably his most important weather report for me.
Oh.
Because I'm actually going to be out with the fans.
In the elements.
Not in a press box.
I'm not in an air-conditioned press box, so I don't mind having a little bit of heat, but I don't want it to be oppressively hot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Listen, I saved my last favorite for you, Willie P.
Oh, wow.
That weekend forecast looks fantastic, especially as we head into Sunday with those mid-70s, cooler, less humid. You'll be good to go through the afternoon at Bank of America Stadium Sunday to finish off your weekend heading out and about. Now, as we look at your live shot this morning from our Independence Boulevard camera, 73 degrees east winds coming in at 9 miles per hour, dew points in the mid-50s. Our clear skies settled in as those temperatures sit in the low to mid 70s around Charlotte. Low 60s Boone and Jefferson, low 70s I-40 corridor. Highs today make a run for what will be the mid 80s Charlotte into Monroe. 77, 78 degrees Boone and Jefferson. Higher elevations holding on to that warmth as high pressure dips south here over the Carolinas. I'm looking at that stationary front parked over our Gulf states. So we'll have those cooler temperatures settled in by Sunday with mid 70s on tap. That still echoes into early next week, looking at below normal temperatures settled in. I'm talking low 80s for the most part for the mid portions of next week. Not terribly below normal, but hey, we'll take those 80s over 90s for this time of year. Stationary front to our south, high pressure giving winds out of the northeast. That's going to keep us clear before leaking off the North Carolina coast, shifting those winds out of the south, increasing some moisture. For your Saturday, mostly cloudy skies. Showers develop and storms push south from I-85 on as we head into the afternoon hours, and then cloud cover dissipates, clear skies heading into your Sunday. We'll bring back the rain chances as we approach Monday of next week. Our overnight lows settle in the mid to upper 60s, upper 50s mountain counties. 7-day forecast will hold on to those low 80s from early next week into Wednesday and Thursday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. Mid-80s expected for this Friday to finish off the work week, but we'll hold on to a nice warm end to the week with the weekend. Bring in some rain chances on Saturday. Overnight lows in the upper 60s Saturday morning, and then more in the way of the 70s for Sunday with those, again, cooler temperatures finishing off the weekend. Low 80s early next week. Monday, just a low-end rain chance, but then we'll be mostly dry Tuesday through Thursday of next week.
Well, obviously Sunday we have the U.S. men's national team, but also Sunday over there in Nashville. That's where stock car racing is going to take center stage. The Cracker Barrel 400 returns to Music City this weekend. But before the main event, both the Truck and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series going to run truck racing tonight. The Allegiance 200 under the Friday night lights of the Nashville Super Speedway. Then tomorrow you get the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series in the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250. And then finally, main event Sunday, the Cracker Barrel 400. And of course, you can catch all the latest racing action on Carolina Sports Live.
Need to call it the Biscuit and Gravy 400.
Come on now.
Good. All right. So young adults all across the country celebrated their graduation over this past couple of weeks, which includes one especially good boy from the University of Hawaii. Right there. Liam is the service dog for an assistant nursing professor. For the last couple of years, he's attended every lecture, every lab, off-campus event, and clinical rotation, becoming a constant figure on campus.
Now, because of his tireless attendance, he was honored alongside classmates at a nursing pinning ceremony. He deserves it, and that now makes him an honorary member of the class of 2026.
Oh, good boy, Liam. Such a good boy.
The goodest
The
boy.
goodest boy. The goodest of boys. Here's the deal. Every Friday, the show that comes on after us, Positively Charlotte, you got dogs that need to be adopted. They're looking for forever homes. We have a couple people in our, environment that have adopted in the last couple of weeks. So we want to get over to Alicia Quarles because you have a special friend, Alicia.
We've got the goodest of boys. You guys, who is this? This is from Shelter Pet Adoption Center, but who's this little baby?
Oh,
Daisy. She's so cute.
Hi, sweet girl.
So as Jason said, the dogs never make it out of our building. They find homes here.
That's
but maybe
it.
a viewer right now, Daisy's up for
Daisy.
adoption.
Daisy's looking for you out there. Make sure to stick around. We'll see you guys Monday at 4.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte. It's Friday, y'all. We're ready to get out there and have some fun. Check out our weekend roundup for what you could be getting up to. Plus, our friends from Shelter Pet Adoption Center, they are in the house. Look at that sweet baby. That's Daisy, our pet of the week. And we're speaking with the president of the Carolina Ascent to see what's in store for the club ahead of their big match this weekend. Good morning and welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles. This feels like the Friday of all Fridays. The weather is beautiful, the vibes are high, so let's get it. Well, our very own Liza Mahacek is emceeing the Down Syndrome Association of Greater Charlotte's golf tournament today. Let's take a look.
Good morning, everybody. We are out here at the Down Syndrome Association of Greater Charlotte's 20th annual golf tournament. It is here at the Rocky River Golf Course, and I have the honor of emceeing it today. So I'm going to be out here all day on the course, but it's all going towards fundraising for the Down Syndrome Association of Greater Charlotte. So it all stays right here in the Charlotte area, and those funds go towards different events that they help to put on, like Camp Horizon and these other retreat camps that allow people with Down syndrome to get away for a weekend, cultivate friendships, confidence, and independence. And so it's a really awesome opportunity for people. So if you want to donate, the link on your screen, you can head on over there to that website. Our goal is to get to $50,000 today, and we're currently at $47,000. So we are real close. And if you would like to contribute to the cause, you can go ahead and do that right there.
Awesome. You know, Liza and I love getting out in the community, and I know they're going to hit that $50,000 goal. All right, so looking ahead to the rest of the weekend, a new location of Night Swing Coffee has just popped up in Charlotte. Liza and I visited yesterday, and the brand has expanded to the Queensbridge area, which is right between South End and Uptown. Their grand opening, though, is this Saturday from 8 to 4 p.m., and you're invited. They'll have free cookies for the first 50 people. I had the oatmeal one yesterday. They're made in-house, so delicious. It's the weekend, y'all, so they'll also have free mimosas while supplies last. And if it couldn't get any better, one of my favorites, there's my favorite drink. That's the cucumber drink at Postino. It's branching out to Plaza Midwood. The popular Ballantine Wine Bar is getting a second location at the new Commonwealth development. The new space is slated to be over 5,100 square feet, and the Charlotte Observer reports there will be some custom millwork, and the vibe is going to be homage to Plaza Midwood's past, one of the first streetcar hubs in the Queen City. It's also in good company with the likes of Uchi and Mamam Bakery right nearby, so they're really building up this area. And if you've never been, now's the time to visit and get some girl dinner. They're open for lunch and dinners every day of the week. Of course, there's a wine bar, so the vino will be flowing. This is really a tapas place, you guys. It's beautiful, and 5,100 square feet is huge, so I love that it's opening a second location. And as always, there are a ton of things to do in our Queen City, so let's get to our weekend events. Tonight, you can head to Uptown to celebrate the one-year anniversary of the pub. There will be a DJ, ticket giveaways, and food, drinks, and specials at free. It starts at 6 p.m. They have some of the best nachos in the city, and they have an amazing cheeseburger with pimento cheese. You know I'll be eating, y'all, so just try it out. I don't steer you wrong. If you love animals, you're going to want to get involved with the Steps for Shelter Pets. It's a meaningful walk designed to raise awareness and critical support for animals in shelter care. It's happening tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Pearl Street Park, and Liza and I will be there, so make sure that you come and say hi. And Tony-winning musical Moulin Rouge is playing at the Belk Theater all weekend long. Baz Luhrmann's revolutionary film is brought to life to the stage, and the glitz and glamour you'd expect from the Moulin Rouge. The show runs through Sunday. And speaking of stage, Machine Gun Kelly is bringing his Lost Americana tour to Truly at the Amphitheater. You can catch the rapper and musician at 7 p.m. on Sunday. Also on Sunday, the U.S. men's national team will face Senegal in a pre-World Cup friendly match at Bank of America Stadium. It starts at 3:30, and it'll be the first ever meeting between the two nationals. Also, our Ascent ladies, they're playing tomorrow. There's going to be a watch party here in Charlotte. We're going to tell you about it later in the show. Well, Fridays are positively special on the show thanks to our pet of the week. We've got Eileen and Karen from the Shelter Pet Adoption Center. You've brought a very special guest. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
Who is this sweet girl?
This is Daisy.
Okay, tell us all about her.
Oh, she's 10 years young. We actually got her yesterday from one of our partner shelters.
Oh my goodness.
She's very calm and chill and docile.
She looks
Just
good
sit
for
on your-
10.
Oh yes, she can sit on your lap all day.
Sweet girl.
So easygoing.
Okay, what else do we know about her? She's spayed. Like, tell us all the things.
So she is spayed. She's up to date on her vaccinations, so she's good to go whenever.
And she has her shots, and she also has a chip.
Yeah, microchip.
She's got the good demeanor of a 10-year-old. Because you know, puppies sometimes can be just like crazy.
A lot,
She's
yes.
just chilling. So what kind of home do you think would be good for her?
Honestly, I think she would be good with adults, preferably. I think
Older
kids
people,
as well.
maybe, would be good.
She's been great with all kinds of people so far that's come through the center, even yesterday. So I think any environment would be great, as long as it's not too crazy or for any pet, but especially her, because we want to keep her calm
Any
demeanor.
older person would probably love having her as a friend.
That's what I was going to say. Talk about the importance of adopting. She's not older because my dog lived to 17 years, but she's 10 years old. Is it going to be a little bit more difficult to adopt her, you think?
Depending upon who walks in. You never, ever know. You think, oh, this dog's not going to go or this cat's not, and it goes very quickly.
Some people do prefer older ones, like older cats we've gotten adopted out because they do want the, I would say, the calmer demeanor of an animal.
Yes.
Some people prefer younger baby animals, others want older. So.
I don't know if this dog will make it out of the building. We've had 3 adoptions from Shelter Pet within our own QC News staff, so it's pretty cool. What other animals do y'all have up for adoption right now?
We have a bunch of cats that came in.
Yes.
How many cats did we have?
I would say we have around 20 cats that came yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
And we have
most of them
kittens, which we don't have a lot of the time.
So they're looking for their homes.
Yeah, they're 2-month-olds ready to go.
The 2 of you volunteer. So talk to us.
she's-
Oh, you're staff.
Yeah,
I should know that.
I'm
Okay.
just a volunteer.
Well, not just.
You're the best volunteer.
Talk to us about the importance of volunteering, what you get out of it.
Oh my gosh, it's great because first of all, we get to love all these wonderful animals, and we get to find them a home, which is a forever home, and somebody else's best friend, and it gives us great pleasure. When you can't have an animal at home, it fills up that hole in your heart for having an animal.
Absolutely.
So I enjoy it, and I've met so many wonderful animals.
Yes. Okay, staffer, tell us the process of adoption for people that want to do it.
So for process of adoption, we do adoption counseling for those who need it, especially if it's a special case animal, just asking if they have a fenced-in yard, if it's a puppy who needs like their exercise in a safe environment so they don't run out, whatever they need, we'll give the proper counseling so we set them up for success for the pet and the family.
I love that. Do y'all have any events coming up? Because I know sometimes you go to breweries and you're doing different things to really get out there in the city.
We do have a discount adoption event coming later in the month. We're still getting details on that, but we're working on getting more events coming July and every month on from there.
Perfect.
We did note a brewery last month. It was a success.
I remember that,
So we want to keep on doing that and keep the momentum up.
Perfect.
So
Okay,
spread
so
the
those
word
who
that we're
want
here.
to see Daisy, tell them again where you're located and how they do it.
So we're at Petco in Huntersville. We're inside the Petco in the Adoption Center. Thanks to Petco Love, we're able to do this. They sponsor us, set us up for success so we can adopt out so many animals and just find the best homes for them.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate you. Bye, sweet Daisy. Well, don't go anywhere. Coming up, we look at a new reality competition where you can stay in bed. Sign us up. And the Charlotte Ascent Football Club are here to let us know what the future holds for women's soccer in our Queen City. And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Traffic is moving just fine. We'll be right back. All right, let's hear it for the girls. The Carolina Ascent is in the Gainbridge Super League final tomorrow night at 7 p.m. The game will air on the Peacock Network, and the team will take on top-ranked Lexington SC in Lexington. And here to tell us more is President Margaret Graman. Graman, did I get it right?
Graman is right.
Graman. Okay, first of all, I'm representing. This is the coolest gift I've gotten in so long. Tell me about it.
Carolina Ascent FC is the top division women's professional team in Charlotte. So you're officially now a fan. I know prior to me getting here you were, but
yes.
Let me give you a little bit of update.
Okay,
what's
update
happening
us.
this weekend. It's been a great week. We came out of the semifinal last week with a 1-0 win. Yes. We scored early on, and we all stressed out waiting for the game to end with that win. But we're heading to Lexington. We have an amazing amount of momentum. Anybody in sports knows that if you got your momentum towards the end of the season, it generally carries you through. We're on a 12-game unbeaten streak.
Yes, girls.
Okay, 7 in a row. In fact, we haven't lost since February 14th. Also, I'd ask people to tune into the game because Lexington, our work with Lexington this season has been pretty evenly matched, so we expect an exciting game.
So it's going to be a good game.
Finish strong, yes.
You became president. You're in week 5.
Yep.
What do you want to bring to the organization? Because, I mean, you are a high school phenom. You're a college athlete. You really are true to this women's sports.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be affiliated with women's sports in Charlotte, women's sports in general, with the incredible momentum we've got going. So much to say about that. Just regarding my role, I've been spending my time early on listening and learning internally to the front office staff, obviously with the coach and the players, with the community, with the league, with our fans. So while I'm still early on learning, there's a couple of things I know for sure. We're serving 2 constituents. The first is players. Mm-hmm. Our players are first. They're not getting what they need and winning. I don't know where we're at. And the second is our fans. I am a players first, fan first president.
I love that. And I think it's very rare that the president has actually lived it. I mean, you were the athlete, so you understand exactly where they're coming from.
I think from a lot of vantage points, my experience, not just as an athlete, but my experience in business can serve our players and our team well, not just in their Plan A athlete career, but their next Plan A full life career.
How have the people of Charlotte helped the team? Because I feel like we love our Ascent here.
Well, I will say, I traveled with the team last week to Jacksonville. We had a great crowd there. The crowds in Charlotte have been totally amazing. When we opened a year ago, we're just in sophomore season here. When we opened our first season a year ago, we had over 10,000 fans. The last home game of our season this year, we had sold over 6,500 tickets. We have amazing, amazing fan support in the city of Charlotte. And I just have to mention, for our fans and for our city, we are in front of a historic opportunity. Given we win this championship on Saturday, we will be the first professional league to win a championship in 38 years.
Okay, let's go. We got to just put all the good energy out there. Yep. And there's actually a watch party happening, right?
There's a watch party at Charlotte Beer Garden. We're going to be on the top floor. Please come. We're going to have giveaways. There's going to be food. There's going to be drinks. If you can't do that, prefer a little more low-key, tune in, Peacock, 7 p.m. Or if you want to come with us, frankly, we're taking a busload of people with.
Oh, you can go on the road.
Yes, we're going on the road, and just check out the Carolina Ascent FC website.
Okay, let's get it, ladies.
All right,
I appreciate you, and I'm going to treasure this. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, listen up, because there's a new kind of reality TV series competition, and it has to do with rotting away in bed. The new show is called The Bed Rot Challenge, and it's a competition web series with stars from Survivor, The Traitors, Love Island, and Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, The Bachelorette, and Beast Games, attempt to outwit each other and outlast each other, all while staying in bed. So get this, whoever stays in bed the longest without coming into contact with the ground while also surviving elimination challenges will win $100,000. The first installment will air on YouTube on Thursday, June 11th. I think the show they need to add to this one is Summer House. If you ever watch that show on Bravo, the girls are called the bed bugs because all they do is sit in bed, and they've been very successful. Some have branched out into shows on Netflix. One has a headlining tour as a comedian, so maybe the bed writers have it right. Well, it's grad season, and one story has us obsessed. When we come back, how 5 sets of twins are preparing to enter the real world. And here's a live look at Bank of America Stadium. So much going on this weekend. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Michelle Monahan, and I used to think wellness was about one thing, an intense workout or sleeping in on the weekends. But what I've actually learned is that it's about rhythm. When I'm well rested, I'm more present. And when I'm more present, I am more me. And that matters whether I'm on set, with my family, or caring for myself. That's why I'm excited to be working with Natrol, the #1 drug-free sleep brand. For me, it's about small habits. Putting my phone away, reading before bed, taking quiet moments to unwind, or opening the Calm app for a quick meditation. Those moments really shift how I feel. It's so much more than sleep, though. It's about reclaiming myself and honoring what my body actually needs instead of just pushing through. When I need support, Natrol Ultra Sleep helps me wake up feeling refreshed. It blends melatonin, the #1 doctor-recommended sleep supplement ingredient, as well as GABA and botanicals. And during the day, Natrol Ultra Energy helps me show up and live more fully. It's all about choosing yourself over and over and over again. Learn more at natrol.com.
Well, grad season is in full swing, and one school in particular is getting a lot of coverage due to the unique case surrounding its graduating class. Take a look.
At Cumberland High School, about 2 hours east of St. Louis, 72 graduates are starting their next chapters. And for 10 of those students, they will be navigating life right alongside their twin. That's right, 5 sets of twins who have grown up together have crossed the stage and are now getting ready for either college, the military, and other careers that they have always dreamed of. Here's the story from their eyes and the teacher who has been seeing double since day one. School is out in Cumberland County. These recent grads are zipping up their gowns and tossing their caps, celebrating everything they've accomplished together in kindergarten, middle school, and high school.
We're all pretty close. Like when we get together to do our yearly pictures, we're all just kind of joking around with each other.
If you look closely at the annual photos, no, you aren't seeing double here. This graduating class has 5 sets of twins.
We don't really think about it, but to just have 5 sets of us in this small of a town, it's actually kind of impressive.
Cumberland High School sits just north of Greenup, a village of 1,300 people. The class of 2026 consists of 72 students.
When we were thinking about graduation, what kind of crowd are we going to have? Well, 10 of them share families, so, it balanced out with the big numbers.
The person reading their names as they cross the stage?
Ava Yancy Carr. Jade Alyssa Carr.
Todd Hall, their elementary school principal turned high school civics teacher.
When they asked me to do it, I was like, I can't say no to this. This is the greatest honor I could ask for. It means that I meant something. So, and they meant a lot to me.
Mr. Hall has watched these youngsters grow up, discovering their passions and their personalities.
That was a unique class because of the 5 sets of twins, but it was a great class overall. Just a bunch of good kids in that class.
Students like Rylan and Camden James, one of the identical sets of twins.
Did you ever play pranks on your teachers? What was it like, being able to have a brother who looked just like you?
We did once in kindergarten. That was the only time. We switched shoes because that's how our teacher told us apart, was by the shoes. So then we switched them and she got really confused.
Gavin and Trey Lewis are also identical.
You have a best buddy. You also have a punching bag once in a while.
Okay, don't say that part. You have to learn to share. If you do not, you're going to have bloodbaths.
The other sets are fraternal.
Half the people don't even know we're twins, honestly. One of our teachers thought we were cousins.
We're very, very different in about every way. Probably wouldn't believe we're brothers unless we're, on the birth certificate.
Dominic and Maximus liked being separated, while other siblings always wanted to be by each other's sides.
It was kindergarten year, actually. We had been together our whole life, and then we were in the same class, and we got separated for some kind of flex thing. And we just both kind of cried, and our teachers had to be like, no, it's okay, you'll see each other in 10 minutes, it'll be fine.
But now these 10 friends are going their separate ways for the first time in their lives. Most won't be going too far.
We're both going to Lakeland, so we'll probably see each other with that.
We're doing the pharmacy program and hopefully doing a transfer program to SIUE. We're hoping to become future pharmacists.
I'll be nursing.
Civil engineering. We're going to Eastern.
What are you going to be studying there?
Engineering. I'll do the pre-pharmacy thing and then go to SIUE to do their PharmD program.
The Strader twins are going further away, following in their father's footsteps and serving in the U.S. military.
I wanted to travel the world. I wanted to see and experience and meet so many new people.
No matter where life takes them next, the 10 twins will always have a lifelong bond. Their roads will always lead back to Central Illinois, to the place and people who raised them, from young kids getting their footing to young adults taking big leaps for their futures. It's also a milestone year for Mr. Hall. He officially retired just last week. Now, besides just the 5 sets of twins graduating together, some also sharing a birthday. Dominic and Maximus, as well as Gavin and Trey, all born on November 22nd. These sets of twins are also 6 hours apart. Now, Gabriella and Gibson's birthday is October 31st, and a couple of years later, their parents welcomed a younger sister also on October 31st.
That means 1 in 7 students in that graduating class was a twin, and obviously I'm a twin mom. Fun fact, I did not realize until I had twins. Twins that are the opposite sex can never be identical. They're always fraternal. All right, well, Gen Z is moving away from bars and going to gyms. A new report out this morning from Bank of America looks at spending habits of those in their teens and 20s. And the study says gyms are seeing an increase in members as alcohol consumption continues to decline. Young people are willing to spend hundreds of dollars per month to stay fit despite high rents, student debt, and challenging job markets. Now, another study says 30% of U.S. Gen Z consumers are spending more on gym memberships and classes than a year ago. They're focusing on fitness instead of drinking and going out to dinner. And honestly, hats off to them. May their gains pay off. I'm a millennial. We did the opposite, so learn from our mistakes. All right, well, summer jobs are looking different these days for younger workers. More Gen Zers are turning to gig work to make ends meet. So Business Insider reports workers ages 17 to 25 are signing up for gig apps such as Uber and DoorDash faster than any other age group. Now, the trend is linked to flexible scheduling and difficulty finding higher paying entry-level jobs as companies turn to AI and phase out some junior roles. And summer internships have also become increasingly competitive. So this is interesting. I just read a report saying that there's so many less opportunities for summer internships. So I'm actually grateful there is DoorDash and there's Uber and all these other things so that people can have some sort of employment because it is hard out there. Well, if the weekend wasn't enough in excitement, there's something fun happening overhead. We give you the details on the micro moon after the break. You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, rhythmic reality shows and the craziest spa weekend you've ever seen. Melvin Robert tells us about it in today's Entertainment Report.
The Dancing with the Stars universe, everybody, is expanding with a new competition before the competition. Its spin-off series, The Next Pro, shows 12 dancers battling it out for a chance to compete on season 35 of Dancing with the Stars. Let's take a look at its first official trailer.
For the first time in Dancing with the Stars history, the greatest dancers will compete for a spot as the next pro.
I'm here to win.
I'm the host of this exciting new competition.
Fierce. You're an assassin.
You dance expensive.
It was dynamic. It was bold.
It was 100% the wrong choice.
This is like a boot camp that I've never experienced in my life.
Your choreo isn't enough?
I'm gonna be a problem.
Welcome to the dance industry.
12 dancers.
Everything I've worked for comes down to this.
One dream.
You say you've been working your whole life for this. I can tell.
Let the fiercest dance battle begin.
Dancing with the Stars, The Next Pro premieres July 13th on ABC. And from a new series to a new comedy about 4 ladies who just need a break. Here is the first look at Spa Weekend.
Can I take you to dinner?
How's July 19th?
3 months from now?
How is it even possible that my husband left me for an older woman? You're supposed to leave me for like Gigi Hadid, not Ina Garten.
You can't just leave me like that. I needed lunch and I was scared.
I'm so sorry.
This is why we need a spa weekend. Massages, champagne, big comfy robes.
The last time I had a massage was like my last mammogram.
Girl, I worry about you sometimes. I just booked a room.
What?
We're going on a spa weekend!
It's beautiful.
It's amazing.
I'm Shanti.
She looks like girl Jesus.
I miss my kids.
What?
No, I don't miss my kids.
Is that Mel?
What's up, you middle-aged? Hey,
I sense a great deal of stress in all of you.
Oh my God, my boss is calling me again. You guys need to just stand up for yourself. Stop calling!
Spa Weekend hits theaters on August 21st. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Okay, Spa Weekend is speaking to me. My sister and I talk about taking one all the time. All right, well, Drake's interesting strategy of dropping 3 albums at the same time has seemingly paid off. He just broke a record previously held by the king of pop, Michael Jackson. The rapper now has the most #1s on Billboard's Hot 100 by a sole male artist. This comes after Drake released 3 albums simultaneously earlier this year. Drake now ties Rihanna and Taylor Swift for the most #1s across all acts. The only other artists ahead of them are Mariah Carey with 19 and the Beatles with 20. So like him or not, a record is a record. Congrats to Drake, good work. I know Drake can be polarizing, but I said he puts out hit after hit after hit, so his talent really can't be denied. And speaking of talent, some Swifties, they might be disappointed. The folks behind Toy Story 5 say they will not feature a song by Taylor Swift. So rumors swirled as fans investigated possible Easter eggs on her website, as she often likes to drop. On April 30th, the site's background featured what you're seeing, that countdown with the clouds behind appearing to match the wallpaper in Andy's room in the Toy Story franchise. And the film directors say they were surprised and flattered by the theory and that it would have been amazing, but that's not the case. Still no confirmation on what that cloud countdown is actually for, but it looks like they're sticking to Mr. Randy Newman. This is so funny. Her fans are so intense. I love that they'll just take anything. That's such a leap and a jump. But hey, you never know. Well, what if it's a baby announcement? I'm just saying. She's engaged, so it looks like baby wallpaper. I'm just saying. All right, well, there's a lot coming out in theaters and on streaming to enjoy. Ashley Dvorkian has the details.
Anyone there?
From CG found footage YouTube series to mind-bending original horror, Backrooms is in theaters. 20-year-old Kane Parsons makes his directorial debut adapting his internet creepypasta. The 90s set story follows a furniture salesman who finds a portal to a labyrinth of oddly constructed rooms under his store. Chiwetel Ejiofor, Renata Reinsve, and Mark Duplass star.
I think I can handle a month alone with the girls.
Nate Bargatze's comedy The Breadwinner is about a first-time stay-at-home dad adjusting to his new day-to-day.
Open.
Leo Woodall leads Tuner as a piano tuner whose heightened hearing is used by a group of criminals to break into safes, leading him on a dangerous path. Dustin Hoffman co-stars.
Thousands of lives hinge on this.
The World War II drama Pressure, starring Andrew Scott and Brendan Fraser, is about the 72 hours before D-Day as Dwight D. Eisenhower and Captain James Stagg face a weather-determining decision of when to launch the invasion or risk losing the war. On demand and on digital is the horror flick Speed Demon, with Katie Cassidy and William H. Macy about a priest and nun on a train haunted by a demonic presence.
New person. Get in here.
Hulu has Mindy Kaling's Not Suitable for Work about 5 20-somethings in Manhattan striving for professional success and, if time, personal lives. Apple TV adds the For All Mankind spin-off Star City set in an alternate history of the space race. Netflix adds season 2 of The Four Seasons with Tina Fey, Will Forte, and Coleman Domingo among returning cast.
I got nachos!
Resident cinephile here positively, Charlotte Ryan, saw Tuner a couple months ago and said it was excellent, so you got to check it out. You're looking at a rare event that is a blue moon that's also the most distant and smallest looking full moon of the year. It will be further from Earth than usual at a distance of over 252,000 miles away, and experts say it will appear about 6% smaller and 10% dimmer than the average full moon. So the best views will be south of the equator across the Pacific. A blue moon occurs every 2 to 3 years when a second full moon appears in a single month. So I'm not sure. I think it's happening tonight. Hopefully our producer can tell us. But I'm excited about this. It's tonight or tomorrow night. It's been all over my Instagram feed. And there's all kinds of things that you can manifest during this moon period if you believe in that kind of stuff, which I do. Well, there's so much going on in Hollywood, including a look at the cast of Office Romance. Scott Movie Mance hit the red carpet for us.
With the release of her new romantic comedy, Office Romance, Jennifer Lopez is celebrating the 25th anniversary of her very first romantic comedy. Can you believe it's been 25 years since Wedding Planner? Neither can she.
Daniel, you need to be in Miss Cruz's office in 5 minutes.
Have you met Miss Cruz?
She's tough.
She hates the sound of breathing. Don't breathe. But if you have to, try to take a quick gasp through the side of your mouth like this.
Wedding Planner.
You believe that?
No. No. I feel like it was yesterday.
You wanted to see me?
You're the new lawyer?
The Wedding Planner with Matthew McConaughey.
Wow, that was 25 years. That's crazy. She's a freak of nature. She looks exactly the same.
It's nothing.
One man.
Go home. Jack. I know I've grown up in front of everybody's eyes in a way, but I've grown up in my own eyes as well. And so when I look back at that time and who that girl was, like, I love that girl, but I also look back and just am like happy for where I am today. Running this airline, this is the best part.
There is someone I like. It's my boss. She's dynamic. She's incredible.
This is not a date, this is a work dinner.
Cheers.
She knows everyone's lines. She's on time. She gave us 4 notes on the script, and all 4 notes made it 100 times better. You're like, oh yeah, no one knows this better than you.
You're being deposed in the Dominican Republic.
Welcome aboard.
You're flying the plane.
I'm not just a CEO of Veracruz, I'm also a pilot.
Wedding Planner.
What? That's the one with Owen Wilson, right?
That was Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, yes. What was the one with Owen Wilson?
Honestly, since I first walked into your office, I believe in everything.
Yeah, I think 1996 is when we did Mi Familia, and she played my mother. And then again in Selena, I played her father, and then again here, I played her father again.
Good day, Jackie. Miss Cruz.
Jackie's fine, everybody calls me Jackie.
Bye, Jackie.
Bye, Jackie. Bye, Jackie.
Another amazing romantic comedy that I got to do that was written for me by this brilliant guy and Joe Kelly, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I'm very grateful.
Office Romance drops on Netflix on Friday, June 5th. That's the entertainment report from Hollywood. I'm Scott Movie Mance.
And when we come back, the viral story that had us laughing and crying. You guys, I cannot get enough of this story. How one woman's traffic stop blew up. Well, there's some interesting things happening with Roku. Rich DeMuro has it all for you in today's Tech Report.
Roku is the way 100 million households stream TV, and now it's changing. The company is rolling out its biggest home screen update in a decade, with more personalization and AI-driven recommendations.
This probably looks very much like the Roku people have today. You're now starting in the center.
The next time you turn on your Roku, you may notice a brand new home screen.
It is a big change because this is something that people come to, they use every day.
Roku is redesigning its home screen for the first time in a decade, adding more personalization, AI-driven recommendations, and a large ad.
People love Roku for its simplicity. They want more help, though, in discovering what to watch next.
Roku brought me to New York City for a first look at the update, designed to help you find something to watch faster without digging through apps.
The more you use Roku, the more we understand about what you enjoy watching, and we can bring that to you right here when you turn on your TV.
There's a top picks for you, front and center. Roku's best guess at what you'll want to watch the moment you turn on your TV.
82% of people said they wanted us to put the show that they had in mind right at the top of the screen.
There's also a new quick access section. This has the apps and shortcuts you're currently using the most, plus a section built around your streaming subscriptions.
We look across all of your subscriptions, what you're paying for today, to say these are the things that are popular that you might be interested in.
That classic grid of apps isn't going away. It's just moved further down the page. It seems like this entire new home screen is built around the idea of reading your mind. No matter who turns on the TV, at what time, you should find something you want to watch almost instantly. Amazon recently redesigned its Fire TV experience. Google is pushing Gemini into more devices, and the battle to rule your TV screen is only getting more competitive.
Having a home screen that people want to use is an important consideration. If you want to stay the market leader, you have to continue to evolve, and that's what we're seeing here.
The new Roku home screen is rolling out now to all supported devices, and the company says even older Rokus should still stay fast. And while you might be tempted to turn off some of these new settings, their advice is to live with it for a week and watch how it adapts to you. I'm Rich DeMuro, News Nation, New York City.
And don't forget to check out all of our amazing content on Roku on our Queen City News Plus app. All right, you guys may remember we showed you the newest Ferrari model that was released earlier this week. Well, Ferrari fans aren't happy with the company's new EV model that you're seeing right there. They say it's too Californian. The Ferrari Luce unveiled yesterday cost $640,000. It was built with the help of former Apple design chief Johnny Ive, who designed the look to feel like early iPhones, but fans, they are not having it, saying it looks like it may as well have an Apple logo on it. It does look very Apple. Well, the car's smooth, rounded exterior is a far cry from Ferrari's classic roaring engines and angular designs. And Ferrari's chief design officer says the company's has been a bridge between San Francisco and Maranello, which is the Italian city where Ferrari is headquartered. It kind of looks like a Tesla, honestly. I don't know, I understand if you were a classic Ferrari fan and you have that much money, you would be upset that it deviated so much from the original design, but you know, things have to change. Okay guys, this next story, I'm still in shock over it. A Florida sheriff's deputy is facing some heat on social media after he ticketed a woman for holding a cell phone in her right hand while driving. And it really matters which hand he was talking about, as you'll learn in a moment. His own body cam video revealing that he was accusing her what she was doing was physically impossible. Take a look.
You drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone. I mean, I saw you with the phone in your hand.
So you want to just call this a day?
I don't want to call it a day. You had a hand up manipulating the phone.
You just said my right hand.
Well, I thought I saw you with your right hand. You had a hand up. The right hand. I saw you manipulate.
So you didn't.
With the right hand, perhaps not, right? But I saw you
didn't see me with my right hand.
So are you saying
that you saw me with my right hand?
I know what I just said. I know what I just said. I'm asking you now. Did you or not have your phone on your hand?
I did not.
You did not have your phone in your hand?
I did not.
Hand to God, you did not have your phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
Sir, not hand to God. She don't got no hand, sir. Okay, so the unnamed deputy pulled over 36-year-old Kathleen Thomas on suspicion of distracted driving. Despite the evidence to the contrary, she does not have a right hand. The deputy still issued the ticket. Of course, Thomas challenged the citation in court. A hearing was scheduled for Wednesday. It was canceled when the officer requested a dismissal due to lack of evidence. I have no words. When he told her hand to God, I'm like, just give it up. And she gave him an out too. She said she would just call this, but he would rather be right than just admit that he was wrong. All right, well, if you love daytime talk shows the way we do, this one might sting a little. A longtime host of ABC's The View is going on hiatus. Joy Behar says she's stepping away from the panel for several weeks to take on a new gig. She's traveling to Paris and London to perform her stage play, My First Ex-Husband. Behar will start that break after today's episode. But several people have been tapped to fill in for her, including comedian Cheryl Underwood, who's been a guest on our show, and podcast host Kara Swisher. So it'll be interesting. Joy will be missed, but hey, we're all entitled to do other things. Well, in more celebrity news, Timothée Chalamet has been awarded free Chipotle for a year. The actor was surprised with the Chipotle Bowl and celebrity card when he was courtside at a recent New York Knicks playoff game at Madison Square Garden. And Chalamet recently posted himself eating a Chipotle bowl, so the company jumped on the opportunity. The celebrity card is made for VIPs and grants them free Chipotle for an entire year. But this begs the question, does he really need it? Do any celebrities need free food for a year? Just saying. This one had our producer Joey hot. He was like, wait a minute. We know, give it to college students, give it to other people like that. Also, y'all know Timothée Chalamet is not eating Chipotle on a weekly. Like, he's an actor, he's got to stay thin. Give it to me, I'll eat it. Right, there appears to be an ever-growing rift in the Jolie Pitt family as another child has removed the Pitt portion of their name. News broke Maddox Jolie Pitt is losing the latter part of the hyphenate as he legally filed to simply be Maddox Siobhan Jolie. This comes after people noticed his name in the credits of his mother's latest film that he worked on as an assistant director. This is all preceded by Shiloh allegedly losing Pitt, Sahara removing the last name in a more low-key manner, and Vivian getting rid of the addition on a recent Broadway playbill she was part of. We'll see what comes from this and as it stands, but it looks like these kids are all on Mama Angelina's team. According to court documents, this all really, the breakup of the family, the last straw was Brad Pitt was allegedly intoxicated on a flight many years ago and was going off on Angelina. The kids had to step in, and that's really where the divorce, the proceedings started, and they all became Team Angelina. And there are reports saying that Brad Pitt feels like his family has abandoned him. All right, guys, it's time for another piece of history up for grabs. One of the earliest books to tell the tale of King Arthur will be auctioned off in London. It's believed to have been made in the end of the 13th century and contains 126 illustrations. The book has remained in private hands for about 700 years. One owner includes the 15th century knight. And Christie's auction house isn't revealing who put the book up for auction, but scholars hope the next buyer is a public institution so they can study it. It goes up for auction on July 8th and is expected to sell for more than $2 million. So imagine having $2 million to spend on a book, a cool book at that, but don't get me wrong, you get the point. This is so neat. I mean, if you had that much disposable income, this is the thing that you want to buy. That's incredible. And I do agree. Hopefully it goes to a public institution so that we all get to enjoy it and learn. Well, you know him, you love him, and it's official. Weird Al is so back. Remember Weird Al? Well, as he begins his latest tour, he posted a video showing off his newest instrument. Check it out.
Hey, how you doing? Well, it's the first day of our tour, and I can't think of any better way to celebrate than by trying out my brand new banana synthesizer.
All right, that's not AI. We're not playing some trick on you, but that's why he's Weird Al. The man is playing a bunch of bananas. It's classic. If you want to see him play the banana synth and much more, you'll be in luck. He'll be playing in Greenville, South Carolina tomorrow and has stops in Greensboro and Charleston very soon. So I think Weird Al's like my generation. You can appreciate the strangeness of it. I love it. All right, guys, well, there's plenty more positivity ahead, including another trip to the world of RFK Jr., the Snake Hunter. We'll be right back. Well, yesterday we showed you video of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. grabbing 2 snakes. Well, another video of RFK Jr. hunting slithery snakes, it's hit the net. This time he left a virtual meeting after being told something venomous was in the driveway.
There's angler in there. I don't want to touch him. No. You asked Cheryl to bring me a military phone.
No, honey, no. I'll let it here.
He's a beautiful snake. There's a western diamondback. You can tell. Look at these rings at the end of his tail.
Oh my God.
Gonna put him in here.
Okay, the good news, the snake was unharmed and RFK relocated it. Okay, you guys, politics aside, I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, whatever. At some point, like, what are we doing? You're out here wrestling snakes for another day. Who is filming these snakes? Leave the snakes alone. Then you're trying to see if it's venomous. It's a lot. All right, guys, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you, and here's mine for today. My psychiatrist told me I'm crazy. Then I said I want a second opinion. He said, okay, you're ugly too. That's from the late, great Rodney Dangerfield. If you get the humor, you get the humor. That's just a Friday funny for you. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Hopefully Liza and I will see you out and about, and we'll see you back here at 10 a.m. on Monday morning. Remember, we'll be at Steps for Shelter Pets tomorrow morning, so hopefully we'll see you in the park having fun and supporting the community.
Coming up today on Morning Edition, we're talking buns and guns, pistols and Pilates. We'll explain that coming up. Also, dining without kids. Leave them kids at home, or should you bring them with you? Jason's already got an opinion. See ya. And the great glasses debate. Do you need them? Are you just wearing them for fashion? Do people with prescription glasses feel some type of way about it? We're going to talk about it today on Morning Edition. With that, welcome in Julian Tenor, Annie Satowski, Jason Harper, Ted Phaeton in here for another round of discussion. And we're starting, guys, with pistols and Pilates. We talked about this on the show. It's a way to get women into using firearms and firearm training for people that maybe they don't feel comfortable doing this. So this is, I forget what city this is out of.
This is just outside of Chicago.
Chicago. Okay. How do we feel about pistols and Pilates, or as Jason calls it today on the show, buns and guns?
One of our directors.
Glocks and blocks.
Blocks and Glocks. The other one was Guns and Poses.
I like that. That's good. That's
That
close.
was a good one. That was from our director, Evan. But no, this is a good idea. So they do a core workout, a Pilates workout, then they go and they get safety training. Obviously, you could see they're learning all the parts of the weapon, and then also, obviously, at the firing range there. I think it's a good idea. Wherever you fall on this isn't like a political thing, right? How you feel about guns, right? This is about fitness. And if you are interested in learning more about them, or if you are interested in legal gun ownership, then you should be educated about all things about it, right? That's from how it works and the safety aspect of it and how to fire properly. So I think it's a good idea. It makes it more approachable, right? In a setting where maybe women specifically might feel a little bit timid about that. Or just that they don't even know where to start. So mixing that in with something that they might already be familiar with all other women, which is this is exclusively for, it just makes it easier and it makes it accessible. So I think it's a good idea. Anytime you can mix fitness with a different element, I think is cool.
Okay.
I have two comments. The first one is going to be, I think you're right, Annie. If maybe you're wanting to have a permit or have one in your home, a firearm, and you want to take this class, great, go for it. Even if you have no desire to ever own a firearm. Unfortunately, we live in a world where you could be somewhere in public, and I'm not saying that you run up and disarm someone that may be threatening someone else, but let's say you were on the scene at a Target and someone is in some kind of confrontation and a gun falls to the floor and you're trying to get it away. You know, what are your options? What do you do? If you're intimidated and fearful of it, you wouldn't know what the heck to do, right? Maybe you kick it away. Maybe that is the safest option. But if you were able to pick it up and know where the safety is or know at least where to hold it, like even those things to me, the more armed you can be, I don't mean with a weapon, but just with your knowledge and with your senses, the better civilian I think you can be, right? So that's number one. Number two is I started thinking about this as I'm looking at this video. Our body, what we do with our fitness, our health, is like a weapon. I want to be a bad beep. You know what I'm saying? I'm not putting in the effort like I should. In my head, I want to be that, right? But if I want to be a serious, a weapon in the world, whatever that is, with my mind, with my speech, with whatever my actions are, I need to know my instrument. I need to know my equipment. You know what I'm saying? I'm all of it, though. All of it. Mental, physical, financial, spiritual, all the things that make me up as a secret, deadly weapon. I want to be the best I can be. And so it's the same with so that's not just the Pilates part of it. That's the firearms. I think it's brilliant.
I do too.
I like
Absolutely. No, it's fantastic. And you're hitting on the reasons for why I work out hard, which it used to be 2, now 3. Yeah. Number 1 was look good naked. Number 2 was be hard to kill.
I knew it was going.
Right.
It was going there.
Now number 3 is to intimidate my future daughter's spouses. Right.
There you go.
But the other thing I think about with this is doing something that you don't usually do, right? So let's say that you have a group of girls, they do Pilates together, it's great, but there's a certain bonding that happens when you do a new skill or you approach something new that you're not used to it. And it sounds a little oxymoronic. You're like, okay, Pilates and pistols, we're gonna mix this together. The pistol aspect about it might not be something that these women have had experience with. So it's a new skill. It's something that they get to learn together and they see each other in a little bit of that vulnerable light of like, oh, this is something you don't know what you're doing around this. Let's teach each other. And they have more of that bonding experience. I was looking it up and it talks, it adds the other stuff. Matcha, fitness, and firearms. What about the matcha? We got to have a matcha afterwards. You see them cracking some drinks.
Yeah.
Probably talking about the experience of like, hey, this felt a little awkward. We do it a couple more times. you build that skill, you get more confidence with it, and you have another area in life where you're bonding.
You know, I'm not trying to trigger Ted.
I see what you did there.
But,
It was a trigger. Nice.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because Ted has a feeling about Planet Fitness, but we're not going to dive into that. But the reason why I bring it up is because a lot of people sometimes feel intimidated going to a gym.
Yeah.
If they've never been to a gym before, and you go to a local YMCA or whatever Crunch Fitness, and you see a lot of macho people working out, and they all know what they're doing, you may feel kind of foolish walking in there and trying to work out on your own. If nobody's ever been out shooting before, to firing range can be really intimidating to a lot of people because you have people who are gun owners there. Now you can rent and fire with weapons that you rent, but if you don't know what you're doing there, you may not ever want to go. And so I love this because it's lowering the barrier of entry, right? It's making it more accessible to people in an area that they're going to feel comfortable going out and learning how to operate a firearm. And to Jason's point, yeah, I think more knowledge helps everybody. Like Andy said, not being political or anything like that. But if you have any interest in being a legal gun owner, maybe your spouse is a gun owner. This is a great way to go in there in a place where there's no pressure, you're having fun. And Savannah Rudisell, one of the Queen City News anchors, brought this up at 4 a.m. Also, Pilates, depending on what you're firing, you have to also get ready for the recoil. And so Pilates is a great way to engage your core. And it's something that you're going to immediately use from Pilates into firing. So I think we're all on board. This is great.
I like it. And the other part that you mentioned of being intimidated, I don't know of any events like this in our area right now. Of course, there's, classes you can take, but again, that takes the drive to do it and kind of like taking that leap if you're afraid and you don't know anything about it. But if you do go into a firing range, right, I have found that the people there, or anywhere that you really go, whether that's golf or just trying a new sport, if you talk to the people who work there, they are passionate about what they do. And so they want to educate and they want to expand interest in whatever it is you're doing. So if you just go in there and I don't know, as I've gotten older, I'm just not afraid to admit that I don't know things or I don't want to pretend like I know exactly what I'm doing. And if I'm just like, hi, I'm new here, I'm interested, I don't understand what's going on, can you help me? They will 100% do it, and they are so cool.
But to your point with the intimidation factor too, Annie, because you mentioned golf courses and in a firing, like, just to be blunt, like those are male-dominated areas.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
A woman might feel a little hesitant, a little intimidated to just go there. So having that space, right, like Pilates and pistols and Pilates, no men allowed, that's a better introduction for a woman who wants to try it out. And she might be a dog at Pilates, but wants to try out the pistol thing, which I will say, I've done the pistol, I've done the Pilates. The Pilates is way harder.
It's so hard.
Way harder.
100%.
But that will help. To your point with shoulder strength and core and bracing for all of that. I think it's cool.
Harper's got thoughts.
No, I do. I'm sitting here thinking that, the older I get, there's a lot of things that I thought I would know how to do by the time I'm 50. And there's a lot of men that don't feel super masculine because they don't know how to do certain skills that you kind of just think as a guy you should know, whether it's woodworking, fishing, firearms. I'm just saying, there's a lot.
Like your oil.
Yeah, I know, for real. And being around other men my age, they feel uncomfortable and intimidated because they feel like they should know a certain amount of guy skills by the time they get to a certain age. And so then you feel, I don't want to say you don't feel threatened by other men, but you feel a little intimidated because you're like, I don't know how to shoot a weapon. I'm 50. I never shot a weapon. I have. I'm just saying, I've got friends that don't. And so they don't ever want to go to a firing range. I've got friends that don't ever want to go fishing. They don't ever want to step into the garage because they feel uncomfortable around areas that they're not skilled in.
Interesting.
Not every
So many people never want to go golfing because they're like, I'm too embarrassed because I think I should.
Yeah, it is.
So I think someone around here, because we live in a part of the country where a lot of people have weapons. And not everyone knows how to use it. And I think it's great for women to be able to do this. I think there should be something for guys that where it's a comfortable setting where you can go and learn to do firearms or learn to do some things.
Yeah.
And that it's okay. You don't know how to do it all.
Pistols and push-ups.
Pistols and push-ups.
We'll work on the time. We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
I like golf and guns.
Golf and guns.
Golf and guns.
Yeah, two different kinds of ranges.
Exactly. There we go. And your accuracy is going to be terrible at both of them when you start. There you go.
That's okay.
I like that. But think about it, Ted. You've talked about this. I mean, think of it like if you're a handyman or a handy woman and you got a tool belt. The more tools you have around that belt, the more successful, the better of a performer and a fixer and a contributor to our society that you are. And so if you're only good with a hammer and screwdriver, that's great. But the more weapons, the more tools you can put in there and be comfortable with, whether it's any of the things we just talked about, I think that makes you, that's a great, well-rounded person.
Just to put the icing on the cake you just baked, Jason, I have fallen in love with being a novice. And I want anyone who's watching, listening to just get excited about learning something new because there's always a point. Maybe it's 15 hours in, 20 hours in of a new practice. And that might sound intimidating, but that's like, you could do that 1 hour a day for a month, and that's 20 hours. There's a point where it clicks. Now, you're not an expert, but you're competent, and you learn what you're doing around it. That moment is exciting. So whenever you try something new, if you could just search for those first 20 hours to get to that click, you'd be surprised how much you could pick up.
That's usually my hamstring. That's what the click is. I'm like, oh, I pulled something. But do it. But I like what you're saying. Stretch yourself. Stretch
By the way, when Jason said, I have shot a gun, he was like, just, I'm a real man. Just so you know it. I have shot a gun. I'm 40. All right, we got more morning edition coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. We're still talking about the great glasses debate and should kids be left at home when you go out to eat?
Bye-bye.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. All of us love to eat. Love our families. We like to go out to eat. But so everyone does, whether that's like your family restaurant or you like to go fancy schmancy. But there's a new poll out of about 1,000 U.S. adults, and 75% actually led by parents saying, we want adult-only options, whether that is a restaurant has adult-only seating, whether that's if it's a late night hours, don't bring your kids, or if it's like a fancy romantic setting, also don't bring your kids. Jason's stretching out because he's got stuff to say. So what do you think about that?
Jason?
Go ahead.
Okay. And I think this could also be an age thing, right?
Okay.
Just because the older I get, it's so weird because you swear you're not going to be like your parents or your grandparents. But once you start to get into the next category of your life and your age and your maturity, you start going, I see why my filter, I see why I can't take as many kid sounds at restaurants anymore. I'm over it. You guys are young parents, right? And so it's like you want to be able to go out. Sometimes you feel like you can only go with your young kids. I get that. Or it's expensive to also get a babysitter. I get all those things. There are 417 restaurants where you can go with your family. Awesome. Go to Cracker Barrel. I don't care. Play checkers.
Right.
Play the tea game and see if you're an ignoramus. That's great. But when I'm going to a wine bar, I would like to be there with other people above the age of 21. And so when I'm sitting on a patio at a wine bar, I get it. It's not a bar. It's a restaurant. But there's just this expectation of, adults kind of winding down after a day at work. And when I'm on the patio and I'm sharing it with, a bunch of second graders out there after T-ball, the moms are not paying attention to their kids. It becomes like a daycare center, so the moms can sit there and chat and drink wine. It's frustrating, and I can see the women going, we can do whatever we want to do. It's a free country.
I was going to say, I want to join them.
Yes, it is. I get that, but I think what I get frustrated at is because if there were no other options, all right, fine, right? I'll go inside where it's quiet. But I feel like we've become a society where we only are inside our own personal bubble. This is what I deserve. This is my family. I'm going to go out and do this, and not ever taking into account, wow, look, there's a couple over there. Looks like they might be celebrating an anniversary. Or, hey, maybe we should be quiet. My kids have now crumbled up cornbread all over the ground. Someone's going to have to clean it up. This is not, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel like any of that happens.
Can you do that impersonation again with the moms? What do they say? We can do whatever we want.
How'd that go?
Yeah, the head goes.
That's pretty good.
No, I think it's all about venue, right? Like there are places that I would never take my almost 2-year-old. Why? Because she's a tornado. She does really well out in restaurants, but I think it's about parental control. I think to Jason's point of like, if you're not paying attention to what your kids are doing, they're throwing a fit, they're climbing on top of the table, they're throwing food, they're just being a mess. Like, no, like if that were happening to us, it'd be like, hey, can we box this up? Like we're going to go. Like this is just not working. I think that for a wine bar, like a closed-in situation, no, I would never bring her there because I want to relax too, and I don't want to chase her around this restaurant. But on the other hand, you are all not entitled to a child-free world, right? It's the same argument of babies crying on an airplane. Trust me, the parents are way more upset than you are about this baby crying on the airplane. Do they want them to be quiet? Absolutely. A restaurant is a different story. You have to be in control of the situation. If you know that your toddler is a menace to society at a restaurant, sorry, like order in. That's my thing. I think though
go to Chuck E. Cheese or something.
Or maybe something that's more family friendly, and that's what they do. I don't know why you're taking your toddler to a really fancy restaurant. That being said, though, I feel like as an only child, I would go out to restaurants with my family. Some of them would be nicer. It's an age thing, but I didn't run around. I didn't do cause all these shenanigans. So I wouldn't be totally against kids in a nicer restaurant. What if that is the most well-behaved 10-year-old you've ever seen?
Come on.
And she's properly ordering filet mignon and she would like it rare with steak frites, right?
I see the kids act better than their parents sometimes.
Yeah, so I think it's all about knowing your kid.
It is.
And there are some venues like a Michelin star restaurant. It's probably not for your toddler.
Yeah.
So I'm not for or against this. I think it's all about a case-by-case basis. But control your kids.
Okay. Ted is as the one remaining parent who hasn't commented on it. Go ahead. Weigh in, brother.
So I would say hey, parents, they're going to do what they want to do, whether their kids are unruly or well-behaved. They're going to choose to take their kids to the restaurant or not. Adults who want to celebrate an anniversary, when you go to a restaurant, there is that risk. I do see the area says adults only or child-free dining. I think resorts have figured this out, right? Like the adult only section.
In the pool.
Exactly, the adult only pool. So I'm curious as to what a model looks like with a restaurant that has that. Because listen, if the restaurant has those high chairs,
it's called the bar.
Yeah,
it's called the bar.
That's true.
You gotta be 18 to sit in the bar.
Like remember the smoking and non-smoking sections of the restaurant?
Yeah, correct.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So
it can be done. It can be done.
Exactly, right? I think there's a universe where you could serve both if you choose. And then it's also, I'm sure there's restaurants, I've been to restaurants where you could tell, like, They don't take kids. They don't have high chairs.
this ain't
they
it.
don't have booster
Well, they
seats.
have like the
No
one high
kids
chair to be
maybe.
compliant.
Just like, I gotta have this.
I'd have the one and it's
It's
on
just-
its last leg.
I feel like there's a lot of restaurants it's just kind of like that by the price point of the menu. Like there are some restaurants where people just don't take kids because they know. And if like if I were to go to the Crunkleton and I saw the kid, I'd be like, okay, like that's a bold choice by the parents if they want to pay for a kid to have a $45 entree.
Yeah,
more power to them.
My daughter likes salmon. She's not the chicken finger type.
Yeah,
I'm not spending
same.
that at the Crunkleton.
Right.
No.
Yeah. I mean, but also the time of day too, right? The Crunkleton has an amazing brunch.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So maybe do we think that's a little bit better to take your kid to? It's expensive,
sure,
but like price is out of there. I mean, they have a good patio too. Dogs are allowed on the patio.
Yeah.
So if you have a child who's well behaved enough and they're going to sit nicely and eat their eggs Benedict, I don't see a problem
Very
with it.
Benny. All right. Here. Do you guys think that it would help or hurt a business if they came out and said that we have, like, let's just say they're going to say Friday nights are no kid nights. You can't bring your. Do you think that would help or hurt business?
Based on the numbers, it would help.
You think so?
I mean, the survey says 75% of
Adults.
want
And even
this.
parents. And that survey didn't really get into why parents are leading that, but maybe, I don't know.
And to your point, the numbers and the actions are different. But
Yeah.
Jason's okay.
No,
What do
I
you
have, I have a perfect example. There is a local brewery
Okay.
in the town, founded after the Waxhaw Indians.
Okay.
It's called Waxhaw. This, I don't want you to have to Google it or
to figure out which one it was.
It's called Waxhaw. Okay, so there's a brewery there, and it has changed leadership over the last year. But over the last few years, Angie and I would go there quite a bit, and we became frustrated. So it's not a restaurant; it is a brewery. They don't serve food. You're allowed to bring food from neighboring restaurants. They
Oh, okay.
just serve beer and wine. Okay, but they've got the cool garage doors open, picnic type tables, or you can sit at the bar. A lot of different options, right?
Right.
Well, in the last couple of years, in the fall especially, I mean, when it feels so good, you got families coming in around 5 o'clock, staying for a long time. You would go, as an adult, you're going to try to go to the restroom or go up to the bar to order a drink, and you're stepping over little kids with their choo-choo trains and Hot Wheels all across the floor, parents not paying attention. There's multiple families happening a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a back part, okay, where they used to brew some of the beer, and they specifically made this, guys, an adult-only area.
Oh,
Okay. It eventually turned into like a comedy night would be back there.
Uh-huh.
We set up a stage and all that kind of stuff. But there was a lot of discussion about, well, that's not fair. And, well, is this going to hurt business? And these families are offended. They may not come back. But at the end of the day, it was, okay, they might. Let's save those 5 families or 10, right? Maybe 10 families don't come back. That's fine. But you had run off another 10 families who are actually spending money on beer and wine. They didn't want to be there. They don't want to be in a daycare.
Yeah.
And then you feel kind of strange in this adult-only area. It did work for a little while. I
And
think
then-
I think it's opened back up now because I don't. Sometimes so many companies are having trouble like staffing certain things. You know what I'm saying? Instead, it just depends. I think to your point, Annie, it depends on the location. It depends on specifically what's happening, and maybe you can't close down for one whole night. It's only
Certain hours?
adults.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think maybe at certain hours, or I think you're right. I think a certain part of the restaurant, I say try it. All you can do is experiment
And just see.
and then ask for feedback. Feedback
Right.
is very important.
Right.
I do think breweries are like the parents' watering hole, though. Like I expect to see kids at breweries.
Yeah. I think especially with like outdoor spaces, breweries are good too because
Yeah, I don't know.
maybe that's a little bit different.
That's-
But like
Don't get me
breweries that
started.
serve food, right? Like they'll have
Yeah.
like a turf, the one up by where we are, and kids can they have like an area for them to like run around, and that's
Okay.
cool. I also like it because like it's gonna be fast. You're not gonna have a reservation. You can go there just like in, out, on with your life. But again, I have like a toddler and I just want to like eat, get out.
Well, Andy, speaking real quick, we got to get out of this segment because we still have one more to talk about.
one more.
And we're almost over morning edition. So we'll have a morning edition on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. I hope you guys have a good view of the television or on whatever app you're watching us on, because this is the Great Classes Debate.
Talk about it, Ted.
Oh, man. Come on, preach.
Now, you guys might not know this about me,
but you can see.
You can
But I have
see.
20/20 vision, y'all. I can see. These are both functional and fashionable. Blue light glasses, which I also happen to think I look good in. For some,
At least somebody does.
that triggers those who are, I guess, visually impaired. I don't mean this as a slight to anybody who's watching. If anything, it's in solidarity with the struggles that you guys go through at
I
home.
can't be in solidarity.
You good
no idea.
Julian and Ted have debated this forever. Julian needs actual glasses
As
to
does
see,
Jason.
and so does Jason. I have 20/20 vision too. I'm like right in the middle. I've been mediating
ahead,
this
Annie.
for hours.
Put them on. Put them on.
I don't have blue light glasses, and honestly, they really, really help. I was getting migraines from looking at like my 5 trillion screens a couple years
They
ago.
look good on you too, girl.
Thank you.
Because
I
Annie
like how
uses
I
them.
like how they look. Sometimes your eyes are just tired. I love using them when I'm working on a computer.
For a real reason.
Maybe it's
I
too
like
much
using
screen
them
time.
when it. Well, no, I'm at work. Like, what do you want me to do?
Mm-hmm.
I can't just turn off the screen.
true. Yeah.
Anyway, so I wear them when I'm at work.
Uh-huh.
I
For
do.
a purpose.
I do not wear them outside of
Oh.
the station.
Do you wear them on air?
No, I've only worn them on air when I had like an eye thing where I didn't want to put on eye makeup, so I thought it helped like kind of hide the fact that my eyes looked really small.
Okay.
That was,
Functional.
I've only worn them on air maybe a handful of times. But no, I do not wear them outside, but I love my blue light glasses. I have 20/20 vision.
Yeah.
That's it. We don't have enough time for me. So go
Julian,
on.
why do you think Ted wears his, and why does it rub you the wrong way?
My thing is, I think my beef with Ted is it's purely, mostly a fashion thing for Ted.
Yep.
And Ted uses a guise of needing them for blue light. That is a guise for me. It is this whole
He likes to
entire
look first.
Likes to look first.
I'll
Right.
find the
It is
reason
a
to wear
charade.
them.
Yeah, but I think you have it backwards.
No.
It's just,
No, I don't.
and that's one man's opinion.
And Annie, can I borrow yours real quick?
Yeah.
Here's why I have
kinda
beef with Ted,
dirty.
because we saw Ted was doing our hometowns, had his glasses on, was doing all this stuff. We go to commercial break. We're watching Ted on the monitor. He picks up his phone, which is blue light, takes off the blue light glasses to look at the blue light phone, puts the phone down, it's for the look. Just a minute. Just a minute, Ted.
It's for both.
It's for both. But you took them off when you actually needed them.
Thank you, Jason.
I need him constantly.
Do you use them when you're driving,
For
like
what?
outside? Do you wear them in the car?
If I forget to take them off, I do. Which is why this all started, right? So I look at screens at home. I look at screens when I'm at work. In the example Julian's talking about, I'm looking at a computer, I'm looking at a return monitor, and then I pull up my phone, I took off my glasses.
But why did you take them off to look at your phone?
Because there was a glare when I looked up from the sun. So instead of changing the angle, I just removed
You want to know what it looks like
Because
to
I have
need-
that
you know what-
luxury.
You know what it looks like to need glasses? That right there. That is why you need contacts and glasses. You don't fit that
They
category.
don't fit that, Ted.
Fair enough.
He's saying you're using your vision privilege.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If the glare hits the lens and I don't want to adjust it, I'm going to just do that. That's my benefit.
You keep a handicap sticker in your car?
Yeah, come on.
I do not.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I do not.
You use a handicap stall, don't you?
Let me ask
Do
you
you
this
think
though.
that
Let me
people
ask you
think
this
that
though.
you need them?
Do you think they look good?
Julian won't say it. I think
We're out of time. Thanks for watching Morning Edition. We'll
Appreciate
catch
you
you next
guys.
time.
That's a yes.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. Today, we're going to talk about AI, its role in real estate, the pros of it, but also maybe some of the cons. And to help me do that is a woman with quite possibly the coolest name ever, Joan B. Good. And she is the president of the Canopy Realtor Association. Joan, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey.
Thank you so much, Morgan, for having me today. I'm so excited, especially that I maybe will learn a little bit about my golf swing. And that's a conversation for another time.
We were talking about that before the show started. I played college golf, past tense, of course. Might be a little rusty, but that's the game of golf, right?
That's exactly right. You only remember your best shot.
Yes, and that's why you keep coming back for more.
That's exactly right.
Joan, so Canopy Realtor Association, what is that for people who are not real estate agents? What is that?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So, and it is a little confusing. So Canopy Realtor Association is the parent company of our Association for Realtors and our multiple listing service, or better known as MLS. And you don't have to be a realtor to be in the MLS. Yes, you have to be a real estate agent, but you don't have to be a realtor.
What's the difference, real estate agent versus realtor?
A member of the National Association of Realtors is a realtor.
Okay.
But any licensed real estate agent can join our MLS.
Okay.
Right? And that's where all the listings reside, under the multiple listing service. That's where a consumer would go for information in regards to housing.
Okay. So you are we've got like the top dog in the studio today. This is great. So we're talking about AI in real estate. 10 years ago, did you ever think that this would be a conversation?
Never. And now you can't talk about any industry without saying AI.
Are real estate agents going to get replaced?
Absolutely not. And that's the question everyone's asking.
Yeah.
No, it's only going to enhance our industry. And quite truthfully, Morgan, it's already embedded in most of the tools that we use. And we've been using it for a while. If you think about AI as an enhancement, as an improvement, we've used it for a long time in our photos, in our portraits of ourselves. We use it constantly. But it will never replace, and this is a great example you're showing now, but it will never replace relationships, which for consumers drive revenue. Because people buy from people that they want to work with.
Right.
And you need that human interface. So right here, this is a great example. She's showing you vacant homes that could be staged, right? And that is an improvement. If it is a occupied home that is vacant and we stage it, we do have to state in our MLS, there are guidelines and rules that state, okay, this is awesome, but that's not how it looks. This is enhanced via AI.
There's got to be that transparency so that someone knows this isn't, a true depiction of this room, right?
Exactly.
This furniture, when you show up, it's not going to be there if it's enhanced with AI. Now, with the AI staging and the regular staging, do you think AI is going to replace stagers who actually bring in furniture and put it into the home and stage the home? What do you think is the difference there between those two different approaches?
Sure. That's a great question. And that's kind of what's on the back of everyone's mind. So staging companies do a phenomenal job. You see them a lot in new construction, very, very often, where you're having herds and herds of people coming through, because new construction, their model home is like a show house, right? No one's living there. The doors aren't even on all the interior doors. Typically, people are just walking through. But when someone's physically living in a home, or they have vacated it, but they still own it, their insurance, all of that, virtual staging is a great option. You can imagine, and some of these you can even say, that's not my style. I'm more traditional. So you can change it to your type of furniture. Whereas real staging, that's going to be the designer, the stager's idea of what looks good in the space.
Okay, so I've got a prime example of that, and let's pull this up. And this is, on Zillow, so anyone can do this. But this home Here is the original picture, and this isn't. You can choose your style to Scandinavian, industrial, mid-century, and then look at what that room would look like with this furniture. Do you love it or do you hate it? What do you think?
So I love it because the first place that consumers shop and their first view is online. So we want to make, as agents, as practitioners in this industry, we want to make it as easy as possible to view online. People start looking 6 months online before they're ready to actually physically go into any properties. They're kicking the tires, sort of, right? They're thinking, we might move. That would be great. What does it look like in my price range, where I can afford, the area I want to be, close to work? Where are the schools, right? All of that information, and having the ability, like you're doing right now, to click different styles, they can sort of see themselves in the home.
I think that's the biggest hang up when you're looking at homes. It's okay. There's someone else's personal pictures maybe still on the wall. How do you visualize your life in what's currently someone else's space? And
exactly
it's a
right.
challenge.
It's a challenge, and you really have to see yourself in there before you can mentally start to move. Right? You have to visualize, well, this is how I like my kitchen set up. I
Right.
can see myself cooking dinner for my family. I can see us hanging out playing Mahjong.
Yeah, which has become a very popular game lately.
Had to throw that in there.
So I have seen, I want to pull up this house, and these are all like homes in our area. I've also seen this recently, not just staging in the living room, but giving people an idea of what the home could look like with just completely changing the exterior. What are your thoughts on something like that?
So you have to be very careful. That is extreme staging. You cannot add construction that isn't there because that is deceptive to the consumer. If you, for example, added a door that really isn't there, it's just a wall, and a consumer comes in and says, where is this door?
Where's the door?
Right? That's deceptive. And that's basically false advertisement.
Right.
Enhancing.
Well, the agent is the one who can get in trouble there, the one who
Absolutely.
lists it, because then you're violating, one of the rules of the industry.
That's exactly right. And you're violating specific MLS rules because new rules are created around AI because of this, because it's new and everyone's talking about it and everyone's playing with it. It's a great new tool, but it's only as good as the information that you provided. So if you say, make this house better, no limits, could go crazy.
I mean, there will be people in the front lawn playing bags, and AI has its own imagination of what looks good.
Absolutely.
We've talked about where AI can be used and how it can benefit. You mentioned one of the ways that it can, hurt. I don't know if it would hurt a sale necessarily, but kind of deceive the buyer with things that aren't really there. What do you feel like are some of the kind of things that people should just be aware of and be conscious of with the evolution of AI and making sure that maybe particularly on the real estate agent side that they're not getting in trouble? What are some of the cons that you've seen with AI in this industry?
That's a great question. So we've talked a lot about staging, but the other side of the coin is the seller side. So if you just use AI generated market analysis, that's going to be on paper only. What an agent knows that an AI agent, and of course they're called agents, but what a realtor, which is a real estate agent, what they know that an AI agent doesn't is high tension power lines in the backyard. You're in a floodplain. This street is at the very bottom of the hill, so they always have a basement that floods. If you just look at it on paper, it's going to be square footage and bedrooms and baths. And there's so much more involved and so much human touch in pricing a property. So where the disservice lies is on that seller, because they may believe their price is exponentially, possibly, higher than any buyer walking through would think that it should be priced. And also realize that real estate agents are taking buyers around. So not only are they listing homes, they're also taking buyers around. So they hear the psychology and they know what they're thinking and what buyers are looking for. And that's invaluable information for a seller.
Which sometimes that changes too. It evolves. When you first start looking for a home, you might have, your must-have list some of those might actually just be a wish list item and not something that you need to have, and that you kind of adjust over time when you look at more homes.
That's true. I sometimes call it the can't sleep at night. So, right? If I don't get this, I won't be able to sleep at night.
Right.
Or if I get this and I really didn't want it. So you have to know that.
Yeah. So do you see instances or hear of instances where agents solely rely on AI to create their list, and you mentioned power lines as one of them, and miss those things?
We have seen it. So a lot of times, unfortunately, consumers and agents on both sides of the coin forget where the market really is. So they're relying on information that, oh my goodness, this is an unprecedented real estate market after COVID. Well, COVID was 6 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to think about COVID because it was like 20% appreciation. It was, I mean, for someone who bought before COVID and then, refinance, maybe they still live in their home at a 2.5%, 3% interest rate, or they saw that appreciation and they sold and they made great money. It's nice to think about it, but you're right. It's kind of a long time ago now.
It's a long time ago and it's in the past. And what's so funny is the mindset. So sometimes sellers will think we're in 2021 and buyers' mindset might be 2008 when the market crashed. There's that extreme. So you have to rely on the realtor to really bring it in and say, this is where we are today. Because you're right, it's fluid. It changes month to month. What's happening in the world really impacts what happens in real estate locally.
So thinking about where AI is headed, we're in this moment where people are experimenting with it. Where do you see AI's place in real estate?
So it's incredibly beneficial for tasks. If you are wanting to create a comparative market analysis, that initial number of this is what's happening, micro market down to neighborhood, down to streets. So you start with that. But what's key utilizing AI is the prompts. So AI is just that, machine learning, and it learns by what you ask it. So I see realtors utilizing it in their day-to-day tasks, things that would take us so long to create. If you have the proper prompts, which is so important, you can get graphs and numbers to go hand in hand with the knowledge that you have very, very quickly.
Okay. Could you give me an example of that if you were to kind of create a prompt?
100%.
Yeah.
So this is just recently. So I'm working on a listing appointment, and I said, here's the data from MLS, and you put this in a graph to show where the pricing lies. So initially, the prompt came with all the data. So that's crazy and too much.
Right.
Didn't make
Overwhelming.
sense. It's
Yeah.
overwhelming. So, which is great. So you just learn how to prompt. So then you go from there and you say, no, just these specific streets. This is newer construction, right? This is better. I know this street sells for a higher price than this street. So when you're giving these prompts, then the data comes back to you. And then you ask the question, okay, can you make this like you were talking to a fifth grader? I use that all the time. So you don't
That's
wanna
what we do on the news too. We really break it down. We want you to understand it. Yeah.
We want you to understand it and simplify it. So I asked for a graph, and the graph was crazy and very confusing. I said, no, a simplified graph with small markers in $10,000, right? Just so you can see where the movement is and what's been happening. And then I asked for historical data because history will tell us what's going to happen in the future, right? So I put all that in. This would have taken me hours and probably 45 minutes. I had enough data then to work on what I needed to work on. And that's real time. And it saves agents from having to sit in front of a computer, because if we're not in front of clients, right, we're not
That's
selling
on
homes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's so interesting that, it's like the workflow has changed. But, there's also on the flip side, the other side of it, they understand that workflow has become easier, right?
Exactly.
And so, do you feel like clients also expect quicker answers and quicker info because it's possible?
Oh,
So there's more pressure.
Absolutely, because instant gratification is where we are today.
Yeah, that's
For
true.
everything.
Yeah.
If the news you read at 8 this morning is already old, right?
Yeah.
And so this helps us. And you asked about replacing agents. I feel like it will enhance, not replace, but the assistant role is very, very different, because a lot of the tasks that you might ask an admin or an assistant to do, AI can create very, very quickly. And there are tools for realtors to use that help that.
I don't know if you've heard of this story, but there was a man in Florida who recently sold, it was like this viral story. He sold his home only using AI because he wanted to save on the commission. And so he entered the prompts, here's my house. How much should I sell it for? The contract, he had AI help him to kind of write up the contract. And he did end up selling it, I think, within a month. I mean, he sold it pretty quickly. It was under contract within a few days. And it was all about the positives of he did it. What would be your counter argument to a situation like that, being that you're in the real estate industry and you want people to trust and rely on you to help them through that process?
So that's a great story. And it should have started with Once Upon a Time, like a lot of Disney movies.
Okay, why so?
Well, the reason I say that is there's so many pitfalls, and you really have to understand this is people's typically largest expense, the most expensive thing they will buy. This is where they put their heads at night.
Yeah.
It's where they raise their families, right? So there are a lot of disclosures, there are a lot of encroachments. And in the state of North Carolina, we are not attorneys. We can't have AI just write up this contract.
Right. Yep.
Many things to consider. There's title work to consider. I mentioned encroachments. There might be a sewer pipe under that guy's house, right? And AI wouldn't have disclosed that, then he's responsible for that. We as realtors, we make certain we've looked at the deed, we've looked at the taxes. There isn't any cloud on title. And we have experienced attorneys helping us with that as well. So that is a great Once Upon a Time story, but there's so many pitfalls that I think the consumer could fall into, as well as the seller, because they could be liable for anything that was not disclosed.
Right. And they didn't go through the 90 plus hours of courses to kind of understand all of that and even what to look for in order to disclose. And I think you're right. It's you can get maybe a good price estimate of what you should list your home for, and you can get the data from AI and have a good understanding of what, value your home it has. Uh, but it's like selling your home off market, but using a little bit more information through AI to do it. Um, you still run the risk of some box not being checked.
That's exactly right. And what your realtor will do is advocate for you and protect you. Because let's say through AI, you get multiple offers and you think the highest one is the best one, right? You just look at the dollars. That isn't always the case. You definitely want to look at the financing. That's what realtors do. You want to see if there are any concessions. There's a lot going on within a contract, much more than just that top price.
For people who don't understand concessions, what do you mean by that?
Absolutely. Thank you. So to clarify that, concessions might be seller paid closing cost. What if there's something in repairs, right? It could be many things. They may want all of your personal property. They may want your washer and dryer, your
Well,
refrigerator.
if you don't read through the contract and
Exactly.
see that they wanted you to leave the refrigerator and you're like, well, I was gonna take it with me, then you're at kind of a
Then you're buying a refrigerator for someone else.
yeah,
Right?
especially if you've already signed the contract.
That's
So yeah,
exactly right.
there's a lot of stuff that can be put in those contracts that if you don't read it thoroughly, you're about to learn a hard lesson.
That's exactly right.
So we have a little bit more time on this show. Is there anything else you wanted to address about AI? Or can we get into kind of like state of the market in the Charlotte area?
Sure, we can do both. So, just quickly, AI, it's a great tool. We all need to learn. I think we'll see it more and more in our industry, and we need to get ahead of that. I think consumers and realtors need to know what's out there because consumers and realtors that don't utilize it will be left behind.
Yeah, I agree. And it's getting to the point that AI is integrating with platforms as
Yes.
well, and you can search for a home using ChatGPT now. So it's just going to keep evolving, and just like anything else, social media, you just have to evolve with it because you can't fight the tide on that.
That's right.
State of the market in the Charlotte area, the greater Charlotte area.
Absolutely.
What are you seeing? We've had kind of a bit of a chaotic month, it seems. But what are you seeing? Just the buyer and the seller sentiment.
So the good news is Q4 2025, I think everybody was settling in. Consumer confidence was really, really low. No one was really ready to jump. And you brought it up earlier, and it's so true. Everyone's sitting on a lot of equity. Everyone's sitting on low interest rates. So they were really not moving last year unless they had to, right? Something
Job change or
job change, or had children went to college, something changed in their life. We are seeing an uptick in Q1 in our area. Now, what's changing is we had that strong seller's market forever in unprecedented COVID years, bringing that up again. And now we're becoming a more balanced market, which is great for buyers and sellers. So homes are on the market a little longer, 45 to 52 days, depending on where you are in the city. And that's good because consumers need to have choices. They don't need the pressure of in 15 minutes, you've got to decide where you're going to live, right?
Where a listing appointment turns into, or a showing appointment turns into an open house because there are so many people coming in and out.
That's exactly right. And you just fight your way in for your little piece of time. It's good. It feels healthy. Prices are, we're seeing an increase year over year, not huge like the COVID years, but 1 to 3%. And that's just generalizing. It depends on where you are in the community. New construction is also up, which is fantastic.
Right.
So overall, very, very positive.
Where do you think it goes from here? Do you think it's going to completely shift into a buyer's market eventually, or do you think we're going to stay in this just kind of balanced area of real estate?
So real estate is cyclical, and all the time it's constantly fluid and moving. We have been in a strong seller's market for so very long, 10 plus years. And what we call a balanced market in real estate is 6 months inventory supply. And I can tell you, to a seller, that does not feel balanced, right? It feels like a buyer's.
You want to sell your home right away. You can't blame someone.
That's right. 6 months sounds like a very long time. So I do think there's a shift in the market, but we are so fortunate that we are constantly rated as one of the top cities to move to by many, many different publications. And because of that, we are still affordable city. Our climate is mild. Many, many businesses are moving here. Jobs are moving here. 147 people a day are moving to Charlotte. So we still have a robust real estate industry. And I think that will remain. Nothing's changing in Charlotte for the bad. It's just getting better. It's a great place to be.
It is a great place to live, and I think we have so much to offer here, and that's why everyone wants to be in the Carolinas.
That's right.
It's great.
It is beautiful.
Minus the pollen. That's the one thing. The one thing.
That's right. That's why she has yellow in the blue room.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm just dressing the part for the time of season. Right. Joan, thank you so much for your expertise and educating everyone on the topics, but not only that, but also kind of the state of the industry and the market in Charlotte. Really appreciate it. If someone wants to find you or follow you on social media, of course, how can they do that?
Joan Good, at Joan Good, and on Facebook as well. I am not really, that's probably the two best places, also on LinkedIn, obviously. Yes.
Well, Joan, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Bus headed to Charlotte crashes in Virginia, killing several people and injuring dozens of others. What investigators say caused the deadly collision. Andrew?
It's a pleasant end to the week here across the Carolinas. A little bit cooler, a little bit lower humidity. What about your weekend forecast? I'll show you at noon.
And Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles changing plans surrounding her resignation. Why she may be sticking around longer than expected. Good afternoon. I'm Will Lewis in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now. with several breaking news stories. First, out of Virginia, a bus headed to the Charlotte area crashed, killing at least 5 people and injuring dozens of others. It happened this morning on I-95 in Stafford County. Police say the bus failed to slow for traffic and crashed into 6 vehicles. The 5 people killed were in the vehicles, not on the bus. A total of 34 people were taken to hospitals. The bus was traveling from New York. This is a developing story. Queen City News will bring you the latest both on air and online at qcnews.com. We're also following breaking news out of Lake Wylie. Authorities say the swimmer who died after a rescue attempt yesterday was just 16 years old. Crews started searching around 2 o'clock when they received a call about a swimmer who didn't resurface after jumping off a boat. Divers were able to locate the swimmer, identified as Evan Forbes. Officials performed CPR, but Forbes did not make it. This is the second drowning death on Lake Wylie within the last week and a half. All right, now for a check outside as we take this live look around the Queen City. A wet start to the work week, but we're ending it on a dry note. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, a beautiful day today, but you are tracking weekend storm chances, right?
Yeah, that's right. Specifically on Saturday here, Wilman, also maybe a little bit early next week. But the big story here, kind of a nice Friday out there. A little bit lower humidity, comfortable conditions. There's scattered showers and storms possible tomorrow, and then we have a little bit less humid weather. Actually, really nice end to your weekend here on Sunday. 78 degrees. You'll notice the dew point's about 10 to 12 degrees lower than where they were yesterday. It feels noticeably more comfortable out there across the Carolinas. Light and variable winds, decent amount of sunshine. Pinpoint radar is quiet, not expecting any shower storm chances today. High pressure to our north. That is always a telltale sign of some comfortable conditions here across the Carolinas. Temperatures upper 70s for the most part here across the Carolinas. Outside the mountains, we're in the upper 60s to low 70s and low 80s down in the Sandhills. Dew points feeling really nice in Statesville, where it's actually below the 50-degree mark. You kind of see a little bit of a boundary here as we get into the upstate South Carolina, place like Lancaster, the dew point 63. But any place across as we get towards northern portions of Iredell County up into the mountains here feels really, really nice this afternoon. I've got more in your forecast of what's on the way for the weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-Day. Will?
All right, thanks so much, Andrew. New legal challenges for a controversial Fort Mill manufacturing facility. Silfab Solar is facing lawsuits alleging it did not pay what it owes its contractors. The cases come nearly 3 months after a pair of chemical leaks caused a temporary shutdown at the solar panel plant and led to new investigations. A lawsuit from Southern Piedmont Piping claims Silfab owes them more than $140,000. The Anson County Construction Company says it completed work for Silfab last year before Silfab stopped responding and paying on time. Records show 4 other contractors have a total of more than $2.9 million in legal claims currently filed against Silfab. Those claims include a new one from a Fort Mill construction equipment company for more than $1 million. There's also a second pending lawsuit from a York County HVAC company claiming more than $30,000 in unpaid work.
Whether it's budgeting or payments or whatever, you know, someone's dropped the ball somewhere. So those who are trying to do the right thing, I would really like for them just to pay the full amount and us be done with it.
Manufacturer is also facing a whistleblower lawsuit. A former technician claims he was fired last year for speaking up about various safety hazards. Silfab denies those allegations. A spokesperson sent a statement that they do not comment on active litigation other than to be confident in their positions. The case relating to Silfab's zoning is currently being considered by a judge. The outcome could potentially impact the company's future operations in Fort Mill. Now, we spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes about the worst case scenario Silfab could be facing.
The worst penalty that could be is not even another company shutting them down, but it could be unfair and deceptive trade practices. If someone brings the claim against them for that, that's treble damages. So say if you owe me $1 million and then I can get you on the hook for unfair and deceptive trade practices, now it's $3 million. Wow. Just on its own. So that's the type of lawsuit as a company that you don't want.
And for the full conversation with Khalif Rhodes, just head over to qcnews.com. 12:05 and a Clover police officer is in jail accused of using a gun to threaten her boyfriend. It happened yesterday afternoon in Chester. Deputies are charging 44-year-old Mara Anderton with domestic violence, possession of a weapon during a violent crime, and resisting arrest. Jail records do not show any bond set. A Clover police spokesperson says Anderton was placed on administrative leave without pay following her arrest, and that the department is conducting an internal investigation. New research shows while infant deaths in North Carolina are at a historic low, older children are dying at an increasing rate. State officials say most of the deaths are preventable, and lawmakers have an opportunity to make meaningful changes. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is in North Charlotte with a look at how the state compares nationally.
Overall, the U.S. childhood death rate dropped by 15% from the years 2005 to 2024. But in that same time frame, deaths of North Carolina minors rose by 3%. That's according to the North Carolina Childhood Fatality Task Force. They report that North Carolina is now ranked 12th in the nation for the highest childhood fatality rate in 2024. That is 5 spots higher than the prior year. Top 3 leading causes of death for kids in the state are car crashes, other accidents, and now homicide. Task force leaders say deaths associated with homicides grew more than any other category, especially for kids ages 15 to 17. North Carolina's Childhood Fatality Task Force now calling on lawmakers to take protective action, such as restricting social media sites from collecting minors' data and holding them accountable for harmful content on their platforms. Other child advocates are pushing for similar changes on the federal level.
They need to put some safety features in place when they're designing these products if they're going to market them to kids. Our kids are gone. It's too late. I'm here on Capitol Hill for the 14th time to protect, with these other parents, to protect other families, other kids.
The task force recommends other legal changes to the state legislature to help protect kids. They advocate for raising the age for buying tobacco from 18 to 21, strengthening child motor vehicle safety laws, and increasing funding for school social workers and counselors and nurses to help protect kids' mental health. Reporting in North Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles may hold her seat longer than expected. In an email to Charlotte City Council members this week, Mayor Lyles said that she will remain as mayor until her successor is appointed. She previously stated her final day would be June 30th. Several people have expressed interest in the interim mayor position, including former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts and longtime Councilman James Smudgy Mitchell. South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn will host his 34th annual Fish Fry today in Columbia, featuring some 2028 Democratic presidential hopefuls. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear and California Congressman Ro Khanna is expected to attend. Clyburn is South Carolina's only Democrat in Congress. Just this week, state senators blocked an effort to redraw the lines of Clyburn's 6th district to favor a Republican opponent. Clyburn is also a power broker whose endorsement helped secure the Democratic presidential nomination for Joe Biden. And this weekend, motorcyclists will honor the lives of the 4 law enforcement members killed in the 2024 Shannon Park shooting. The first Officer Down Memorial Ride is tomorrow. The police escorted ride gets underway at 11 a.m. at Hendrick Independence Center off of Independence Boulevard. The 55-mile route will take riders through Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, and Cabarrus counties.
Coming up after the break, I've got the latest on the more comfortable conditions today, but some changes on the way this weekend. My full forecast next.
To answer your question, no, I don't think the public's being unreasonable. How could you draw any other conclusion?
The Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force is a focus for South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. But what happens after arrests are made by that team? What Jody Barr learned about the aftermath in a new Queen City News investigation. And
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina.
The search for a precious metal 2 centuries ago in North Carolina, where the gold rush began in Cabarrus County. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We take a live look over Monroe. Looking really good. Some scattered clouds out there and some scattered storms coming up on Saturday. Let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. So, Andrew, Saturday may not be the peak day of the week. We may have to wait until Sunday, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, Saturday's not going to be a washout, but that's definitely going to be the best chance for some scattered showers and storms here across the Carolinas as well. 78 degrees right now, light and variable winds, comfortable conditions, dew points in the middle 50s here. Up in the mountains, beautiful weather as we get up to Boone outside on King Street right now. Pinpoint radar is quiet, nothing going on there. Zooming out, high pressure and control, but watching this frontal boundary right here. It's going to try to push back up into the Carolinas as we get into your Saturday. That could bring us a couple of those showers and storms. Temperatures across the southeast in the upper 70s and low 80s, but watching a little bit of this unsettled weather here to our south and west. This stationary frontal boundary eventually will try to see some overrunning moisture into the Carolinas, but once we get behind all that, we're really going to be comfortable here for your Sunday. Weekend forecast, some areas of showers and storms, but cooler and less humid as we get to your Sunday. Let's get into it here at Futurecast. This afternoon, really great weather. Futurecast is overdoing our temperatures a little bit here, but still temperatures in the middle 80s, maybe a couple of degrees above average for this time of year. As we go into the overnight hours, heading into your Saturday, the clouds move in. Decent amount of cloud cover here as we get things started here. It's 7 o'clock Saturday morning. From there, we're going to be watching these potential pop-up showers and storms here, but then eventually they will sink to the south as we go into the afternoon. This is 3 o'clock on your Saturday, and also we'll see the dew points drop as well. It'll start to feel noticeably more comfortable again later in the day on Saturday, but upstate South Carolina, that's going to be the best chance for the showers and storms here as we go throughout your Saturday afternoon. Saturday evening, it clears out, and then as we roll on into your Sunday, should be treated to some really nice weather here. Temperatures only in the low 70s at 11 o'clock in the morning, just kind of highlighting what we're going to see, and probably staying in the upper 70s here all day long on your Sunday. Really great weather to wrap up the week, and then more potential wet weather starting to move in as we get to your Monday morning here. For that morning commute, could see a few scattered showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm. As we go through the rest of today, heading into the overnight hours, temperatures in the middle 80s. Clouds will increase later on this evening. Overnight lows down into the upper 60s for Charlotte, upper 50s across the mountains. And as we go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, watching some of that unsettled weather for your Monday, and then a fairly comfortable middle part of next week.
I just think they don't understand what they're looking at, and they don't go deep enough, and they basically arrest off of a hunt. I call it the indict, then investigate.
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. You have cases where you find something out 6 months in. Uh-oh, we should never have arrested this person. We can't prove this case. What do you do?
We're here to say enough. If you're going to try to exploit children, we're coming for you.
Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations?
The Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force is the most intense focus of the South Carolina Attorney General. But just how serious is Alan Wilson's office about putting online child predators away? The man who loves to talk about the arrest will not talk about the outcomes. Our chief investigator, Jody Barr, is about to tell you what he uncovered after analyzing years of the AG office's prosecutions. Jody up after the break with the new Queen City News investigation.
I've quadrupled the size of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which has resulted in thousands of prosecutions of predators online who are exploiting children. Child porn market is real on the internet, and we want to attack that.
We're here to say enough. Whatever you're doing to try to circumvent or get away from the long arm of the law, it's going to end soon.
Recording. And this is Staff Sergeant Snyder. I'm with Beaufort County Sheriff's Office. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. We're here today serving a search warrant in reference to the downloading of child pornography from this location. The Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force from the South Carolina Attorney General's Office conducted a peer-to-peer investigation beginning last October.
Okay.
In October and in December, there were multiple files of child pornography that were downloaded from this location.
As Beaufort County Sheriff's investigators dug through James Corbin's home, seizing computers, hard drives, anything that could hold a digital file.
If you don't mind, just come over here. So I know I introduced myself earlier, but I'm Peter Solomon at NCIS. Here too. Sam Walter with NCIS.
A pair of Naval Criminal Investigative Service agents pulled him off his job at a Marine Corps base in Cherry Point, North Carolina.
So one of the things is obviously you're not under arrest. You're free to leave at any time. So if you don't want to speak with us, that's fine. You can just walk out. I don't know a ton about it. They basically just told me, hey, there was like some allegation involving child pornography. I just kind of looked you up really quick and was like, oh, who's this guy? Doesn't seem like something you do based on what I've seen. So
yeah, you know what I know. They came into my house and took my computer.
Yeah, so all I want to do is kind of make sure, see if we can't sort it out and go from there.
Corbin is a computer engineer for a Defense Department contractor.
And what type of security clearance do you have?
Secret.
Secret.
Corbin was also the Buford High School girls golf coach. He was slowly learning he was about to be publicly accused of being an online child predator.
Did they tell your wife anything at all?
No, they said they have a search warrant. They were looking for 3, my wife says 3 files or something that were allegedly downloaded off of one of our computers. Because our IP address showed up.
Corbin gave agents his phone and tablet.
I make this decision freely and voluntarily, and it is made with no threats having been made or promises extended to me. So here's the back of my tower.
The details of what law enforcement claimed they found downloaded to Corbin's home IP address were graphic and horrific. In the second interview with a pair of NCIS agents the day after the raid.
But I'm going to read you something here, okay? This is a video file that shows a male and a female that both appear to be around the age of 13.
We're going to stop here for now. We'll come back to James Corbin's case in a few minutes. I discovered Corbin's case while digging through years of AG prosecutions. In February 2025, I filed our first Freedom of Information Act request in this investigation, asking the AG's office for years of prosecution records. In May 2025, the AG's office sent me this letter. The office has access to court administration's case management system for general sessions and sometimes runs reports from that system. A report containing all the general sessions cases currently pending and assigned to the office was run on May 22, 2025. A copy of that report is attached. In November 2025, I then asked the AG's office for records of all disposed cases. But in January 2026, the AG's office refused to give us that information and told me if we wanted that information, I could go to all of the state's 46 clerk's offices and dig through thousands of closed AG cases myself. To attempt to pull records that would reveal all of this information from all of our prosecution files from 2020 to present would be a nearly impossible undertaking that would shut down the work of the prosecution sections of the AG's office. If that remains your request, the office may be required to file an action, which would allow the office to request a hearing with the circuit court to seek relief from unduly burdensome, overly broad, or otherwise improper requests. Sincerely yours, Office of the South Carolina Attorney General. So the AG's office is threatening to sue us if we keep pushing them to show us who they prosecuted and the outcome of those prosecutions. I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. So the quickest way to figure out which cases the Attorney General prosecuted is to go to his website. And here we look through every press release, hundreds of press releases for his arrests and prosecutions from 2020 to 2025. I then found the person's name in the online court system, and then I took what I found here and built a spreadsheet, logging the defendant's name, county, each charge filed, whether they were prior sex offenders, and the outcome of each case. This research took months, and now 5,600 lines of data later, we now have some of the stats the AG's office tried to keep from us. The bulk of the 5,600 charges filed between 2020 and 2025 are classified as computer crimes, sexual exploitation first degree, second degree, and third degree, which are creation of, transmitting, and possession of child pornography. Those carry max sentences of 10 to 20 years in prison for each count. Of the 5,600 charges filed, 93% were computer crimes, not hands-on child predator crimes. The AG charged 738 defendants, 367 defendants, half of all charged, negotiated plea deals with the AG's office. The other half are either in a pending status or the AG dismissed those cases. When you dig into those dispositions, 80% of the charges filed were dismissed in plea deals. When someone does plead guilty, and more than half of those charged did, most of the time they either end up with time-served sentences of less than a year in jail or no jail time at all. In nearly every plea case, a defendant faces multiple charges, but the AG agrees to plea a single count or just a few, and the AG's office dismisses the rest. For example,
a Mount Pleasant man faces charges accused of sexually exploiting minors.
The AG's office charged Derek Hugh McConnell with 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor in 2020. He faced 100 years in prison, but a plea agreement allowed him to plead guilty to 2 counts, and the AG's office dismissed the other 8 charges. He was sentenced to 1 day in jail and placed on the sex offender registry. In 2023, Ryan Lee Juranic faced 60 years in prison on 6 counts counts of trying to solicit sex from a person he believed to be a minor. In his plea agreement, the AG's office dropped every charge. In exchange, Juranic pleaded guilty to communicating obscene messages, a non-sex offender registry charge that carries 3 years. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison, suspended to the 1 day he spent in jail, and ordered to serve 3 years probation. In case after case, the AG's office published press releases accusing people of multiple charges, threatening decades in prison, then dismissed almost all counts in plea deals inside courtrooms all across the state. Well, why is this happening? If you read these press releases, it sounds like child predators are facing decades, sometimes lifetimes in prison. Well, there is one man who could answer that. That is South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. We asked the AG to sit with us for an interview to explain these stats, but he refused. An interview with Attorney General Wilson is not possible, his press secretary wrote in a May 4th email. Even though you've submitted a written request for an interview, your previous unprofessional behavior and biased reporting do not lead us to believe you will report the facts on any topic regarding the Attorney General or this office, whether you ambush him in hopes of an interview or a scheduled sit-down.
I was here to speak through the cameras to the people of South Carolina. Think about this to everyone listening. If you are hiring someone to do a job and you ask them to come in and do an interview with you and they don't bother to show up, then do you hire that person?
The AG said that in April 2026, minutes after a gubernatorial debate where he criticized some of his opponents for not showing up to answer questions.
We're considered the governor's detail, but we're assigned to Alan Wilson, Attorney General. But if you guys don't mind, let me just get him out of the car. If y'all would just step in there first.
Oh, no. No, we'll stay out here on the sidewalk. Yeah. Thank you, though. We decided to take our questions to a campaign job interview the AG attended in Chesterfield. A SLED agent had a spot coned off for Wilson and another SLED agent assigned to drive him around. Here they are. Instead of stopping, Wilson and his SLED driver disappeared. He drove right past. Y'all don't consider us a security threat, do you? We're just exercising a First Amendment right to the freedom of the press, and I hope you guys wouldn't make that more difficult on us than necessary. Turns out those SLED agents did everything they could do to keep us from questioning the state's top prosecutor. 12 minutes later, Wilson and his SLED driver slipped up a side street behind the meet and greet, and Wilson wasted no time getting away from us as he bolted through a side door. Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations? Coming up, can you blame the public for looking at these cases at the end and go, man, maybe the AG's office isn't as serious about putting these people away as they say they are?
I completely understand why the public thinks that.
They're just going to tie you up, destroy your life, and then quietly dismiss it on the other side, and you're left to pick up all the pieces.
Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations? No one told us we couldn't come inside Attorney General Alan Wilson's Chesterfield County meet and greet, so we tried the front door. No? Wow. Well, this is the Wilson meet and greet in Chesterfield, and this is his campaign staffer, and this is another lady who I do not know, and they have blocked the door. Guess this is where this ends. Our analysis of the AG's office's publicized child predator prosecutions revealed cases where the AG's office scored heavy sentences in some of those press release cases from 2020 to September 2025. Less than half of the defendants who pled guilty did get jail time of more than a year. But unless it's a hands-on child sex assault, few are sentenced anywhere near the max. Only the most egregious cases, 33 times to be exact, did a defendant get at least a 10-year prison sentence, which is the max sentence for the lowest level of internet predator crimes. For example, the AG charged Edward Leroy Allen with 49 counts back in 2020. In a plea deal with the AG's office, Allen agreed to plead guilty to 2 counts of sharing and possessing child porn and 2 counts of the 11 charges of having sex with a minor younger than 16 years old. In exchange for his 4-charge plea, the AG's office dropped all of the 45 remaining charges, helping avoid the 780-year max sentence he originally faced. Allen was sentenced to 20 years, but he'll have to serve only 12 years, where he'll then be released from prison on probation. In Greenville County, the AG charged Brittany Shepard Campbell with 9 counts, including criminal sexual conduct with a baby and 8 counts of first-degree child exploitation. She faced a max of life in prison, but she pled to 1 count of sexual abuse, and the AG dropped the remaining 8 charges, and she got a 35-year sentence. Can you blame the public for looking at these cases at the end and go, man, maybe the AG's office isn't as serious about putting these people away as they say they are?
I completely understand why the public thinks that. I understand why certain politicians think that. I understand, actually, honestly, I would probably think that if I wasn't living in this world every day, right? But to answer your question, no, I don't think the public's being unreasonable. How could you draw any other conclusion?
Allie Benevento is a Columbia attorney who spent nearly 2 decades representing clients charged by the AG's office in these types of cases. Do you think that some of the publicity around all of these press releases, these press conferences, that some of this is just public relations?
Sure. Of course.
Do you think that politicians in this state have set an unrealistic expectation in the public's mind by saying, we're going after each of these monsters, we're going to throw the book at them, and we're going to put them under the jail, and they'll never be heard from again?
100%. Absolutely, they're setting unrealistic expectations.
In those plea deals, Benevento says that's an essential part of moving these cases through the justice system. When you talk about resolving cases with plea deal after plea deal after plea deal, rarely have a trial, is this good justice?
To that question I would ask, and I'm not trying to be cute, what happens at a plea? What does a person stand up and say? They say, I'm guilty, Your Honor. I accept responsibility. They're accepting responsibility, they're saying they're guilty, and I know I'm hearing you say they walk away with probation. Whew, all right, I'm gonna take a breath. Anytime somebody gets a probationary sentence in South Carolina, it is accompanied by a term of imprisonment. What that means is that if you screw up while you are on probation, you serve 10 years in prison, the maximum possible penalty. Probation, that's a whole nother topic. That is not a cakewalk. Sex offender probation in South Carolina, I mean, if you gave me the choice, I would lay down and I would go to prison before I went on sex offender probation. And that's a pretty popular opinion across the board. Do you want to be on SOP or would you rather go to prison? Pick the prison.
Another stat our research makes clear, the AG's predator prosecutions is a plea-driven system where trials are rare. When the AG takes cases to trial, and we found 6 trials since 2020, offenders do get serious jail time. Like Kenny Swaney in Anderson County, who took his 4 counts of exploitation to trial in August 2024. The jury found him guilty on all counts, and the judge hit him with a 20-year sentence.
We got Attorney General Wilson in the room, so we're going to move to Senate Bill 723.
Alan Wilson went to the state legislature in February asking for tougher mandatory minimums for repeat offenders.
I can't tell you the percentage it is, but it is a large percentage of people that we're dealing with over and over and over and over.
But the AG's published predator cases show in the past 5 years, only 68 of the 738 defendants, or 10%, were on the sex offender registry when charged, meaning 90% of the AG's cases were not registered sex offenders.
Sometimes because of the technicalities of these cases can be very difficult to prove in court because I can prove that your IP address was used to download porn, but I have to prove that it was actually you using your IP address. You could have been out of the country and your neighbor could have been pirating off of you. So these cases are a lot more difficult and nuanced than people think, but when you have the ability, when you have someone that you know is trading in child sex abuse material and they don't want to face 5 years, but you can get them on a 3-year offense, that extra 2 years is a leverage tool that our prosecutors and law enforcement can use to hold these people accountable.
Benevento has a warning about laws like that.
To say that we need to start, being harder or not make no plea offers, mandatory minimums, what you are essentially doing in practicality is making it more difficult for prosecutors to work and move those cases.
There's actually a computer back there that they missed, and they missed that completely.
Here's the rest of the story of what happened to James William Corbin.
2 hard drives are right there on the corner of that desk. They were not touched.
Corbin and his attorney got the state's discovery evidence. He says he couldn't find any document in the case file showing the sheriff's office ever captured the router logs, identifying the device that downloaded those child porn files.
Totally was a hunch. They came to my door. I was guilty before my boys even opened that door that morning because they came in looking for my stuff. I call it the indict then investigate. When we're supposed to be investigated, then if the evidence shows, actually, then you bring the indictment. And I'm all for it.
No, there's no question that they were there. There's no question they were downloaded to it.
Despite what those NCIS agents told Corbin in this 2-day interrogation, he would later disprove that.
Recording.
6 days later, James Corbin surrendered.
So it's 5 warrants. It's all sexual exploitation of a minor. Any questions? No, sir. All right. Handcuffs go in the front. In the front? Yep. That's good. I was worried about that. You'll read about it in the papers. You work with people.
If convicted, James Corbin faced 50 years in prison. He lost his golf coaching job that day, and the defense contractor later fired him over the allegations. The sheriff blasted his mugshot to the world, labeling him a child predator.
What exactly did law enforcement accuse you of?
Downloading and viewing child pornography and actually disseminating it, which I never have. I don't know how it happened. I just know for a fact, and they know for a fact, that it wasn't on my computer.
6 months after the raid, the AG's office finished its forensic analysis of Corbin's devices. The AG's report identified 6 files of interest on 1 hard drive and not a single file on any other device seized. Corbin spent 2 years on bond awaiting trial. He spent $30,000 in legal fees and experts.
I just think they don't understand what they're looking at, and they don't go deep enough. And they basically arrest off of a hunch. Maybe they've been watching too much TV.
Corbin says he knew then he'd have to prove his innocence. He hired a computer examiner to investigate the AG's digital evidence. The examiner obtained the AG's discovery packet and dug into those files. There is no forensic evidence demonstrating that Mr. Corbin ever possessed the 5 files on any of the devices. It is my professional opinion that the evidence does not support a credible conclusion that Mr. Corbin was ever in possession of the files underlying the charges in this case. On March 30th, 2026, the AG prosecutor dismissed every charge, citing insufficient evidence. Do you believe that that report, that actual in-depth analysis that you had to pay for, was the reason these charges were dismissed?
Without a doubt. There is no doubt in my mind that is why.
Had you not had the financial means to fight like you did fight, do you think there may have been a different outcome?
Probably. Even my own lawyer was pressing me to accept a plea deal that wasn't a good deal.
In the 5 years of AG press releases we reviewed, we never found one instance of the office telling the public the full details of a plea deal or clearing someone's name in a case they could not prove. In fact, when I asked Wilson's press secretary about James Corbin's case, the AG still did not clear Corbin's name. Our office will not ignore evidence of child sexual abuse material, but we also cannot proceed with a case that we know we cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
At the very least, they need to report the dismissal with the same urgency as they reported the arrest. The moment I was arrested, they sent it out on blast, and yet it's dismissed, and then nothing's. I'm not surprised. I mean, if you ask them, they'd still tell you I'm guilty.
With a gubernatorial primary less than 2 weeks away, some people might question the timing of this report, but the timing is all on Attorney General Alan Wilson. We started this investigation 15 months ago. Last November, I asked the AG's office for disposed cases, but the office delayed us, refusing to release any of its disposition records in March. Had we gotten the records we asked for 6 months ago, we would be nowhere near an election window now.
Golden history in the Tar Heel State, the popular Cabarrus County attraction that still gives people gold fever. Andrew?
And we're tracking some beautiful weather for your Friday afternoon and maybe a couple of storms this weekend. I've got the latest in my full forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. We continue our countdown to July 4th and our Spirit of America 250 series by digging into history. Cabarrus County's Reed Gold Mine was the site of the first documented gold discovery in the U.S. And as Queen City News storyteller John Lee shows us, it's still an active mine of learning.
In Cabarrus County, there's a treasure trove of history, some of it underground.
That guy's right this way behind me.
Eureka! A school group takes a tour of Reed Gold Mine, the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States.
Gold was found here in 1799 by a 10-year-old boy who wasn't even looking for it, was fishing here in Little Meadow Creek and found a 17-pound shiny rock that was later identified as gold.
Spoiler alert, there was no 17-pounder found on this day, but perhaps a glimmer of gold?
What are we really looking for? Bug.
Excuse me, guys.
Before any precious metal payoff,
all right, and right this way.
Guide Cole Crawford walks them through the mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Right away, visitors get an idea of what the dimly lit, cramped space was like in the 19th century.
But the miners had these conditions to work with. So vein number 4 is the longest vein on this property, and it is thought to be the most profitable, meaning they think they found more gold here than anywhere else. Might not look like it, but vein 4 stretches back almost 100 yards.
The mercury is like blue for the gold.
Next, Logan Stamper takes them to the 1896 stamp mill, where gold was extracted from quartz.
These shoes are going to be hitting that quartz to crush it. The water will push the broken up quartz and sometimes extra gold to the bottom of the table.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
You'll notice the top layer of dirt slowly filter out.
See your gold? You see it?
We can only imagine what gold fever was like back in the day. A trip to Reed Gold Mine also teaches kids about something else that's valuable.
Well, history of North Carolina. It's also hard work and learning what that is.
Even if the field trip doesn't pan out in the form of gold, at least they come away with a few important nuggets of North Carolina and American history.
But I love to see kids coming out and learning and enjoying and realizing, whoa, this happened in our state.
Truly a golden opportunity.
Wonderful, honey, thank you.
In Cabarrus County, John Lee, Queen City News.
And the largest nugget found at the Reed Gold Mine was in 1803. It weighed 28 pounds and at the time was worth more than $6,000. That would be more than $2 million at today's gold prices.
Start digging, Will.
I was over there thinking I should start panning for a little gold over there, but is Mother Nature going to deliver a golden forecast for us?
Golden forecast on Sunday. Saturday's a little bit more up in the air. Let's get into it, Will. 78 degrees right now, light and variable winds, dew points in the middle 50s out there. Boone, Cameron, we've got nice conditions outside on King Street, pinpoint radar. Clear conditions out there across the Carolinas. High pressure in control off to our north. And then also we got a low cloud cover moving in from the south here, and that's going to give us some of that unsettled weather as we go into the weekend. Though for the most part today, going to be concentrated across the deep south here. Rain chances 2 days that we're really watching here. It's going to be Saturday and then again on Monday here. That's going to be those scattered showers and storms that we can see. We still need more rainfall. Yes, things have gotten better with the overall drought conditions, but still dealing with a lot of severe drought in and around Charlotte, and then extreme drought as we get towards Albemarle, Wadesboro, Boone, and Jefferson. Futurecast in motion. Heading into your Friday night, we're going to be seeing really nice weather out there across the Carolinas. Humidity ticks back up a little bit here as we go into your Saturday morning. Decent amount of cloud cover across the region. 7 o'clock Saturday morning, we'll see a little bit of cloud cover, a couple isolated showers, scattered showers, and storms here developing as we get to about lunchtime or so on your Saturday, then pushing off to the south into the upstate of South Carolina as we keep moving forward here. 11 o'clock on your Saturday evening and heading into your Sunday, it clears out. The pleasant weather returns here across the Carolinas. A beautiful, spectacular Sunday forecast shaping up across the Carolinas. Will, this is the day you really want to get outside, my man. We got partly cloudy skies. Go for a nice stroll in the park here. It's going to be a great day. Heading into your Monday, though, the shower and storm chances return across the region for one day here. Definitely an unsettled potential Monday morning forecast out there with some of those scattered showers and storms possible again. As for the rest of today, as we make our way towards sunset, just a really nice end to your week here across the Carolinas. 68 in Charlotte, 67 in Chirra, upper 50s as we get on up into the mountains. Tomorrow's forecast, a little bit more unsettled here, especially down across the Sandhills here. We'll see some of those scattered showers and storms. Upstate South Carolina, it's a similar story out there. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle got some of those scattered showers and storms as well. Shelby and Gastonia, more unsettled weather. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Watching cooler, more comfortable conditions. Well, we got less humidity on the way across the Carolinas, but still might see a little bit of wet weather for your Saturday and Monday. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. The Carolina Hurricanes are one win shy of the Stanley Cup final after the Canes had a goal frenzy against the Canadiens. Rod Brind'Amour's squad walked away with a 4-0 win and now lead the series 3-1. But it's hard to forget how the Habs came out in Game 1 and forced overtime in Games 2 and 3. If the team can duplicate the dominating performance that they did in Game 4, they'll be suiting up for their first Stanley Cup final since winning in 2006. The puck drops at 8 o'clock tonight. And the Carolina Panthers will continue the OTAs next week. It comes off of an NFC South winning season that saw improvements in a lot of areas. Bryce Young had a career year in passing and touchdowns, and the Ejiro Evero-led defense had a big bounce back from the atrocious 2024 season. The improvement is thanks to the play of some of the new guys from last year, like Nick Scorton and Lathan Ransom. Specifically, Cam Johnson is an interior tackle that the team says they're hoping can take a leap along a deep defensive line.
And you're looking live at Bank of America Stadium, where the U.S. men's national team will be taking on Senegal's national team this weekend. This is just one of the pre-World Cup friendlies taking place ahead of dozens of matches across the country. And there are still some affordable ticket options for people as the Upper Bowl opens for fans. Tickets start as low as $38. Kickoff is Sunday at 3:30. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Queen City News has an all-new way to stay connected to you when we're not live on the air. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. Here's a look at today's lineup on the app. First, Pinpoint Weather University, then Across America, followed by Mystery Wire. Watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app.
Well, let's take one final check-in here with your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Reckons some scattered showers and storms on Saturday, again Monday, but with lower humidity, feeling more comfortable next week too.
I like the lower humidity in the 80s. Doing well. All right. Thanks so much, Andrew. Thank you guys for joining us. Have a great Friday.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, let it rain. Man, the rain is finally here. Drought relief in the area. It's caused actually some issues in some spots. We'll talk about where we've seen some flooding concerns and also talk about where this drought relief puts us It's all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University with a special guest on the show, Rich Tinker from NOAA's Climate Prediction Center, letting us know what goes into the drought monitor and what our drought monitor could look like with this latest rainfall. Our episode of Pinpoint Weather University starts right now. Welcome into this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers. And if you're tapping in with me on IG or on X at WSBrandon9 or on our Queen City News pages as well, we appreciate you guys tapping in with us, connecting with us over there too. Now, obviously, it has been a pretty different weather pattern here lately for us here in the Carolinas. We've been talking about rain, something we have not chatted about a lot over the last 8 to 9 months. And I will tell you this, folks, I always say there's a cool NASCAR saying, and the saying goes, whenever you're in a drought, bring a NASCAR race to town. We had the Coke 600 weekend this weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and not a single race finished. I can't remember the last time that has happened, where all three of the national series have not actually completed all the laps scheduled for a specific weekend. And that happened. It was a wet Memorial Day weekend for a lot of folks, and it continues to be a wet weekend for many areas. So drought relief is finally here. Of course, it comes on a weekend where a lot of folks are outdoors, we're remembering the fallen, and it's a pretty active holiday weekend, and we've even had some issues with the rain. We've had some flooding concerns, and this video here is a road washout that happened up in Hickory. So obviously, even with the drier conditions, we could still have problems like flooding, road washouts, and things like that. And that is what we have seen here over the last several days. Now, the big question that everyone is asking is this going to get us out of the drought? Quick answer is no, but it will help likely quite a bit as we get towards Thursday's drought monitor update. And it's definitely something we've been longing for, rainfall over the area. And of course, May, this month of May is actually the first month in Charlotte we've been without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. And you can see the jet drivers there for NASCAR had to work hard a lot this past weekend at the Coke 600. So, of course, the drought monitor, it's a big thing we've been talking about here over the last several months. The drought monitor has played a role in a lot of decision making around here in the Carolinas. So what goes into that? What organizations are creating that drought monitor and also helping us figure out how much rain we need? Well, to join us in on the discussion today is Rich Tinker. He is a meteorologist with NOAA and also an author for the drought monitor as well. And Rich, we appreciate you joining the show for us today and chatting with us a little bit about the drought monitor. Obviously, a lot goes into it. Can you just talk about all the different roles that many organizations play when it comes down to creating the drought monitor? What all goes into it before it's released every Thursday?
Well, there's a lot of coordination as much as anything else that goes into it. Of course, as you said, we have about 10 authors right now that come from different organizations. We have one from Western Desert Institute. We have myself, I'm from the National Weather Service. We have some people at USDA, and we just brought on board, excuse me, a couple of authors that work with NASA. As far as putting the map together, like I said, there's a lot of coordination. Normally, the author will take a first stab, or we will get feedback from the regions. Different regions coordinate in their own ways. For instance, we do get a unified suggestions from the state of North Carolina, which they organize themselves. I don't know exactly who they include in their discussions, but they give us feedback every week, and it's like that for a lot of places around the country. And it's it's a coordinated effort between people who have a national viewpoint, people who have regional viewpoints. More of an expert in North Carolina than in other places. Also, people who have certain specialties. People who know about hydrology, people who know about water supplies will give their opinions. And all this is in a back and forth with the author each week. Probably there must be 100 emails that go back and forth between the author and other people commenting on either drafts that we've made or what's gone into it from the field. And then, we finalize it by late Wednesday and it comes out Thursday mornings.
And then
Yeah.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I was going to say, what kind of data is used? Obviously, a lot of people come together and they're making this drought monitor. A lot of different organizations, and you mentioned even here locally, there's some organizations that play a role because they know the area maybe a little bit better than others. Just talk about some
Right.
of the data that's used to create that drought monitor.
Yeah, the precipitation is only one of a lot of the data that goes into it. And of course, precipitation can be looked at on a number of time frames. You could look, how are you doing the last month? How are you doing the last 6 months, the last year, or even longer than that sometimes. We also have some impacts data, things like stream flows, soil moisture. There are drought indicators and blends. In other words, we will take a variety of indicators and try to put them into one specific blend that looks at some specific aspect of drought. Usually groundwater and water supplies are another big concern that we look at. We use observations from the ground. We use modeled numbers, satellite and radar estimates of precipitation and other factors. Temperature, of course, goes as well. Snowpack, which is not too much of a concern in North Carolina this time of the year, but in certain places at other times, even in North Carolina at other times of the year, snowpack is a concern. And so we try to meld all these together into kind of a unified status for the drought conditions in any given location. And we tend to lean more towards the parameters that seem more representative of the impacts that we're seeing. So in a place where, crops is another thing, for instance, if we see crops are doing poorly in some place, then we may look at short-term precipitation and temperatures and soil moisture. Other places, maybe water supplies are a bigger concern. So you look at precipitation on longer time frames and other, long-term temperature anomalies that might affect how much water you have in your system and how well the water is managed. Of course, that differs from places like California, which have to manage it heavily, versus North Carolina, where we're a little more fortunate here to have more, rainfall on an annual basis in those places. So that's helpful for the water supply, certainly. But that doesn't mean, obviously, that we don't have the drought conditions that we have now. And as you had indicated earlier, right now we're looking at some sort of improvement across the state. I think, I don't know if it'll be statewide, but certainly there'll be parts of the state that improve. But you're not going to see the drought go away. Certainly this coming week, it would probably take a good bit more precipitation than what we've had. A lot of the big cities right now are still below normal. Not really for this month, but if you put March and if you put March, April, May together, they're still below normal if you sum all those months together. And if you go back farther, if you go back to what they call the beginning of the water year, which is in October, there's plenty of places in the big cities in North Carolina that are still 10 to sometimes some places 15 inches below normal for that period. So there's a lot of drought still to try to overcome, but certainly you'd rather have what's going on now than have more sunny and dry weather.
Yeah, I was gonna say you alluded to it really well. This is actually looking at our rainfall deficit over the last 30 days. Obviously, not as significant deficit as what we have been experiencing over the last few months, but when you look at this rainfall deficit over the past 365 days, over the past year, the numbers absolutely come up. So we definitely still need a lot more rain. We're just cutting into a deficit that is larger over a longer period, and definitely.
Right.
It would definitely need more rain, and hopefully we can get this on more of a consistent basis. But I was gonna say, Rich, I'll tell you what, Memorial Day weekend came in just super wet. And you look at the May Stoker we've had here in Charlotte as of May 27th here. We've had 4.9 inches of rain, which is actually about 1.5 inches above the monthly total average here in Charlotte.
Mhm.
And when you look at May in general, it's the first month we've had without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. Rich, what's
That's
the
right.
big changing pattern for all this rain?
Well, what we've seen happen is a couple of things going on at the same time this month. We've seen some frontal boundary that's kind of been over or near North Carolina for a lot of the last at least week to maybe week and a half. Those are where you have air coming in, winds coming in from different directions and converging, heading towards each other, and that causes the air to lift, and that can help precipitation. Now, in addition to that, what we've seen is some tropical moisture being fed in from the south from off of the ocean, a deep fetch from off of the ocean. that's coming in and interacting with this frontal boundary, and that's adding moisture to this setup that is already favorable for some rainfall. So you're getting some fairly, we are certainly getting some quick, heavy kind of thunderstorm activity, but we're also getting more of this prolonged soaking rain, which is actually better for the drought and also better for flooding, because as you pointed out, just because you're down 20 inches for the past year doesn't mean that heavy rain can't fall and then you'll have flash flooding on any given day. As a matter of fact, sometimes the drought can make flash flooding a little worse because the ground gets dry and hard, and rather than soaking in right away, the moisture will actually fall and run off, and so stay above the ground and actually cause the flooding or road washouts that maybe if it were actually a little bit wetter and the ground were a little softer, maybe you wouldn't see happen in those situations. So, droughts and floods seem like polar opposites, but they're not quite. And, we've unfortunately, we've got both going right now in the state, but at least the drought is certainly headed in the right direction, although we still, as you said, got a long way to go.
And then we've also got a lot of information on social media talking about the potential El Nino that is on the way coming up later this year. How much of a role could El Nino play for not only our area here in the Carolinas, but for much of the Southeast?
Well, the El Nino, as people probably know, refers to a period of above normal temperatures on the sea surface temperatures along the equatorial Pacific Ocean. We are coming out of an episode of the opposite, La Nina, where that water was cold. That cold water over the past couple of months has pretty much gone away, and the temperature of the water has increased considerably and is now above normal. But El Nino, for a couple of reasons, does not appear to be playing any role in this particular change of conditions. The first one being that while we're seeing the temperatures on the sea surface reflect El Nino conditions, it does not seem yet to have, the atmosphere has not caught on, which is to say that the weather effects of El Nino, how it affects the atmosphere and how the atmosphere, reacts in different places. We're not seeing that happen yet. So the influence of El Nino is not really a consideration for the current rainfall that we're getting. And El Nino really, in any case, doesn't tend to have as much of an influence on precipitation and conditions during the summer as it does later during the fall and during the winter. So there's a couple of reasons there why we don't think that the El Nino is playing any role in the change that we've seen over the last week or week and a half. But certainly we're thinking that El Nino's influence is going to start growing and continue to grow, for over the next several months.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, El Nino, when it does grow and strengthen and potentially become one of the very strong El Ninos we've seen in history later this year, when it does strengthen, could it play a role in maybe helping us get out of this drought later in the year, or would it not have much of an impact?
El Nino does tend to favor. Now, nothing is a perfect correlation. That is to say, just because you have El Nino doesn't automatically mean something happens in some other part of the world. However, when you have El Nino conditions, that does favor above normal precipitation across North Carolina and much of the southern United States, actually, during the fall and the winter months. So while we're not expecting it to have any significant, systematic impact on conditions during the summer and perhaps into the early fall, later on down the road, as we get into the autumn and into the winter, the odds for increased rainfall, maybe even snowfall, are going to go up. And so we're certainly thinking that conditions may be much more favorable during the coming winter and autumn months than it was during these past few that we've seen. But exactly what happens on any given day, or how much the rainfall reacts to the El Nino conditions, can vary based on other circumstances. And so, nothing's a sure bet, but the El Nino does favor increased fall and winter precipitation across the state.
And this is Rich Tanker with meteorologist with NOAA, also a big author for the Drought Monitor as well. Coming up, Rich, we're going to take a short break. And after the break, just want to talk about where we stand when it comes down to this drought. Are we going to be able to maybe get out of it in the coming months, and what the climatological pattern could look like coming over the next few months? We'll talk about that coming up here on the other side of the break on Pinpoint. Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. This is a look at the drought monitor from Thursday, May 21st. Obviously, a lot of extreme drought and even some exceptional drought. Level 5 out of 5 drought popping up in the foothills and mountains. New drought monitor will come out for Thursday, May 28th. We expect improvement, and we especially with all the rain that we've seen here recently, but the drought isn't necessarily going to go away. We're going to continue our conversation here with Rich Taker, the meteorologist with NOAA, the Climate Prediction Center. And Rich, I know we can't release the drought monitor yet and talk specifically about it, but is there any improvement that we're going to be expecting here in the Charlotte area or up towards our mountains and foothills as we get towards Thursday's update?
Well, I think it's, excuse me, it's safe to say that, you'll see improvement across a good bit of the state, not necessarily all of it, because, the entire state hasn't been inundated with the heavy precipitation that we've seen in the last week to 10 days or so. However, two things I can pretty much guarantee you. There will at least be, some considerable amount of improvement across the state. And the second one is that I don't think the drought's going to actually go away anywhere based on this precipitation that we've had. So we're heading in the right direction, and I think we'll see improvements, but we're still going to be in a drought, and we're going to need to keep up the pattern of increased precipitation in order to, finally dig our way out of that, because we've been entrenched in it for quite a while now.
And Rich, working with the Climate Prediction Center, talk about just the next 3 months. You guys released the climate outlooks over the next 3 months. What does our precipitation outlook look like here in the Carolinas as we go over the next few months?
Our 3-month outlook is actually pretty indeterminate, which is to say we really don't have any strong indicators that things are going to be unusually wet or unusually dry. You'd kind of default and say, well, precipitation then maybe near normal, but what we're actually saying is that it could be almost, I don't want to say almost anything, but we just, the forecast indicators that we look at aren't giving us a clear picture. Looking at the El Nino, when we go down the road into fall and winter, we do have some increased chances for above normal precipitation. And also in the very short term, it does look like for the next 1 to maybe 2 weeks, the odds do favor above normal precipitation. Consider it continuing across the state. It's not an overwhelming odds that that's going to happen, but the chances are better than not that it will. But we're still not looking at anything overwhelming right now. As far as the drought is concerned, our drought outlook forecast is calling for improvement by the end of August in a small part of North Carolina down in the far south part of the state. And that's because summer tends to be a wetter time of the year down there. They don't have a dramatic wet or dry season, but summer is wetter than most other times of the year. In other parts of the state, that's not really the case. And right now we are forecasting drought persistence, but you have to understand what that means. That means that by the end of August, unfortunately, we think things will look about like they look right now. Now, we may oscillate back and forth, in the meantime. It may get better, then it gets dry, and it may get worse. But it's hard to get dramatic improvement during the summer just because the ecology, the plants, and the people all use a lot more water during that time of the year than they do during the winter time, in which times you can kind of, in a way, bank the water that falls, improve the groundwater, improve the water supplies. Certainly that can happen during the summer too, but with greater demands on the water and greater evaporation because of the high temperatures, it is more difficult to get lasting relief happening actually during the summer. So while our outlook says that the end of August, don't have anything strongly indicating, big improvements in the drought, that doesn't mean that we're not going to see it kind of wax and wane some. And certainly it's going to be waning a little bit because of the precipitation that we've recently had, and perhaps because of above normal precipitation continuing in the shorter term. But it looks like your chances for improvement, and I mean, lasting significant improvement where you kind of get things down to a moderate situation or completely out of drought, probably is going to wait in most of the state until we see those rains that would be favored by El Nino kick in later in the year.
So safe to say we were going to be in this for a long haul.
We've been in it for a long haul. Yeah. And it looks like we've got a few more months at least of dealing with this. Whether or not it's going to be, the extreme values that we're seeing in some parts of the state is unclear, but I think it's very unlikely that we're going to end the drought by the end of the summer for the reasons I was outlining with using more water evaporates. But we're hopeful for later in the year if the El Nino typical circulations kick in that we'll start to see consistently above normal precipitation then.
All right, Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Rich, thank you so much for coming on the show with us today, giving us your scientific insight on what the drought could look like. A lot of folks have been asking us plenty of questions about the drought. We're obviously also under water restrictions. That's another question. People are wondering when we could get out of those, especially as you mentioned, more water going to be used as we get hotter in the summer months. So, Rich, we appreciate you coming on the show with us today here on Pinpoint Weather University, and thanks for your insight.
And thanks for having me on.
All right, that was Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Coming up in just a bit, we'll recap the episode. I'll just talk about what our drought could look like over the coming months, as Rich just mentioned, and we'll also talk about what the rain over the last weekend looks like over the region. Coming up. Just a bit. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. He obviously has a big impact on the drought monitor as well. Gave us some really good information on the drought monitor, how it's created, with all the different data that is used. And I just want to kind of recap what Rich was speaking about when it came down to the drought monitor and some of the data that's used for it. He talked about the rainfall deficits. This is an obvious thing that I think all of us know. How far behind on rainfall are we? That's obviously a huge thing that's going to be used when it comes down to determining the drought monitor and just how significant the drought is over the area. Soil moisture was another thing that Rich mentioned. How dry or how saturated the ground is. That's the soil moisture. It's not just looking at the topsoil, but how much that moisture is seeping down into the underneath the topsoil as well and down through the soil. That's an important thing. Also, hydrology, of course, stream flows, reservoir levels, snowpack, as he said, is not a big thing here in the Carolinas, but it can be used across other parts of the U.S., especially up in the Rockies during the winter season, man. Snowpack is very important. It's a huge water resource for them to get snow in the Rockies and over towards that region out west. And for us, we don't necessarily rely on snowpack too much. Obviously, we already have our rivers and our lakes and streams that help us out. But stream flow, reservoir levels, a big thing. And then also temp and evaporation demand. You heard Rich hinting on it a little bit in our last segment, talking about hotter and drier weather. If you get out of the drought, or at least bring some drought relief to the area, and then you get a couple weeks of hot and dry weather, the hot hotter you are in the atmosphere, the more moisture Mother Nature wants to hold. It can hold more moisture, so it pulls that moisture out of our soils. It pulls it out of our streams, creeks, and rivers, and that also can cause the drought to get worse. So that's why evaporation demand and also temperature plays a huge role here. I want to throw a few more things at you here. I skimmed through them pretty quickly during our interview, but again, as of May 27th, Wednesday, May 27th, we've now seen 4.9 inches of rainfall for the month of May here in Charlotte. It is now the first month since August of last year that we have not had a rainfall deficit. We're actually about 1.5 inches above normal for the month, and I expect that will likely be where we end things unless we get a little bit more rain heading towards the weekend after Memorial Day weekend. Drought relief, though, man, you look at it, this year alone, we've only seen 11 inches of rain. It's the 11th driest stretch we've had through May 26th. This month accounted for about 44% or so of the rainfall that we've seen all year. As I'm doing the math for you really quickly on my handy dandy calculator, the app, I'm doing the math. Yeah, you got to just put your numbers together. I'm taking that 4.90, divide it by 11.07. Got to times it by 100 to get your percentage. 44.2%. That's how much rainfall May has accounted for this entire year. And just think, it's only brought us up to 11 inches for the year. So we mentioned how the rainfall deficit is massive over the past year, 10 to 15 inches around Charlotte, but there's some areas that are 25 inches or higher, pretty much over 2 feet of rain behind when it comes down to rainfall deficits. But when you look at the last month, not as bad, which is nice, but unfortunately, we've got a huge rainfall deficit to cut into, and it's just going to take some time to do it. But luckily, we have gotten some rain. We're getting a little bit of help. We just need a little bit more. Look, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll be talking more and more about the drought here over the next several weeks, especially as hotter weather returns. Could change things for us and make that drought get worse again, even after Memorial Day rains. We'll talk more about that as we go through the coming weeks. One thing to mention as well, folks, the water restrictions. I was speaking with Duke Energy. At least they cover Charlotte, Rock Hill, and some areas like that with the Drought Management Advisory Group. Not expecting those water restrictions to go away anytime soon. Remember, we're about 1.5 inches above average for this month, but we need more above average months and more consistency in the rain to continue to diminish the drought and eventually get out of our water restrictions. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson, folks. With those water restrictions, make sure you're following those, taking care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. We'll see you next time on Pinpoint Weather University.
are you 6 foot sexy? Truly, like, I would come up with one-liners and they don't know what to do with themselves.
It takes confidence to say to a guy, are you 6 foot sexy?
Oh, and I've done it many a time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome into Unhinged, the show where we talk about all things dating around the Queen City, the good, the bad, the in-between. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Rudisell. I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liz Mahachek. That's right. We've got she's going to introduce herself, but we have a very special guest today. My friend and author of You've Been Validated, a playbook to confidence. Valerie Greenberg is in the house. Hi, Val.
Hey, hi. I'm here, yes, and I almost introduced myself. That's how much conviction I have when I say how confident I am. I belong here.
So first of all, before we get into confidence, tell us about your book.
Yes, so my book really does equip you with the tools to become the most confident version of yourself, to connect with anyone and create these meaningful relationships, to nurture them, to hone in on your superpowers, and to recognize the importance of creating a confidence community, people that lift you up. And now you're all part of it. So I'm so grateful.
All right, let's talk about confidence in dating. All of us have strong personalities, ladies.
That's true.
That's gentle. Yeah, it's gentle. Val, as the confidence coach, do you lean into your full Valism when you go into a date, or at what point do you show this big personality is who I am?
So it's very interesting because when I was a little bit younger, I would find myself just being like very fact of matter. And I don't want to use the word intense because I feel like that has like a negative connotation, but I was kind of putting it all out there. You can still be confident and be who you are, but also leave a little bit of mystery to that.
True.
Don't give everything away. Savannah, this is something that I have to practice on a regular basis. Alicia, you know I put it out there quite often. But like this past guy that I was dating most recently, I was a lot slower to sort of let him know everything. And for him, he probably thought, wow, this girl's really giving it all to me. But he didn't even know. He didn't even know. And you know what? His loss because he didn't stick around long enough to find out what he's missing.
Fair.
Okay, so I also would love to know when it comes to this social media day and age, I think we see so many people compare ourselves to so many people. And particularly when we're on the dating apps, it kind of makes you feel like you're almost just a number. So how do you make yourself feel confident when you're on those dating apps, when you're going on dates and maybe they aren't working out?
Good question.
Well, for me personally, I think that you don't have to ever look at yourself and say, I'm doing something wrong. Once you stop taking all of the lack of responses or missed opportunities as something that you're doing wrong, you're going to feel so much lighter. And I think that it's also important to note, you've got to feel good with yourself before you're ready to put yourself out there and date. So do the work before you present yourself. I mean, don't overthink things. Like if you're good with yourself and you know who you are, get on that dating app. Absolutely. But at the same time, don't question or worry about what these men are thinking. Own your awesomeness and do that. Maybe show a friend that you really respect your profile picture so they can help you vet the photos.
That's right. That's right. We're about to be doing that with Alicia.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. What about that confidence when you've been on a lot of bad dates online? The confidence to get back out there and be like, okay, I'm going to keep trying, because I think we've all been there where you're just like, I'm good right now.
The thing is, for me, I am there. Literally, like I've had so many opportunities where I'm like, oh, these really are not great. What I will say is I'm glad they're there and I still remain positive because I'm good with me. And I think that when you have that energy that's positive, literally like everything amazing will happen at the right time. And I don't know, I just feel like free right now. I just feel like I'm not concerned about men not necessarily biting at the chance to go out with me because I am glowing. And literally that's what it comes down to. Taking care of yourself, respecting yourself, valuing yourself, and then the guys will flock. And honestly, I do have a lot of options right now. It's just that I have to decide whether or not these are men that are going to align with where my life is at the moment.
Yes, and Val. Yes. This is where they're trying to get to. This is where so many people want to be.
You're auditioning them.
But
Keep
Savannah,
that in mind.
I feel like, Savannah, you are confident because you will go up to men. Like, talk to us about your confidence. I have an issue. I don't go up to anybody. That's
Alicia, one time we were talking about this. Alicia was like, well, I thought he was really cute, but like I didn't know what to say. And our morning team is like, well, you would just go up and you'd say, I'm Alicia. Do you want to buy me a drink? And she was like, I can't do that.
Like physically, my voice starts restricting. I just don't have it in me.
Funny, someone as confident and as accomplished as Alicia can even feel that sometimes, but it happens.
Yeah.
That's why you need a Savannah or a Val in Florida because
Our lives behind rigidity or pushing, or even better yet, going up and dragging them with you. I mean, I started, I feel like, to gain confidence by treating it as a game, especially when it comes to dating too, where it's like, all right, I'm gonna think of the strangest thing I can say to this person and see if they'll walk away. A lot of times they walk away. It's true. But
What kind of strange stuff were you saying?
okay, nothing's too out of pocket necessarily, but like kind of going up and hitting them with something like, how many pennies do you think are in that cash register? Or like something like
you turn the pressure off, and that's such a great icebreaker, Savannah. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Or lately, like in like one of the more successful times that I had is in a coffee shop, right? Like during like Panthers playoff rounds. I see a cute guy wearing a Panthers jersey, and I'm wearing my Panthers jersey. So I walk up to him, tap on the table, and go, "Hi, we're matching." And I think that's really cute.
Oh my God, you're adorable. And when you find things in common, that really can also break the ice.
So yeah, it's a little bit of like a game, and a little bit, for at least for me, was like a fake it till you make it. I mean, Val, I'm sure you've heard that a million times, that phrase. Do you subscribe to it?
Well,
do you not?
I mean, it's funny because I really believe that every single one of us in this room has made it because we lead with character. And that, first and foremost, if we can literally lean into it, then we can take that out with us into the everyday world. But there were times where I would say silly things like you, like, are you 6 foot sexy? And these guys,
oh my God,
these guys, oh yeah, listen to me. But truly, like, I would come up with one-liners and they don't know what to do with themselves. So when you like flip the script and put the pressure on them to respond, that's like a good way if you are in that like fake it till you make it kind of stage. But yeah, you have to say
it takes confidence to say to a guy, are you 6 foot?
Oh, and I've done it many a time.
I think it's also like when you go on these dating apps too, it's like when you start to say things that are random, because, you know, with Hinge prompts, things like that, if you're just saying, oh my gosh, if a guy is saying to a girl, oh, you're so pretty, what? There's only so much that you can say back to that.
That's surface.
And vice versa. If you are saying to a guy like, oh, you seem really nice or something like that, you need to say something that sparks a conversation like how many pennies do you think are in a cash register? Like,
that was a really bad example.
Like that, where it just sparks an actual conversation that's not, oh, are we both attracted to each other? It gives you the opportunity to talk about something else.
Okay, I get it. It shows personality.
Yeah.
A lot of these men out there, though, I will say, hey, it's interesting. I just matched with someone that didn't realize I had met him 10 years ago. And he was like, hi. And he's like, and then when he realized, he goes, wow, you look different, different. I'm like, who are you? I'm not interested in you anymore. Bye. So like, remember, ladies, take your
tell me I look different.
Just because you match with them, take your power. Hold your power.
That's a compliment. Good different. These are good fits.
Good different, sir. What are you up to? That is not the way to woo me.
Try it again.
No thanks. I've always looked beautiful, and I love how your look has evolved. That you could say something like that, or how you've really come into your own. But that man is not sitting by my side.
Now you see why she's my best friend. We slap us. Bella, we have so many more questions for you.
Bring it on, sis.
Yes, we'll be right back with much more.
Welcome back to Unhinged. We're speaking with Valerie Greenberg, author of You've Been Validated. She's a confidence coach, and she's given us confidence in dating. But let's speak about this. You and Savannah, Savannah and Liz are two Midwest girls.
Yep.
Valerie and I are two New Yorkers.
That's right.
Let's talk about the dating versus Midwest versus New York.
Because are we all jealous of each other?
I
Like,
think
does
so.
everybody think that the other one has it
Everyone
better?
wants.
The grass is always greener.
What they don't have.
Now here, I thought dating in the Midwest, I feel like people there are wholesome. It'd be easier to find somebody that's committed. Is this true?
No.
I don't know. I mean, Savannah, what do you think? I think that it's kind of like I've heard horror stories from my friends as well, where you can find people who are scared of commitment anywhere.
Yes.
You really can.
But I just thought the Midwest was like family values, like just stand up,
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I'll be here for a weekend, and I'll let you know when I literally reset my location and
That's right. Or Diddy app all set up. I mean, that's also true. Is like people are from everywhere, wherever you're at. Right. But Liz, I don't know if you thought this too. It's a different kind of strange or a different kind of insert whatever you're fed up with about dating here. I mean, I think some of my struggles in Missouri, Kansas area, there was I think a couple more people who were a little bit more focused on traditional roles in relationships than I was. That was a big thing I kept running into. Yeah. Not sure about for you. I mean,
I don't know.
we're
I
in
mean,
Ohio.
honestly, the thing is that I really haven't dated here in Charlotte. So I haven't gotten much of a comparison, but based off of all of my so many people have troubles dating in Charlotte. And it might just be the day and age right now, because I really do think that social media and dating apps give people too big of a pool. I think it allows people to think that they have limitless options. And of course, I mean, your soulmate could be out there anywhere. And you could have, I personally think that there's not one specific right person for you. There are people who can there are plenty of people who could be right for you. And so I think that by being on social media, on dating apps, it just makes people think, oh, there's better options out there. Like if this person is
Some of them aren't in your league.
And that's right. And that's right now.
I think that was
No,
the problem.
everyone,
Yeah.
whoever you want
Yeah.
is good. But I'm saying,
But I think that was the problem with dating in New York. I feel like in New York, first of all, I think the ratio for men to women is off the charts.
It's bad.
But also, I feel like the men, I met quality men. You guys I love to love. I've been in love several times in my life. I'm a serial relationshiper. That's just who I am. But the men there have Peter Pan syndrome because they get with you, and then there's little Becky who's 10 years younger than you, who's coming. She's like, oh, hey, Ralph, I love you. And I'm not going to do all that. So it's like, it's Peter. They're always going for the next best thing, I found. What do you think, Val?
But it's also like what you want in life, because I have plenty of guys in their late 20s that want to date me, and I am
You like
not
them
in my
younger.
late 20s. But at the end of the day, like a lot of men, just because they see your photo, they think that like they even have an opportunity. And these are guys that should be giving women a chance. And sorry, dudes, like you've got to really shape up or ship out, because we are prizes.
Yeah.
And what I also find in New York quite frequently is that these guys, they just kind of, there's no, they're just everywhere. They're not focused. They're not
I will say
prioritizing.
this. Now, Val, you can slap me, but you like
too far away at the table.
you like the shiny boy. She looks like the boy toy model.
I do. I do. She knows. And listen, I've dated some of those. She does. You know what I realize is that oftentimes the guys that aren't necessarily the most aesthetically like attractive, they're the ones with the attitude. And it's like the hot ones are the good ones. And I'm like, I see this in you on a regular basis.
I dated some ugly guys, and I'm like, how are you? Because I like them ugly. And I'm like, how are you acting like I'm like, I'm the prize here. Yeah. How are you cheating on me?
But Alicia's type is so funny because I never will know who it is. Like literally, I mean, it is all sides of the spectrum. Like we'll walk away and she's like, that guy was cute. I'm like, wait, that was not who I expected to be like at all.
Plus, that my type is toxic.
That's right.
And my type is 8-pack. I like you 6'4". I like a nice round tush, but I need you driven. I need you ambitious. And I also love frames. I actually had a guy that I dated 3 years ago that I randomly ran into at a bar in New York City, which is so bizarre. But no, I ran into him 3 years later, is my point. Like he's been popping in and out of my life, but still no consistency. It's like, why are you messaging me and hitting me up when you're not like, when there is no follow-up? He didn't love my book.
Oh,
this is
he bought the book.
This is Trevor. I'm like
supportive.
But yeah, no, and he's real cute, but he is not like, honestly, the last time we met up, he was more open with me than we had ever been in like the previous 2 different times we dated. And I was like, what is glowing on here, sir? But he was really, really cute. He's like, you look great. I'm like, thank you. I know. Like, what's next?
I love that about you, Val, is that like you are aware of your qualities and like the good things about you.
And listen, I'm humble. I'm joking around. I'm joking around here, but at the end of the day, like we are such winners and we need to continuously look at ourselves in the mirror and say that to ourselves.
Yeah.
We have to be our own best friend. And honestly, like obviously be open to growth and learning and collaboration in relationships with friends. But like that's how you get to a place of grace where you're good with you, that you can open up the door to find your partner in life.
But why is that so hard?
Yes.
Polyamory. There's a lot of different things, open relationships in New York. There's all these caveats that people come up with. And it's like, for me, no, like I say to men, I'm like, I am looking for somebody to be, just me and you. And that's just, you can put what you're looking for on these dating apps. And I'm shocked how many people are not necessarily just looking for that.
We just interviewed the CEO of Ashley Madison. There's a whole, there's a whole,
We know a couple of people whose husbands were on that. I mean, I do, but I'm not going to name names.
Yeah, I did.
But yep, that's why it's New York City. Oh my goodness.
Well, also, I mean, kind of to Savannah's point, what do you think it is that makes people struggle so much with the confidence to be aware of their positive qualities?
Or just baseline nice to yourself.
Yeah.
I'm my biggest off.
Yeah. Well, that's typically how it is. We're all like going to be our heart. My mom always said, my 4th grade teacher told my mom, you don't have to get on Valerie. She's going to get on herself. And I think that people that happen to be driven and want to achieve a lot in life are wired where we're not necessarily always nice to ourselves. But what it comes down to is asking yourself why, being curious, and then trying to implement actual steps that you can take to change those habits. And listen, we can all get there, and it's one step at a time.
I love it. Well, we're going to get some tales from the trenches from Val after this short little break. We'll be back with more Unhinged. Welcome back to Unhinged. We've got Valerie Greenberg joining us to tell us a little bit about some tales from the trenches. Now, you're a confident woman. Tell us some of the things where you've been like, I simply won't put up with this.
So I can pretty much connect as a natural born extrovert with most people. Even if it's for a short period of time, I can make things pretty pleasant. But there was a point where Invisalign wasn't quite mainstream and popular yet for people to be wearing throughout the day and at work. And I remember going out with a man that I thought looked a little nerdy, but listen, I'm grown, I'm evolved. If you're a little nervy, that can be a good thing. I want someone with a good heart. All the other stuff, I mean, Alicia says I like them shiny, and I do. But this guy literally took his Invisalign out at the table before we even ordered a drink. And I don't know Invisalign etiquette because I never even had braces, but I was mortified. Yeah, I did have a safe, what do they call that? A safe word?
Troy
I
does
call it
that.
friend. Yeah, but she's talking about woo. But I'm I was not here for it at all. So that was quite some time ago. But I've also had experiences where I've shown up and I'm like, ooh, yes. But what I recommend is go in with no expectations, but an open mind. And then you can't be disappointed, but you can be really just excited.
That's always good. That's always good.
I feel like the Invisalign, that's a struggle. That's a struggle.
Table? Shouldn't
At
he?
the table.
What's the etiquette there? Should he have gone to the restroom to take it out?
Maybe gone to the restroom. Also,
Before we
maybe
ordered a
just
drink,
don't-
Liza.
Maybe just don't wear the Invisalign to the date. Also, that's another
yeah.
option as well.
The father of my kids does that. He has Invisalign, and he just takes that anywhere. My friends are like, "What?" Oh, there's
Oh my God.
like the string, like
You know,
the
the
lip,
string,
like
right?
that.
Yeah,
And
and then you
the
gotta,
cheek
like,
gross.
oh.
It's gross. That's pretty bad.
That's tough.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's really I'm trying to think of more.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Well, I had a guy actually. This is actually one for the books. I had a guy just a couple weeks ago cancel the date before we ever went out. I would not have really even considered him, but I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be open.
She said I didn't want you
Our
anyway.
text exchange was so minimal, and all he could see was my actual bottom line is he picked the place, he picked the location, and then he wrote me this long story of why he's canceling the date because he doesn't think I'm going to be a match or a fit. And it's like, sir, you didn't even meet me. You're the one who asked me out. Now you're backpedaling. I mean, I'm sorry, but
This
you
is why we
clearly
need a
don't have
confidence
the taste.
booster. That would mess with your confidence.
Good thing I don't take any of these guys personally. Don't take anything personally with these dating apps, please. And in real life, when you meet men, if they don't show up, they might have something going on with themselves. And that's another thing. Oh, I did once have a guy walk out on me. Which was like weird because this is a visual podcast and I don't know why that would have happened, right? No, but like seriously, and again, this was like many years ago.
I just got the joke. Maybe it's not a joke. Yeah.
So that was interesting. But really, ladies, I suggest being good with yourselves first. And guess what? You are all going to look in the mirror tomorrow and tell yourself how amazing you are because you deserve that.
And rejection is redirection.
There we go.
I do believe that, you know.
I once dated a narcoleptic. So
what?
Yeah,
I did not know this.
Oh my gosh.
Well, she's lived so many lives. It's so funny.
That
you know him, but he got diagnosed afterwards.
Okay.
I had known him for years.
When was he falling asleep? That's
in the middle of dates. Our dates were super late because at the time I think he was working at like CNN. And so we would be eating late, but he'd fall asleep in the middle of dinner. And finally, I was like, is it me? I broke up with him, but he later got diagnosed with narcolepsy. And it made me feel a little bit better. But it was like,
yeah.
I get it. Like sometimes like the date itself can be like a confidence crusher, but sometimes that can be the booster itself. Like, there was one I was on, this was several years ago, and like I just couldn't get him to ask me questions at all. And I was like,
he's so boring.
I know. And so on one hand, you're like, wow, he's not asking questions, but you're like, am I bad company? Like I don't, I'm not really sure. So I get up and use the restroom. And while I was gone, the table next to us started talking to the guy, just being like, hey, what's going on, man? Like what
they
are you
noticed
doing?
it.
They were trying to coach him.
Oh, wow.
As I was in the bathroom.
How did you know this? Did he tell you or did they tell you?
Yeah, because I sat back down and there was absolutely no game. So he's like, did you tell them to talk to me? Because they just told me to ask you more questions.
He was just a little socially awkward and dry.
And probably
not your person.
And he probably was nervous to be with you.
Well, okay, do you want to know why I went out with him in the first place?
Why?
Because on his profile, he had pictures with a ferret. And I was like, wow, I don't know.
You set yourself out. No, I set myself out right now. We will not be going for the same type of guy, Savannah, so we can go out together.
Savannah.
I thought I've never met anybody that I know of with a ferret. This should be interesting.
I didn't want to see the ferret. You should have told him to bring the ferret to the date. That's the whole reason why you went.
Pet store, girl.
Well, heaven forbid, I thought someone with a ferret would be an eccentric and interesting human to talk to.
Eccentric, yes.
Eccentric.
I love that.
You said I want to talk to my ferret.
It's a tough lot. Marriage material.
No,
Yeah,
but
no.
I walked away with a little more confidence, being like, see, even the people around me.
Yeah. Don't question yourself. Listen, your gut is right.
Yeah.
I think that's all.
And the ferret is also a very good tell, too.
Yeah. Well, Val, before we wrap, do you want to leave us with some confidence, words of wisdom as we hit these dating streets of Charlotte?
Absolutely. So if something feels a little off or awkward, you can honestly lean into that because at the end of the day, you will learn something about yourself and you'll recognize your resilience. Believe in yourself. You've been validated.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Val.
Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at this episode of Unhinged. We're hopeful that you can take away a little bit something from this, maybe a little more confidence, right? Or bolster the confidence of somebody else.
Hey, welcome into Queen City News Plus Live on your Friday. It is 3 o'clock, and congrats, you made it to the end of the work week on a beautiful day. Thanks
You're welcome,
to
everyone.
meteorologist Andrew Brightman. You really did your magic today.
Well, accept the thank yous now. Thank you.
He'll have more about the rain that we're all looking forward to coming up.
Let's talk about the good.
At
least
this weekend,
maybe? Yeah.
Possibly, a little bit. I'm Morgan Francis. This is Derek Dallinger. Of course, we have Austin McCollum behind the wheel and his gorgeous wife hiding in the corner. Hello, Meredith. Thanks for joining the show today.
Little hand
She's
on
waving. Don't worry. You just can't see her.
Derek, we do have to start, of course, with, as we start most shows, with the serious side of the news.
Yes.
There was this bus crash in Virginia. It was a charter bus that it happened on I-95 in Virginia. It was going from New York, and we found out that it was actually coming here to Charlotte. 5 dead, 34 in the hospital, 3 of them with critical injuries. And the bus just slammed into 6 cars headed into a work zone.
Yeah, that's according to police there. And like literally, at least according to what police are saying, that bus did not slow down. That is the word, at least from the preliminary investigations. Happened around 2:30 this morning on Interstate 95, just outside of D.C. And we do know that there's some reporting, and we've been able to at least confirm this. In fact, made a point of calling what was reported to be the company that was based out of Kings Mountain, actually, that apparently was the bus charter company. We did reach out. They say that they're cooperating with authorities. They did confirm, at least on their end, that the bus was on its way from New York to Charlotte. However, Virginia State Police at this point, they are not necessarily confirming those specific details. We do know, however, from some of the independent reporting that's been going on, that the bus itself at least was headed to North Carolina, and that the bus company itself is based out of Kings Mountain. But we've been trying to get more information from the company. They have not necessarily been forthcoming. In fact, when I tried to get a little bit more information from them, whenever I called them a little bit earlier this morning, the phone call ended.
Yeah, it's, I mean, just all around a horrible situation, and I'm sure the company is devastated that this happened. 5 people dead and 34 in the hospital. Those are some big numbers. This was even big news in Virginia. A number of news stations there, had a chopper above the scene, showing the scene there.
Yes.
So obviously, we're hoping that all those 34 that are in the hospital pull through, and we'll get more information in the coming hours and days on more details surrounding this crash.
Yeah, in fact, we are awaiting more details. There is the National Transportation Safety Board. They are a part of this investigation now into what exactly happened. And in fact, they're apparently supposed to be some media briefings, at least in the near future, on the specifics of what happened early this morning, again, on Interstate 95 in Virginia involving that charter bus. But as soon as we get more details, we will pass those along at QC News and QCnews.com.
Getting to the latest out of Iran, we're still kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to hear if President Trump is going to sign on onto this tentative agreement between the U.S. and Iran. It came out, I believe it was yesterday, if not the day before, that they agreed to extend the ceasefire by 60 days. And they're also starting new talks on Iran's nuclear program. But Vice President J.D. Vance said that they're still essentially waiting for President Trump to approve it. He added, we're going back and forth on a couple of language points. So it sounds like the framework is there for this tentative agreement.
Yes.
They're just trying to make sure that, the language is how they want it to read.
Yes, and some of the specifics, we do know some of the specifics from someone anonymous within the administration who spoke on the condition of anonymity, that some of the specifics on this would involve the Strait of Hormuz. It wouldn't have any tolls.
That's the main part.
Yeah, that's the main part, because that's been a bone of contention, especially with the U.S. and the Trump administration. Iran will be removing all mines from the strait as well.
Within 30 days.
Yeah, and there's also supposed to be some talk about the nuclear program that Iran has. Now, a lot of information we do have on the deal, at least so far, has actually come from Vice President J.D. Vance. He has revealed some of the details, but again, this has to be okayed by President Trump, and also has to be basically signed on from all parties involved.
We were hoping to hear something about it today. So we've heard about, obviously, what Iran would agree to in this deal. The U.S. would gradually lift its naval blockade on Iranian ports, and would also agree to relax sanctions, allowing Iran to sell more of its oil. So that's kind of the agreement. And then it's going to set the stage for a more permanent deal, which would hopefully address the uranium enrichment and Iran's nuclear program.
Iran has not publicly commented or committed to giving up their stockpiles, so this would, those details obviously would take probably more time to hash out.
Yes, this is having a positive effect on the stock market today. Dow's up actually over 300 points right now, so that's something worth noting as far as the reaction to it, at least so far. Even the talk about this is actually having a positive effect on the markets. There is another story to tell you about involving the Trump administration, involving that anti-weaponization fund we've been telling you about the past couple of weeks. You might remember that anti-weaponization fund was part of a settlement deal that President Trump had with the IRS as part of that investigation, or at least the lawsuit.
$10 billion lawsuit, right?
Yeah, into the specifics of his tax records being released by the IRS several years ago. Now, the anti-weaponization fund, it was supposed to be for people who, at least according to President Trump, who have been victims of political persecution from previous administrations. But a judge has basically blocked that from going forward, or at least from the payouts coming in. And this is coming as there's not really much progress on that fund itself, and the commission that's supposed to be dispersing those funds. That's still kind of in the works anyway. But the judge has basically shut down any action basically happening on it.
So the lawsuit claims that the executive branch cannot create new taxpayer-funded payout programs without congressional approval. But Congress did create the judgment fund, which is where this money would be coming out of in the 50s, specifically to pay settlements without going back to Congress habitually. It was created, though, for standard government liability settlements, not for new compensation programs. So on the Republican side, this has become a sticking point with Republicans and Democrats. There is precedent for, I'll just label it as, misuse of these funds. The Obama administration had a $1.3 billion initiative to compensate Hispanic and female farmers who claimed discrimination by the USDA and agriculture loan programs. That was created without congressional approval. The total was closer to $1.5 billion. So that is what the Trump administration is saying. What's the difference here between the two funds? But there's been a lot of backlash over this program.
Yes, and the judge that blocked it, we should mention, full transparency here, is a Clinton employee, and or a Clinton appointee rather. But also June 12th is the hearing that is set to take place on the matter because the judge has temporarily blocked it until at least June 12th. White House, by the way, so far has not commented, and again, we need to emphasize here, no money's been paid out yet. And the commission that was actually that was supposed to be set up has not yet been set up to actually divvy out the money. Meanwhile, there are some states that are actually proposing 100% tax on any payouts that do go to those people. In fact, California is looking at that, as well as New York, and even Senate Democrats are basically saying at this point, hey, if that's going to happen, we're going to put a 100% tax, which basically means whoever would be getting these judgments would be getting nothing.
And obviously, legal experts are saying that would be probably a legal nightmare because you're basically confiscating someone's money.
Yes.
Targeting a specific group without a trial. So I think if that were to happen, who knows if it's just rhetoric right now. California and New York, I believe you mentioned, those are the main two that have come out and said that they're going to tax it at 100%. There would almost undoubtedly be legal battles ahead if that's something that they would implement. Getting over closer to the White House, there's America's 250th birthday is coming up. There's been a lot of planning and organizing that has gone into that. There's the construction of the Octagon outside the White House for the UFC. There are going to be fireworks. There's a 1.7-mile IndyCar circuit around the National Mall, much more. There's also the Great American State Fair, which features a musical lineup, but now there are a number of artists that are dropping out for political reasons.
Yes, and well, they're saying it's political. They're saying it's political, but we'll get more into the specifics in just a moment. In fact, you're seeing on your screen some of the people who were announced as the lineup, and in fact, we had Young MC, Brett Michaels, Morris Day, Martina McBride, CNC Music Factory also on the list. That's actually, look at the poster right there. And here's the thing, though. A bunch of them have started dropping out. In fact, Young MC, Brett Michaels, Morris Day at the time, CNC Music Factory, Martina McBride.
Young MC said the artists were never told about any political involvement with the event.
Yes.
Now, you may think, I mean, it's America. It's a celebration of our country. It's the White House, the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
It is at its core political. However,
But they were sold. They said that they were sold as a nonpartisan event.
Right. However, Congress created the America 250 celebration, but Trump's team launched the Freedom 250 organization. It's been organized by Trump's nonprofit with Trump-aligned donors, and as we see with anything that's tied to a political candidate, usually whoever participates is aligned with that side of the aisle. But again, it's the idea that he's almost essentially taken over this event and made it more about him is what critics are saying has politicized it versus this bipartisan celebration of our country.
Yes, and some of the statements, you see some of the statements that are on social media right now. Martina McBride wrote on Instagram that the event she signed up for was a nonpartisan celebration. However, she noted that things changed, and as a result, she had backed down. Brett Michaels was a little bit more forceful in his language. He said, and I quote, "What was presented to us was a celebration of our country, has evolved into something much more divisive than I agreed to be a part of."
He also mentioned that they've received threats, and that the safety of his crew was not worth participating in this event. So it sounds like there were a number of reasons why Brett Michaels dropped out in particular. Morris Day, their response, it almost sounded like they didn't even know they were participating to begin with. When the lineup was sent out, they said something like, no, not for me, or something to that effect. So it sounded like they weren't even in agreement that they were participating to begin with.
We do know that at least there are some people that are still on the list there, the people that are performing, one of which is Flo Rida, Vanilla Ice, if you remember him. He will also be...
It's different.
It's different.
Anyway. I can't finish the rest of it.
I know the reference. I know the reference. I know the reference. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the former members of Milli Vanilli will also be performing as well there as well. They were the ones that are
a little bit of a 90s feel
yes,
to it.
As you can tell, maybe a little bit 2000s Flow Rider, but you can those are the ones that have been at least been confirmed so far. We'll be keeping you up to date as to what exactly is going on with that, because that one's a bit of a pickle for pretty much anyone that's going to be involved, at least so far. Let's talk about Blue Origin real quick. You might remember earlier this week there was that SpaceX rocket that kind of went up in flames as soon as it splashed down.
It was supposed to. That one was supposed to happen.
This one that you see on your screen here was not supposed to. This was actually on the launch pad in Cape Canaveral. This was a Blue Origin rocket. It
was a test flight.
Yes, and they're saying what happened was an anomaly during a hot fire test. Again, those are the exact words here. There's no word on the root cause, but the explosion you can see was basically just from. It could be seen from miles away. It kind of had this whole mushroom cloud thing going, and it kind of scared a little bit people just for a little bit. But Blue Origin's basically telling people, hey, there might be some debris in the next little bit, and if you see it wash ashore, don't touch it.
I don't know that they necessarily needed to put that out on X, but I mean, I guess in the news we cover all sorts of stories of people doing ridiculous things, so maybe they do need to put it out on X to remind people to not touch the debris in the water. But this is Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach area. It's Shook Homes nearby. This is an area where, regardless of what's happening, when there's any sort of a test or launch, people go to see it because it's a really cool thing to watch. Austin, haven't you gone to see some of them when you lived in Florida?
No, I got to watch a few from Jacksonville. You would see them fly overhead. You see like the trails and everything, but never had a chance to go see one myself.
I went to one from Fort Myers, which you have to drive all the way across state, and it got scrubbed. So I was like, okay, we're not doing this again. But it's cool to see, and then all of a sudden it just blew up.
Yeah. I remember sonic booms when I was living down there.
Yeah.
Fun.
So Bezos obviously he posted on X. It's just a very rough day. SpaceX's Elon Musk sent his condolences, essentially. Said sorry to see this. I hope you recover quickly. The two are kind of in a way competitors for this mission of sending astronauts back to the moon and beyond. And but at the same time. No one was injured. It was an engine fire test, and obviously something went wrong. So they'll have to figure out in the coming days what exactly that was. But this was ahead of a launch that was planned for next week.
Yes.
A satellite launch. So kind of a bummer that everything exploded like that.
Let's get a check in your weather on this Friday. In fact, going into the weekend, well, I
Hey,
mean,
look at the
it's really nice.
Look at the big screen at Bank of America Stadium.
USA and
there's
Senegal.
there's a big soccer game coming up there
This weekend.
First chance for everyone to get a good look at the new U.S. men's national team.
But there is a potential for some rain, at least somewhat a percentage still, right, Andrew?
Yeah, that's right. We are tracking the potential for some scattered showers and storms here on your Saturday across the region. Now, generally this weekend, I still think it's going to be fairly nice, and even the showers that we could see tomorrow, not going to be a huge deal out there. But once we get to Sunday, that really is going to be the best day of the weekend to get outside here. Charlotte Live Cam, it's 82 degrees, but look at the dew point here in the upper 50s. Feels a lot more comfortable out there compared to where we were this time yesterday. Boone, camera seeing the sunshine, beautiful weather as well. Pinpoint radar, not much going on here. We zoom out. We've got a bit of a frontal boundary off to our west. That's going to be bringing in some of that moisture, and actually the cloud cover is going to start to increase this evening here across the region. Overall setup today, you can see that moisture flowing out of the Gulf, and that's what's bringing some of those scattered showers and storms to areas of the deep south here. Weekend forecast, watching some of that wet weather on Saturday. Sunday, cooler, less humid, really going to be nice out there across the region. Futurecast this evening, partly cloudy skies here across the Carolinas as we keep moving forward here overnight into your Saturday. We see some potential sort of isolated showers in the morning, but really as we get into the afternoons, the front moves back through. You see some of those pop-up showers and storms here. This is noon on your Saturday. Continues to move southward, though. Quickly, we should see our weather begin to improve here across the Carolinas. As we go into your Saturday night, we're going to be in good shape. And then rolling on into your Sunday, we've got the partly cloudy skies, the pleasant weather here across the region. So 11 o'clock on your Sunday. As we head into your Sunday afternoon, we've got temperatures up around the probably upper 70s here. Really just a nice wrap to your weekend here with the lower humidity, the comfortable conditions. And then we see the wet weather, potentially more showers on the way for your Monday. As for this evening, should be a wonderful night out there. Temperatures down to 68 in Charlotte, upper 50s is across the mountains, upper 60s down in the Sandhills. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking some of those scattered showers and storms on your Saturday, as well as your Monday. And then kind of a drier and also somewhat more comfortable middle part of next week.
Looking forward to that. Some dry weather.
Yeah.
What's that like?
I mean, we still need the rainfall, guys. Still need it.
So as we had to break, a question for you. If you got pulled over and accused of texting and driving, or at least holding your phone, what would you... There's a certain degree of proof that you have to make.
Do you know that I do the weather? No.
To the point where you know that you're going to have to win this case. Simply put, this lady was able to very much win this case for a very, very, very specific reason.
Very obvious reason.
That story is coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live. .21, this is Queen City News Plus live on a Friday. And as we take a look at Independence Boulevard, traffic going rather smoothly. But of course, if you're on 85 right now, chances are it's probably going to be a bit of a different story. Or if you're heading out there in the next little bit.
For all the people who get done with work at noon on a Friday.
Yeah, if you're lucky. Let's see. And if you do want to take a look at the forecast, by the way, qcnews.com, you can also take a look at the Queen City News Plus app, where we also have that as well. And we have it at one of the carousels down below the video screen that you see right now. So there is this wild piece of video that's actually out of Southwest Florida of a
markets
kid.
we both worked in.
Yes. First off, just take a look at what's about to happen here. Kid's about to go on the bus, and then this happens. The kid, by the way, is all right.
Driver gets out right away, realizes
driver
what
gets
she
out,
did. And
yeah, driver gets out all the way. It tends to the kid. The kid is all right. Had a whiplash. Was hit in the back, fortunately, and only had some minor injuries.
The minor injuries are because of the backpack.
Yes,
I mean, there was like a tablet in there and all, obviously stuff for school. There was a dent in the car.
Yes,
and
there was.
if the kid would have been turned, this is coming from police in the area. If the kid would have been turned in a different direction, it would have been a very different story. So the backpack cushioned the student from some serious injuries. Apparently the driver was going too fast, tried to avoid the bus, and that's why you see obviously hits the kid.
Yeah, this happened back in March, by the way, and it's just being released now. And this is part of, I guess, a bit of a notification for local authorities in the area. In fact, the school district there made a point of saying, hey, we're issuing citations to people who do run red lights. And in this case, this would probably be one of those that would actually be doing this. They actually started that back in December. But cameras were installed on all buses within the school district there, and evidence would be shared with local authorities. There's no word, however. We tried to look up information as to whether or not this lady, that was this driver, had any charges or was cited in any way. We haven't really got that information. But again, we need to emphasize that kid, middle schooler, 14 years old.
Bonita Springs, Florida.
Yes.
Yep, doing just fine.
Yes.
This next video is absolutely insane. This woman
also out of
had
Florida.
the best reason for getting out of a citation and was issued the citation anyway. Take a listen.
You drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone. I mean, I saw you with the phone in your hand.
Not. So you want to just call this a day?
I don't want to call it a day. You had a hand up manipulating
the phone. You just said my right hand.
Well, I thought I saw you with your right hand. You
so
had a hand
didn't.
up. The right hand. I saw you manipulate.
So you didn't.
With the right hand, perhaps not, right? But I saw you
didn't see me with my right hand.
So are you
saying that you saw me with my right hand?
I know what I just said. I know what I just said. I'm asking you now. Did you or not have your phone on your hand?
I did not.
You did not have your phone in your hand?
I did not.
Hand to God, you did not have your phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
I mean, just when you think it couldn't get worse,
Yeah.
he says, hand to God. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, so the lady that is the driver there, she's actually a disability rights advocate. She's
an influencer.
She's an influencer.
She has quite the following on social media. And guess what happened with the video?
Yeah, she posted that video, in fact, and it got millions of views on Instagram and TikTok. Despite all this, she was actually issued a $116 citation for having a phone in her hand, because that is against the law of Florida. Thing about it is, though, is that she was able to go to court, and when she got to court, well, they said, hey, the officer who issued the ticket has decided, it's like, yeah, just dismiss it. So it's all fine.
I wonder
so
why. I mean, I don't think there's anyone who has watched this video who has, sided with the deputy. It's like, once you get up there and you see the evidence and you realize you're wrong, it's okay to admit that. Austin, you have something
I was going to say, combined views on just TikTok, 32 million.
Yeah.
Between this and another video where she announced that it was dismissed.
She has a great attitude about it.
Yeah,
she
she does.
holds up her hand and she's like, obviously not. You want to
And-
just
well,
call it a
and then-
day?
and- well, and
that
then-
would have been a great time to say,
Well-
my bad, yes.
And her timing, I will give her this much on her timing. It's like hand to God, hand to God.
Yeah,
and so
pretty funny.
Yeah, and so
This was Palm Beach County Sheriff's
yeah.
deputy who was involved in all this, by the way. I don't know if we said that off the top.
But it's like given her reaction to it, and also she wants to actually to use this as a teaching moment for people. It's like, hey, it's like you have to realize it's like there is some assisted driving that she does have as a result of not necessarily having her hand, but it's also like she was openly accused of doing something she cannot physically do. And it's kind of reminding not only law enforcement, but also everyone else. It's like, hey, this is this type of situation.
Unless she was driving with her knees and she's holding it with her left hand, which if you can do that, props to you. That's just talent right there.
Yeah.
Hey, we have one more story to talk about. Obviously, we're not going to let the show get away without talking about the Hurricanes. Yeah.
And their chance,
finals.
and the possibility of the cup.
We'll be right back. More Queen City News Plus Live. Game 5 is tonight in the NHL Eastern Conference Finals. I almost made it through the show. The Canes have been performing, I mean, in the playoffs incredibly. They responded to the Canadiens with three straight wins, 2 of them being on the road. One more win and they can punch their ticket to the Stanley Cup final for the first time since 2006, which was the first and only time they won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, the game, by the way, is at 8 o'clock tonight on TNT and True TV, and this is on top of what is a very busy weekend for sports here in the Carolinas, especially considering that men's national team Senegal game. That's also going to be happening this weekend as well at Bank of America Stadium. So it's a lot of stuff happening. That will do it for us here on Queen City News Plus live on this Friday. We'll see you back here on Monday.
Have a nice weekend.
The moments that I thought most about purpose in life and what I'm called to do was actually the moments when I was most miserable.
Welcome to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. What's in a name? You call someone's name, they hear you talking to them, their name. It's something so symbolic. The rest of their life, they're going to hear different people call their name. My parents named me after a movie, Brian's Song. I still haven't seen it. Apparently I need to. I have a guest here who's got a really special name and a really special story behind it. And Father, thank you for being here. Father Richardson. So tell me, first of all, you are an Army veteran. Tell me about how, first of all, you joined, and the life behind that.
Well, I joined Army ROTC when I was a freshman at Belmont Abbey College in Belmont.
Right.
And the program was at University of North Carolina at Charlotte, so I had to travel to UNCC, which was a satellite program at Davidson College. So it really just involved the whole city of Charlotte.
This is a lot of moving around.
A lot of moving around. So it's a lot of colleges in the Charlotte area. So I joined Army ROTC while at Belmont Abbey College, did 4 years of that, and got commissioned an officer in the U.S. Army, and went into the Army after college.
So you were in ROTC, and apparently the Army National Guard,
correct,
all at the same time.
At the same time. So after my sophomore year of college, I joined the North Carolina National Guard, and there was an infantry unit in Morganton, and so I joined that unit in Morganton. So as a college student at Belmont Abbey College, 1 week in a month, 2 weeks out of the year, I was going off to Morganton for training at Fort Bragg. And then after a couple years of that, I had to resign from the National Guard in order to go in the regular Army as an officer. Yeah.
Correct. But first of all, how do you maintain school, ROTC, weekend warrior in the National Guard? How do you do that?
Well, I mean, it was really a blessing, the structure of that in college. I got to give a lot of credit to the monks at Belmont Abbey College and the classes and the teachers, and the way they worked with me, personally,
Right.
with a schedule like that. So I think it falls into a call, a call to serve. And I really sensed that call to serve at a young age. And so the motivation was there. So when you're motivated to go after something and you really feel it's a purpose in your life, then you get organized. But it was a great experience.
Father, you've got quite the resume. You were in the National Guard and in the Army, and look at you now. How did that? We're going to get to your name here in a second, but how in the world did you decide to go that path?
Well, I think for all of us, a path, when we sense a call, it's going to resonate in the heart. It's going to resonate in the heart. And we all have gifts and talents. We all have something to share with this world. And I think I felt a strong urge to serve. And so on finishing college, I went into the infantry. So I did airborne school and ranger school and air assault school, and went off to Germany, served in the 1st Armored Division, worked for 3 generals as an aide de camp. So I really saw all aspects of the military. And so really that call to the military service, I mean, it was just such a blessing to serve our nation with the men and women in our nation. So it was a call that came from the heart.
And every week you're continuing that same service in a different light, and even more so, and bringing people in. Talk about that, serving and then serving in faith. I guess the question is, how did you literally just jump from that, from serving to serving in faith?
I remember it like yesterday. I was at the 10th Mountain Division in upstate New York, and I just made the call. I really need to get out of the military. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I felt that, again, that call of the heart to get out. So I met with the lieutenant colonel at the time, who ended up becoming a 4-star general, but just an amazing man that I work with in the 10th Mountain Division. And I remember going in and talking to him and having, back in the day when you had those agendas where you wrote everything down.
Right.
And I had
the green books.
Exactly, the green books and all that. So I wrote like, okay, maybe I'll go into sales with this company, this company, this company. And then way at the bottom was possibly the priesthood, going into the seminary, but it was at the bottom. And it was an awesome conversation with this lieutenant colonel when I talked about getting out of the military and mentioning a tug of the heart to serve in the church. And our conversation shifted into a conversation of faith. And he started pulling out his favorite scripture passages and all these different things. So it really was a slow journey, a patient journey of our Lord with me. But yeah, that's kind of how it went. And then I stepped out, and actually a friend of mine who served in the military with me, he was working outside of New York City as an IT project manager for a small company there in Teterboro, New Jersey. And I ended up going there and working for Quest Diagnostics as an IT project manager and then account manager for 2 years, which was a wonderful experience.
Right.
And that's where the call came. That's when it really came to just set all that aside and give our Lord a shot and follow him.
You had that conversation with exactly the right person, exactly the right time.
Exactly.
It could have been one of those other 4-star generals who probably would have not given you, who knows?
Exactly.
That is providential blessing right there.
And if I can say something too, is all the men and women that I had a blessing to serve with in the military were amazing. They were amazing. I've never felt more united to a group of people with a common cause. And really, when you step into that, and you serve too, so you get it. When you step into that, you finish your training and you get to a unit, it's all about the person to your left and your right who are walking with you, who have dreams, who have hopes, who have families. And I just felt immensely blessed with the men and women that I served with.
What is one quick story that you might want to share about, whether it be if it was in your active duty time or with the North Carolina National Guard, something that just stands out, that just shows the representation of the most amazing soldiers you got to work with?
That story came right to mind when you asked. I remember as a young private joining the North Carolina National Guard way back when they had the 113s, those which were like
Bradleys?
track vehicles. They weren't Brackleys. They preceded the Bradley.
Okay, got it.
And I remember going to Fort Bragg and being a young private just starting, and we spent the entire night rolling around the woods lost. And they had the hatch open, and I felt like I was in the middle of a boat in the sea. It was absolutely miserable, but we were all miserable together.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so it was in that challenging training moment that it's in those tough moments when we really see and get to know people, when we suffer together. And yeah, it was just training. But that was a moment just that vividly comes back to mind. And I carried that in as an officer. Didn't want to get the men that I led lost.
Right.
Make sure they get their mail.
It's humbling to be in that situation where you don't know which way is north or whatever way you're going, but you've got that camaraderie, that group of people
Exactly.
that you can depend on.
Yeah, and that trust. You have a trust because you're all in it together. So it was, that was an early military experience that brings back memories.
Oh, wow. I want to take a quick break, and I am going to talk about your name. We're going to talk about your name right after we come back.
Great.
Welcome back to Stars of Service. We are talking with Father Richard, and Father, I'd like to know about your name.
Sure. Well, my name is Richard Frank Sutter, and I'm named after my dad's brother, his younger brother, Richard Furlong Sutter. And I never met my uncle. I never had the pleasure to meet him, but I knew of him. I heard the story of him. So in 1968, a year before I was born, he had spent a year in Vietnam, in the Vietnam War, as a corporal in the Marine Corps. And he was 1 month over his tour, and he made a sacrifice. Someone was coming back late from the tour, and he said, I'll stay another month. And it was in that month that he gave it all. And when I think about Memorial Weekend, all gave some, and I put myself in that category. I gave some.
Right.
All gave some, but some gave all. And so my Uncle Richard gave it all. There is a plaque in underground Atlanta. My family's from Atlanta, Georgia. And to Corporal Richard F. Sutter down there in underground that they put up on the wall in underground Atlanta, and to honor him and his service. But yeah, I kind of know the story of him through my dad and through my uncle and my aunts. But I love him. I love him and really just look forward to meeting him one day. But to me, he's a hero. And when I thought about all my training, when it really got tough as an infantry officer, Ranger school and airborne school and the different things that I did in my own training, I always thought about being the best leader, the best officer I could be, knowing that my uncle was a corporal at one point. And that's why I did the National Guard and went in, enlisted, because I wanted to know what it was like to start from the bottom and experience really just the backbone of the military, which is the enlisted ranks. And then from there, be that type of leader that would lead. So I guess when you think of my name, I'm proud. That's why I go by Richard, the full name Richard, because he went by Richard, and that's my uncle. That's his story.
I was thinking about this morning that, and it never really dawned on me that when you're named after someone, I was always thinking, okay, sure, I'm just going to sign my name. Every day you hear his name. I never thought about it that way. So during those times in the military, some of the tough times, you hear his name all the time.
Yeah, not only hear his name, I mean, imagine going to Arlington Cemetery in Atlanta, Georgia, where he's buried. There's an Arlington Cemetery there. Or going all the way up to D.C. and going to the monument, Vietnam Memorial there in D.C. and finding the name. And you know what, Brian? Finding the name, but it's your name too, because it says Richard F. Sutter. And those moments made me stop and pause and say, at one moment, this life will pass. What am I called to do with it? And he at 20 gave all. And so how might I serve? And, he was a man of faith too. I mean, I grew up Catholic. I just feel so blessed with my Catholic faith. And that's how it kind of went from the military into being a Catholic priest. But a Catholic priest is for everyone.
Right.
Where I'm assigned in Charlotte at St. Gabriel Catholic Church, it's not just those who are in the pew. It is to love and meet everyone you encounter where they are. And we're not going to do it perfectly. None of us will. I don't do it perfectly. But I am called to love them and serve everybody I encounter in this Queen City. I think a lot about my Uncle Richard, and I'm proud to carry his name.
When people walk up to you after church or wherever and they recognize you, they may say, Father Richard, I didn't know you were in the military. I was thinking about going in. What are your words to them right at that point?
Well, I mean, a lot of times young people when they ask nowadays, I'm like, well, it's been a long time since I was in, so I don't, I think what's helpful when they ever ask for advice is with the help of God's grace, just be humble.
Right.
And say, I don't have all the answers. I'm happy to share my story, but my story is not your story.
Correct.
My Uncle Richard's story is not my story. But what I do like to share with them is the gift of them to serve in this time. A young man just graduated from Charlotte Catholic High School last night. I was at their baccalaureate mass, and he came up to me and said hello. One of those moments, Brian. And you know what he told me? That he was going to follow his own brother into the Coast Guard, to be in the Coast Guard.
Oh, cool.
And he wanted to serve. And, any opportunity to just thank a young man or a young lady. There's amazing young people, men and women, who take that step, go to the academies, do ROTC, or enlist right away. And I just encourage them, follow your heart. And serve and know that you're in it with others. It's not just about you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
There are times where we may go to mass, church, whatever the case is, and don't see what's inside of people, their heart, where they are in their faith, their journey. Do you think with your journey in the military, do you think that helps you where you are right now?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. I mean, I am a firm believer. I've given my life to our Lord Jesus Christ. I love him. He poured out his love on the world. The Holy Spirit, Pentecost Sundays this Sunday, and on the whole world. And he wants to move hearts. Modeling him, Jesus, and the way he worked and the way he walked this earth is really what I want to do. How do I accompany people? How do I walk people? How do we meet people where they are, love them, and really, in all honesty, Brian, then get out of the way, right? Get out of the way.
Here's some army in there.
Get out of the way.
Fantastic.
Point them to the Lord and then get out of the way. But you know what? I think it's important to say this. There's a lot of people who may not be in the pew, but their hearts are churched.
Right.
They're good. They're kind. They're honest. They're the ones you want to work with. They're in our schools. They're in our places of work. They're in our community. And whenever we encounter good, whenever we encounter real, authentic, sacrificial, I'm thinking of you type of love, there's God in the midst of that. So we can find it in the military. We can find it in our city. The Lord is at work, and it's just an honor to meet people where they are and walk with them to the best of my ability, though my ability is very limited. It is. It's limited.
Father, I've got a question for you. You jumped from infantry in the Army. After a few years, you ended up as a Catholic priest. How do you do that?
Well, I think, Brian, I mean, you don't do it on your own.
Right.
It's not like, let me sit down and write out all the things I want to do. A call is a call. And to be a Catholic priest, the call comes from the Lord.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's very specific. You can't really shake it. I first experienced that at 17.
So what did that feel like when you got that first, there's a change within me, and what was it?
Well, I mean, for me, I first experienced it at 17. I wanted to go to Catholic college, so I went to Belmont Abbey College. I witnessed people living the call in the monks of Belmont Abbey. The joy, their presence, their ministry of presence. But the call really didn't solidify then. I felt called to serve, so I said, well, let me just go serve in the military.
Right.
Again, my uncle and then my brother-in-law, now Dr. Granger Leno, who was an Army Ranger instructor. He told stories around the table, as a high school senior.
Mm-hmm.
And so it took some time, but I think the moments that I thought most about purpose in life and what I'm called to do was actually the moments when I was most miserable. I mean, like,
that's when we're paying attention the most, I think.
Yeah, I mean, being in Ranger School in the middle of the desert, hungry, an hour, 2 hours of sleep a night, one meal a day, looking up into the starry sky in the El Paso in the desert, cold, hungry, and yet at the same time reading scripture, turning it over in your heart, thinking about what God may be calling you to. So the call is gentle. It's not screaming at you. It's gentle. It's an invitation. So it came at different moments. But as I look at the military, it came in a lot of those moments of real giving of my life, real service, whether it's 1,250 feet up in the air in a helicopter with your feet hanging out, about ready to jump, that's when your faith comes into action. I remember being
in all the confidence.
I'm telling you, you're jumping out, and there was a guy there. He was literally crying, a grown man, and he turned to me. He says, "Why aren't you crying?" I was like, "Well, I got faith in our training. I got faith in the equipment, and I prayed my prayers. I've and we jumped.
When that, and that could be for anyone that is hear that piece, that voice that might be, hey, you might think about doing this in your life. How do you know that that's the right thing to do?
Yeah, well, I think there are many competing voices, if we're honest.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ says in John chapter 10, verse 27, I know my sheep and they know me. They hear my voice and follow me. And so opening scripture and reading the word of God, getting your daily text message from a God who loves you and listening to that voice, then that voice will have a priority over other voices that compete.
Right.
So in other words, voices of shame, voices of condemnation in that way, that's not the voice of the Lord. Yeah. The voice of conviction, you're better than that. I'm calling you to something. And the gentle voice of, I love you. I got a gift for you. Come follow me. Those are the voices of scripture. So to tune the ears of our heart to the voice of truth, who is a person, right? And so it's prayer, but you know what, Brian? Prayer is more than words. It's more than words. It's just opening the ears of our heart and the eyes of our heart to see what God's saying all around us. What's he's saying, how much he loves us through his creation, through our experiences, our trials, and our triumphs,
I'm going to ask, if you want to give a message quickly of what, whatever it might be, to just look directly into the camera and whoever might be watching.
Yeah, I mean, my message is we're blessed to be walking together. We're in this together in this amazing city. And I just want everybody out there to know that you are so loved. You are so loved. Our God, who created all of us in his image and likeness, sees us and loves us. And when we walk together and when we really strive to live in a way, how might I make somebody else's life better today? That's what I learned in the military. That's what I learned from my Uncle Richard. That's what I learned from the countless people that I get to serve with in the church. How might I make somebody's life better today? It's just going to trickle out. It's going to make our city, Queen City, all the better. So all of you out there in the Queen City, thank you for being part of this journey together. It's great to be under the Carolina blue skies. God bless you.
Father, you just made my day better. Thank you so much for coming in. You've been watching Stars of Service. We'll see you next time.
Now on Queen City News, a Charlotte-bound commuter bus crashes in Virginia. The charge is now pending, with at least 5 people dead and dozens of others injured.
Beautiful weather on this Friday to wrap up the week here in this final Friday of May. But I am tracking the return of some areas of rain for part of the weekend. I'll show you a timeline in my pinpoint weather forecast.
And a Chester County deputy's quick action saves a woman's life. How he put his own safety on the line at the scene of a crash involving a fiery car. Good Friday afternoon to you. I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 4 starts right now with breaking news out of Cleveland County. People in Shelby are planning a protest this hour over a viral video of an altercation between an officer and a woman. Now, the video shows a confrontation between the woman and the officer, then the officer taking the woman to the ground, and she appears to struggle with him before he begins delivering punches to her head. Another officer approaches. He is heard telling the first officer to stop, and they get the woman to her feet and place her in handcuffs. Queen City News has reached out to Shelby Police about the incident. We have yet to get a reply. Protesters plan to be outside Shelby Police Headquarters later this hour. Queen City News will bring you updates throughout this newscast and on QCnews.com. More than a dozen firefighters in Cabarrus County are set to lose their jobs later this year, and they say the decision to eliminate their roles is a big mistake. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell found out what's behind that decision, if it could have an impact on emergency response to the area.
Squad 410 is truly one of a kind. It is the only full-time manpower unit supporting fire departments all throughout Cabarrus County. But this week, these firefighters have learned that come this fall, they may be out of a job, and they're not exactly sure why. For nearly a decade, Squad 410 has been the unit that both municipal and volunteer departments could depend on. It's home to 16 firefighters, 12 of them full-time. But Cabarrus County has decided that Squad 410 is no longer needed. The county telling us in a statement Friday that the decision has nothing to do with budget cuts or team performance, but strictly about, quote, reducing duplication, and that those smaller departments who were once short-staffed now have the manpower to cover shifts. The firefighters with Squad 410 who weren't allowed to be interviewed on camera tell us the news comes as a shock to them. Their captain is close to retirement and says firefighting is all he knows. One of his men just purchased a home. Another firefighter is months away from qualifying for pension. And the newest guy at the station was just hired by the county this year. Standards from the National Fire Protection Association require that a minimum of 12 firefighters respond to any sort of structure fire within 5 to 7 minutes. These firefighters say they're afraid this might be hard to accomplish without them, especially if a fire breaks out in rural parts of Cabarrus County. Meanwhile, the county has informed the firefighters that once commissioners vote to make the decision official next week, their last day on the job will be October 29th. The county claims it will provide, quote, employment assistance to help firefighters find new jobs. In Cabarrus County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are looking into the crash of a Charlotte-bound commuter bus that left 5 people dead and dozens of others injured. It happened overnight on I-95 in Stafford County, Virginia, near Fredericksburg. Officials say the bus did not slow down with traffic while entering a work zone, and it hit 6 cars. The 5 people killed were in the vehicles, not on the bus. 34 people were hospitalized, 3 in critical condition. Queen City News has learned that the bus was on its way to Charlotte from New York City and is operated by E&P Travel, which is based in Kings Mountain. Police say charges are pending. Late NASCAR driver Greg Biffle's ex-wife is suing his estate. Nicole Biffle and Greg shared a daughter, Emma, who was on the plane when it crashed at Statesville Regional Airport last December. All 7 people on board, including Greg and Emma, died. Emma's mother recently filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the woman overseeing the estates of Greg and the pilot of the plane and the aviation leasing company that oversaw the aircraft. The lawsuit claims Emma was sick and did not want to go on the trip, but her father insisted. The lawsuit is not seeking a specific amount of damages. To the weather now on this Friday afternoon as we take a live look at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Some clouds are hanging around the Queen City right now, but we are noticeably dry as we enter the end of the work week here. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, it's also less humid outside today. Feels kind of good.
It does. Yeah, those dew points are sitting in the 50s, around 60 or so degrees. So when you see them kind of right around that number, that's definitely a more comfortable feeling air mass compared to how the week began with all the waves of rain and all that mugginess that we were feeling for several days. And it's comfortably warm outside, 83 degrees right now in the Queen City. We've got a light east wind and that relative humidity about 46%. So yes, indeed, you can see some nice and drier air, upper 50s, mid 50s degree dew points showing up toward the mountains, and still just a little more of that humidity, but not too much more down into parts of South Carolina. But the moisture is going to be back on the move later on tonight. And so after temperatures here today continue to just hover in the low to mid 80s for the rest of this evening, mid 70s up in the mountains. Notice some cloud cover back off to the west. And we do have another front approaching. It's pretty far away at this point up around the Great Lakes, but between that system and the stalled at times front to our south, that's going to squeeze out more cloud cover and eventually some scattered showers and possibly a few storms for the first half of the weekend tomorrow. I'll show you a timeline on that, what part of the day looks the wettest in just a few minutes.
Sarah, thanks. A woman is facing charges in connection with a crash that injured an 8-year-old. That incident happened earlier this month during the Truist Championship just outside of Quail Hollow Middle School. Suspect pictured on your screen is accused of leaving the scene after hitting the child with her car. Investigators say they didn't have any leads, but were able to identify the driver through her license plate. The child is expected to be okay. Chester County deputy is being recognized for his quick actions to save a woman's life.
Ma'am, can you hear me? All right, can you crawl to me? Your car's on fire. Come on, ma'am, you got to come to me.
Patrol Deputy Threat responded to a single car crash at I-77 last weekend and found the vehicle overturned and partially on fire. Video shows Threat immediately jumping into action and risking his own life to save the driver who was trapped inside the car. Deputies later learned that driver was on their way to Charlotte to celebrate finishing radiation treatments for breast cancer. No word on what caused the crash. New legislation in North Carolina would give prosecutors more tools to go after suspected gang members. Jalea's Law is named after a 13-year-old girl who was killed by alleged gang members just days before Christmas. Shabnan Dinesh has a closer look.
Please say her name, Jalea Lily Toon.
For Whitney Brown Toon, this bill is about turning pain into purpose. Her daughter, Jalea, was just 13 years old when she was killed in Goldsboro just days before Christmas 2025.
But we're here today because a mother said, I lost my daughter, but we're not going to lose another one.
Prosecutors say she was ambushed and killed by 3 teenagers with alleged gang ties while walking home. Those teens are now charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy. 2 are being prosecuted as adults. Now, a bill that bears Jalea's name aims to strengthen North Carolina's gang suppression laws.
It's about giving prosecutors and communities stronger tools. It is about prevention, accountability, and protection in families before tragedy happens.
Jalea's Law would create a new 3-person team of prosecutors and investigators dedicated to gang cases. It would also crack down on recruiting minors into gangs and remove some of the hurdles prosecutors face when building gang cases.
Some badly needed tweaks to existing law and some enhancements in the existing law can put some real teeth in North Carolina's gang suppression statute.
According to an executive order from the governor's office establishing the state's Gang Prevention Task Force, suspected teen gang violence jumped 50% in the past 5 years.
Lily's name should not only be remembered because of how she died, her name should be remembered because North Carolina decided to act.
In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles could stay in office beyond her planned resignation next month. In an email to Charlotte City Council members, Lyles says she will remain in office until her successor is appointed. She previously stated her final day would be June 30th. Several people have expressed interest in the interim mayor position, including former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts and longtime Councilman James Smudgy Mitchell. Look at live at Bank of America Stadium from our Arlington camera right now. Charlotte taking center stage this weekend as the U.S. men's national team face Senegal in a key pre-World Cup matchup. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains why this match matters, not just for Team USA, but for all of Charlotte.
This weekend, the Queen City takes the world stage as the U.S. men's national team hosts Senegal's national team.
We're thrilled. It's going to be an amazing day for Charlotte, amazing day for the community.
Miller Yoho from the Charlotte Sports Foundation says when the march to the World Cup starts in Charlotte's backyard Sunday, it'll be the first time we see how the U.S. will compete.
That's a great opportunity for them to match up their energy against a host nation and really see if they are prepared for the World Cup.
Benedict Gemma is the founder of the Black Supporters Union. He says the Lions are the first African country to land on the U.S. soil this summer, and it'll be the team's first time playing each other.
There are some folks who are already in town, getting ready, getting prepared for Sunday to enjoy themselves and have that feel of that wonderful electric atmosphere.
Just last week, Charlotte was ranked 4th place by the Sports Business Journal for Best Sports Business City. It wasn't just soccer that got them there, but big major events coming to the area, sponsorships, and sports business.
If you look where we come from 10 years ago as a sports event city, it's night and day, and it's only getting bigger.
With local talent like Tim Ream making Team USA, that adds to it.
U.S. soccer has come of age. To me, that is the message that is sending to the world.
Yoho says when Bank of America Stadium is full on Sunday, the city will be on fire.
It's time when money spent in sports business is huge here in Charlotte, and it'll have an incredible impact.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Heated testimony again on Capitol Hill over the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files, why the former Attorney General refused to talk about the president's involvement with the release. Plus,
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina.
in the next half hour, the serious search for a precious metal 2 centuries ago in North Carolina, where the gold rush began in Cabarrus County. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. You're looking live at the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. this afternoon. Former Attorney General Pam Bondi was in the hot seat there today, facing questions from lawmakers about how the Justice Department handled the Epstein files. Gabrielle Caracciolo has what we know from the closed doors meeting.
The former Attorney General spoke to lawmakers behind closed doors today, but from a copy of her opening statement, we know she defended the handling of the release of the Epstein files while she was in charge at the DOJ, following criticism from some survivors and lawmakers.
This is absolutely a cover-up and a smokescreen to prevent Pam Bondi from having to testify under oath pursuant to a congressional subpoena.
Democratic lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee say they're not happy with former Attorney General Pam Bondi's interview taking place off camera and behind closed doors.
She refused to answer any questions about President Trump.
While entering and exiting the building, Bondi stayed silent, but a DOJ attorney representing her pushed back.
There were ground rules laid with the committee before we walked in there, and we simply wanted to stick to those.
In a copy of her remarks to lawmakers, Bondi said she believes that justice and transparency were delivered. Epstein survivors disagree.
There's so many things in the files that need to be investigated.
Accountability will look like when all the perpetrators are brought to justice.
Committee Chair, Republican James Comer, says the committee is working to make that happen.
We're going to do everything in our ability to hold people accountable and try to understand how the government failed.
During the interview, Democratic lawmakers say Bondi pushed blame onto the now acting AG, Todd Blanche, who was handling the investigation. The DOJ lawyer there with Bondi says it's common for an attorney general to delegate portions of the job to senior officials. I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
The controversial Silfab solar facility in Fort Mill is facing more legal troubles. Lawsuits claim the company did not pay its contractors for completed work. The cases come nearly 3 months after a pair of chemical leaks that caused a temporary shutdown at the plant and led to new investigations. A lawsuit from Southern Piedmont Piping claims that Silfab owes them more than $140,000. Anson County Construction Company says it completed the work for Silfab last year before company leaders stopped responding. Records show 4 other contractors have a total of more than $2.9 million in legal claims currently filed against the manufacturer.
Whether it's budgeting or payments or whatever, you know, someone's dropped the ball somewhere. So those who are trying to do the right thing, I would really like for them just to pay the full amount and us be done with it.
Manufacturer is also facing a whistleblower lawsuit. The former technician claims that he was fired last year for speaking up about various safety hazards. Silfab denies those allegations. Spokesperson sent a statement saying they do not comment on active litigation other than they are confident in their positions. Case relating to Silfab zoning is currently being considered by a judge. Back to the weather now as we take a live look here at South Park, Charlotte from our Hyatt camera. Great end to the work week here but it unfortunately is not going to be all sunshine and rainbows later this weekend. Let's talk to Tara a little bit more about it. You're checking some storm chances about what kind of a timeline are we looking at?
So it looks like as early as tomorrow morning, even after midnight tonight, we could start to see a couple of showers back on the move and moving in from the south and west. No, not expecting severe. So we could have some rumbles out there, a couple of just general thunderstorms, but not expecting any wind damage or anything or damaging hail or anything out of any storms that we may see going into the weekend. You know what? Rainbows, we may see a rainbow. Yeah, we may see a rainbow tomorrow. Maybe if we see that sun coming out into the afternoon and maybe still some showers around. But yes, it's going to be kind of a mixed bag, really a half and half, one of those weekends where half of it involves a chance of rain and half is totally dry. So yes, you have your answer there at the bottom of the screen. Pleasant Sunday. Sunday is the drier half of the weekend if you're hoping for it to be dry, to do some things outside, and certainly nice weather out there today to wrap up this final Friday here of May. As we look around on radar, there is nothing to report. It is a clean sweep, a dry scan all around. Temperatures up in the mountains comfortable, mid-70s. You got widespread low to mid-80s across the rest of the region from the foothills down through the Piedmont with that lower humidity in place too. So if you want to grill out this evening to kick off the weekend for dinner time, have at it. No weather issues, partly cloudy to mostly sunny before the sun goes down. Temperatures will continue to hover around the mid to lower 80s over the next few hours. We will see some areas of rain for tomorrow. Scattered showers, not not going to rain everywhere, but I'll show you that map and what it could look like here coming up. Again, dry conditions returning for Sunday with lower humidity again too. And we'll kick off the month of June on Monday with yet another round of scattered showers and storms with another front moving in. So the front that we're watching for tomorrow, kind of two fronts here. We have one dropping in from the north and the stalled front hanging out to our south and west. And so putting the squeeze play on us here, areas of the mid-south and through the Carolinas. So it's going to help squeeze out some scattered showers in the morning through about early afternoon. A little bit later in the day, it may turn out to be drier here with the front dropping off to the south, and there's that high pressure, dry conditions returning for Sunday. Temperature wise, we're still on the warm side tomorrow, 84 degrees, and then 77, just a little bit cooler, but with the lower humidity and totally dry conditions for Sunday. So let's check it out on Futurecast. There we are after midnight tonight. We could start to have a few sprinkles, maybe a lighter shower starting to creep in from the south and west. 8 to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's possible, especially from say the I-40 corridor south and down to South Carolina, that we could be tracking some blossoming heavier showers, maybe an isolated storm in the mix, and right on through about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So early afternoon time frame could still be a little wet in spots, but the later we get into the afternoon and certainly through the evening, it is looking drier. There's the dry conditions returning for Sunday, but then we're going to do the same thing as what's going to be happening tonight. Clouds are back on the move again, so by Monday morning, here comes the next front. Areas of rain, a few thunderstorms could be out there, and we'll stick with that chance of spotty downpours and a few storms into the afternoon. Rainfall forecast at least through tomorrow with this first round of rain coming in. Again, most of us really not going to see anything too significant. East along Highway 74, maybe down to South Carolina, Gaston County, upwards of a quarter to even close to 3/4 of an inch of rain will be possible. Hitting late this weekend, watch for some of those showers, maybe a storm tomorrow. Temperatures in the 80s tomorrow, 70s on Sunday. The wind not too bad. Water temperature these days is up into the mid 70s, and the UV index this weekend is moderate. So rain chances after that one on Monday. We're going to be back into a dry stretch, it looks like, through the end of next week. And we've got NASCAR racing this weekend out at Nashville Super Speedway, Cracker Barrel 400. A thunderstorm or some rain could try and disrupt the race, so they are watching that closely with that temperature around 79 degrees. We're going to be around 77 there on Sunday, around 80 to kick off the new month of June with dry conditions Tuesday through the end of next week.
Tara, thanks. A CMS graduate receives tens of thousands of dollars as he steps out into the real world, while he says he's able to put the money towards his purpose. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. This weekend, motorcyclists will honor the lives of 4 law enforcement members killed in the 2024 Shannon Park shooting in East Charlotte. The first officer down memorial ride begins tomorrow morning, and police will escort riders starting at 11 a.m. at the Hendrick Independence Center off Independence Boulevard. The 55-mile route will take riders through Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, and Cabarrus counties. The ride is being put on by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police and Blue Knights, NC. New traffic light is up and running outside Catawba Ridge High School in Fort Mill. District leaders moved to install the light after a crossing guard was hit by a car and seriously injured back in 2024. Crews finished installation last week, and it has been flashing since. It's now operating as normal traffic light at the entrance to the high school. A Ballantyne Ridge High School senior is getting recognition for his part in the school's inaugural graduating class with a $31,000 check. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders awarded Alexander Riley the scholarship today. The money will go towards his education in nursing at Oral Roberts University. Riley tells us the money is helping him achieve what he believes is his purpose.
How much you can change, and if anything, I would like to leave that behind. How someone with little, like I had no idea what my purpose was or what I was called to do. So I had no drive or motivation to do good in school until I found it. And that was nursing.
School leaders say Riley is known for his compassion, leadership, and good grades, and he is starting a strong legacy for the new school. A wrongful death lawsuit filed months after a plane crash that killed NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family. The new claim from his ex-wife about how their daughter was feeling about the planned flight. And Team USA is heading to the Queen City. The impact the U.S. men's national soccer team is having on sports growth in Charlotte ahead of this weekend's friendly match. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We continue to follow that breaking news out of Cleveland County right now. People in Shelby are protesting this hour over a viral video of an altercation between an officer and a woman. You see here, the video shows a confrontation between the woman and the officer. Officer takes the woman to the ground, they struggle, and then before he punches her in the head, and another officer approaches and is heard telling that first officer to stop. They get the woman to her feet. They place her in handcuffs. Queen City News has reached out to Shelby Police about this incident. We have yet to have a reply. Now, we want to go live out there to the scene right now. Protesters have started to gather outside the Shelby Police headquarters. This is a live look here. As you can see, people are holding up signs in protest of what that viral video that they've seen today. And the Queen City News reporter Andy Weber is on the scene. He's going to have some more details on this story come up tonight at 10 and also have more later throughout these newscasts here as we have at 5 and 6 today. More than a dozen firefighters in Cabarrus County are set to lose their jobs later this year, and they say the decision to eliminate their roles is a big mistake. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell found out what's behind the decision and if it could have an impact on emergency response in the area.
Squad 410 is truly one of a kind. It is the only full-time manpower unit supporting fire departments all throughout Cabarrus County. But this week, these firefighters have learned that come this fall, they may be out of a job, and they're not exactly sure why. For nearly a decade, Squad 410 has been the unit that both municipal and volunteer departments could depend on. It's home to 16 firefighters, 12 of them full-time. But Cabarrus County has decided that Squad 410 is no longer needed. The county telling us in a statement Friday that the decision has nothing to do with budget cuts or team performance, but strictly about, quote, reducing duplication, and that those smaller departments who were once short-staffed now have the manpower to cover shifts. The firefighters with Squad 410 who weren't allowed to be interviewed on camera tell us the news comes as a shock to them. Their captain is close to retirement and says firefighting is all he knows. One of his men just purchased a home. Another firefighter is months away from qualifying for pension. And the newest guy at the station was just hired by the county this year. Standards from the National Fire Protection Association require that a minimum of 12 firefighters respond to any sort of structure fire within 5 to 7 minutes. These firefighters say they're afraid this might be hard to accomplish without them, especially if a fire breaks out in rural parts of Cabarrus County. Meanwhile, the county has informed the firefighters that once commissioners vote to make the decision official next week, their last day on the job will be October 29th. The county claims it will provide, quote, employment assistance to help firefighters find new jobs. In Cabarrus County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are looking into the crash of a Charlotte-bound commuter bus that left 5 dead and dozens others injured. It happened overnight on I-95 in Stafford County, Virginia, near Fredericksburg. Officials say the bus did not slow down with traffic while entering a work zone and hit 6 cars. 5 people were killed in the vehicles, not on the bus. 34 people were hospitalized, 3 in critical condition. Queen City News has learned that the bus was on its way to Charlotte from New York City and operated by E&P Travel based in Kings Mountain. Police say charges are pending. Late NASCAR driver Greg Biffle's ex-wife is suing his estate. Nicole Biffle and Greg shared a daughter, Emma, who was on board the plane when it crashed at Statesville Regional Airport last December. All 7 people on board, including Greg and Emma, died. Emma's mother recently filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the woman overseeing the estates of Greg and the pilot of the plane and the aviation leasing company that oversaw the aircraft. Lawsuit claims Emma was sick and did not want to go on the trip, but her father insisted. The lawsuit is not seeking a specific amount of damages. York County Coroner's Office says the swimmer who died following a rescue attempt at Lake Wiley was just 16 years old. Crews started searching for Evan Forbes yesterday afternoon when they got a call about a swimmer who did not resurface after jumping off a boat. Officials performed CPR, but Forbes did not make it. Police say he was not wearing a life jacket. This is the second drowning death on Lake Wiley since May 18th. To the weather now on this Friday afternoon as we take a look at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington cameras. Some clouds are hanging out over the Queen City, but we are noticeably dry as we end the work week. Will that stay that way? Maybe not. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, tracking some rain out there and less humidity as well.
That's right. Yeah. So we do have some rain on the way for tomorrow, but the rest of this evening is looking good. And I know Brian mentioned that lower humidity. It does feel a little more comfortably warm outside today, with all the dew point numbers sitting in the 50s or 60s across the region, as opposed to when they were in the higher 70s earlier this week with those rounds of rain that we had around. 83 warm degrees in the Queen City now, with an east wind about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's a look at those dew points. You can see when you have these numbers in the 50s and 60s, that's definitely more comfortable feeling air, but that humidity is going to be back on the rise later on tonight as that moisture starts to return ahead of that rain chance. But yes, it's still some lingering sunshine out there. We've got the low to mid 80s, mid 70s up there in the mountains. What's going to happen this weekend is, notice we still have this front draped to the south and plenty of cloud cover, and even a few of those clouds swinging back in from the south and west. Between that and another cold front heading in from the north, we do have that rain chance returning for Saturday. So Sunday is looking drier. Saturday, I'll show you the timeline and what part of the day tomorrow will be the wettest. That's coming up in a few minutes.
Tara, thank you. Officials in Burke County say there has not been enough recent rainfall to lift the area's water restrictions. They tell Queen City News the water levels are still below normal for this time of year, and customers are encouraged to limit non-essential water use. In the Queen City, Charlotte water officials say they've issued 84 violations since the water restrictions took effect. It's out of 390 reports. Officials say new reports and violations slowed down over the last week because of the rain. A woman is facing charges in connection with a crash that injured an 8-year-old. That incident happened earlier this month during the Truist Championship just outside of Quail Hollow Middle School. Suspect pictured on your screen is accused of leaving the scene after hitting the child with her car. Investigators say they didn't have any leads, but were able to identify the driver through her license plate. The child is expected to be okay. Chester County deputy is being recognized for his quick actions to save a woman's life.
Ma'am, can you hear me? All right, can you crawl to me? Your car's on fire. Come on, man, you gotta come to me.
Patrol Deputy Threat responded to a single car crash on I-77 last weekend and found the vehicle overturned and partially on fire. Video shows Threat immediately jumping into action and risking his own life to save the driver, who was trapped inside the car. Deputies later learned that driver was on their way to Charlotte to celebrate finishing radiation treatments for breast cancer. No word on what caused the crash. Democrat Roy Cooper continued his campaign for a U.S. Senate seat in Charlotte this afternoon. The former governor says he is focusing on lowering costs for North Carolinians. During his remarks, Cooper accused his Republican opponent Michael Whatley of being a candidate focused on corporate interests and that he'll be more loyal to President Trump than his constituents. Cooper argued North Carolina voters do not want a Trump ally.
It's clear that the president wants Michael Whatley to win because Whatley will do and say whatever the president tells him to do and say. And I think North Carolinians are going to want a candidate who will be an independent senator.
Cooper shut down further energy exploration in the Tar Heel state and that he knew it would drive up costs for workers. That statement goes on to say, this is from Michael Whatley, that says voters should judge Cooper by his actions while in office. You're looking live at Bank of America Stadium from our Arlington camera right now. Charlotte taking center stage this weekend. U.S. men's national team going to be in town. They're going to be facing Senegal in the pre-World Cup matchup. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains why this match matters, not just for Team USA, but also for Charlotte.
This weekend, the Queen City takes the world stage as the U.S. men's national team hosts Senegal's national team.
We're thrilled. It's going to be an amazing day for Charlotte, amazing day for the community.
Miller Yoho from the Charlotte Sports Foundation says when the march to the World Cup starts in Charlotte's backyard Sunday, it'll be the first time we see how the U.S. will compete.
That's a great opportunity for them to match up their energy against a host nation and really see if they are prepared for the World Cup.
Benedict Gemma is the founder of the Black Supporters Union. He says the Lions are the first African country to land on U.S. soil this summer, and it'll be the team's first time playing each other.
There are some folks who are already in town, getting ready, getting prepared for Sunday to enjoy themselves and have that feel of that wonderful electric atmosphere.
Just last week, Charlotte was ranked 4th place by the Sports Business Journal for Best Sports Business City. It wasn't just soccer that got them there, but big major events coming to the area, sponsorships, and sports business.
If you look where we come from 10 years ago as a sports event city, it's night and day, and it's only getting bigger.
With local talent like Tim Ream making Team USA, that adds to it.
U.S. soccer has come of age. To me, that is the message that is sending to the world.
Yoho says when Bank of America Stadium is full on Sunday, the city will be on fire.
It's time when money spent in sports business is huge here in Charlotte, and it'll have an incredible impact.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Certainly some Chamber of Commerce weather out there today for anyone in town visiting or maybe headed out to that match on Sunday. And I'm happy to report that on Sunday, the weather is going to be fabulous for playing that soccer game outside and for doing anything outside. But before we get to Sunday, we have some rain to talk about for tomorrow, for Saturday. I'm timing it out next.
And we continue our countdown to July 4th in our Spirit of America 250 series by reflecting on the many Americans who spent years going for gold, where the gold rush began in Cabarrus County. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We continue our countdown to July 4th and our Spirit of America 250 series by digging into history. Cabarrus County's Reed Gold Mine was the site of the first documented gold discovery in the U.S. As reporter John Lee shows us, it's still an active mine of learning.
In Cabarrus County, there's a treasure trove of history, some of it underground.
That guy's right this way behind me.
Eureka! A school group takes a tour of Reed Gold Mine, the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States.
Gold was found here in 1799 by a 10-year-old boy who wasn't even looking for it, was fishing here in Little Meadow Creek and found a 17-pound shiny rock that was later identified as gold.
Spoiler alert, there was no 17-pounder found on this day, but perhaps a glimmer of gold?
What are we really looking for?
Bug. Excuse me, guys.
Before any precious metal payoff,
all right, and right this way,
guide Cole Crawford walks them through the mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Right away, visitors get an idea of what the dimly lit, cramped space was like in the 19th century.
But the miners had these conditions to work with. So vein number 4 is the longest vein on this property, and it is thought to be the most profitable, meaning they think they found more gold here than anywhere else. Might not look like it, but vein 4 stretches back almost 100 yards.
The mercury is like blue for the gold.
Next, Logan Stamper takes them to the 1896 stamp mill, where gold was extracted from quartz.
These shoes are going to be hitting that quartz to crush it. The water will push the broken up quartz and sometimes extra gold to the bottom of the table.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
You'll notice the top layer of dirt slowly filter out.
See your gold? You see it?
We can only imagine what gold fever was like back in the day. A trip to Reed Gold Mine also teaches kids about something else that's valuable.
Well, history of North Carolina. It's also hard work and learning what that is.
Even if the field trip doesn't pan out in the form of gold, at least they come away with a few important nuggets of North Carolina and American history.
But I love to see kids coming out and learning and enjoying and realizing, whoa, this happened in our state.
Truly a golden opportunity.
Wonderful, honey. Thank you.
In Cabarrus County, John Lee, Queen City News.
Largest nugget found at the Reed Gold Mine was in 1803, and it weighed 28 pounds at the time, and it was worth more than $6,000. Now that today would be worth more than $2 million at today's gold prices. Good luck finding some stuff like that. Blue Origin is trying to figure out what caused a rocket to blow up during an engine test. It happened last night. The explosion sparked a bright and fiery scene in the sky. This was ahead of a planned satellite launch next week. No one was injured during that incident. And taking a live look here of the Nashville Superspeedway, where stock car racing hits the track this week, as the NASCAR Truck Series is tonight, followed by the O'Reilly Series tomorrow, the Crackle Barrel 400 on Sunday. Our Around the Track team is gearing up for race day, and catch our newest episode tonight on Queen City News Plus app at 7 or Sunday at noon right here on Queen City News. Back to the weather now as we take a live look over South Park, Charlotte from our Hyatt camera. Great end to the work week, but it won't be all sunshine and rainbows this weekend. Although Tara does say we could see possibly a rainbow at some point,
Maybe.
but you are tracking some chances of rain that are going to roll in overnight.
Yes, so late tonight after midnight. We're still nice and dry on this Friday night if you have plans to go out. But yes, after midnight tonight, a little bit of rain starting to return to the weather picture out there. And yeah, we could start the day with some wet conditions on Saturday, but Sunday is looking dry.
Dry,
So,
okay.
yeah,
Sunday it is, Saturday afternoon, yeah.
Right, yeah. Saturday afternoon may end up a little bit drier now. So the best chance of rain looks to be in the morning, maybe around lunchtime or so, or a couple of hours after that. Now, I'll show you the timeline on future radar, what it could look like at different times of the day and the afternoon and evening coming up here shortly. But beautiful weather out there right now, just some scattered clouds mixing in with that blue sky and sunshine. And after that round of rain tomorrow, it's back to more pleasant weather, and that means a lower humidity too returning for Sunday. Kind of like what we're feeling outside today with those lowering dew points, so comfortably warm. And it was really just a typical temperature day, topping out at 83 degrees. That's the average for this latter part of May here, this final Friday of May, heading into the last weekend of May already. 65 was a low this morning, still a little bit above the average. Will be a little bit milder than that come tomorrow morning with the addition of more clouds and some of the showers around. Low to mid 80s area wide, one of the warmer spots. Chirraw sitting at 86. We got 82 in Gastonia, and mid and upper 70s up in the mountain community. As a look around on radar, it is a clean sweep. We are dry all around the region here, so definitely a change from over the past week as the front has slipped to the south and just kind of hanging out there. So closer to that boundary, we still have plenty of scattered showers and some heavy and possibly flooding rain over sections of the deep south and heading into Georgia. So we've been tapping into this brief period of high pressure, giving us that dry weather today, but it doesn't last long because these two fronts going to put the squeeze play on us here in the Carolinas. This one will drop in and slip on in from the north and help to develop some of those scattered showers and maybe a thunderstorm or two into tomorrow. But this evening, as I said, staying dry if you're headed out, partly to mostly cloudy with temperatures by 8 to 9 o'clock still hovering in the comfortably warm upper to mid 70s. So Saturday showers will be back. Dry weather though for Sunday. So if you're thinking of hitting the pool for tomorrow, well, the lifeguard, you could start out going if it's not raining, but the lifeguard Guard may have to blow the whistle and start to hear those rumbles of thunder. That's a possibility again through about 2 p.m., maybe 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon, with a chance of showers and a few storms. But later we get into and toward the evening time frame, likely drier it will be, with temperatures starting in the mid 70s in the morning, rising up into around the lower side of the 80s tomorrow afternoon with the help of enough sunshine. So we check out Futurecast, and you can see 2 o'clock in the morning here. So while a lot of you are sleeping tonight, we could be tracking a couple of sprinkles or a couple of scattered light showers. 9 a.m., a few blossoming heavier showers possible up and down that I-77, I-85 corridor there, even stretching up to the foothills there, and especially down into South Carolina. That's going to be the more favored zone for some of that rain here for tomorrow. And from Cleveland County, Morganton, down through South Carolina, we could still have some of those showers hanging around into early afternoon, but by 6 p.m., looking a little drier. We'll stick with that trend into Sunday before the rain chances return to kick off the new week and the new month of June on Monday. So the rainfall forecast with more rain in the mix to kick off next week. We're looking at not nearly as much rain as this past week, but an additional maybe a few hundredths or a couple tenths of an inch. Some isolated higher amounts possible there east along Highway 74, closer to that 1-inch range, and down into parts of Chesterfield County. If you're heading out of town, heading to the beach this weekend, Saturday, tomorrow, watching out for some scattered showers out that way too along the coast. Temperature close to 80. Sunday is looking dry out that way as well, with temperatures in the mid 70s. So not terribly hot, that is for sure. A little bit on the cooler side to wrap up the weekend on Sunday, but back up around the lower 80s early next week. We're back in a dry stretch too, Tuesday through about a week from now.
Tara, thanks. A CMS graduate received tens of thousands of dollars as he steps out into the real world. Why he says he was able to put the money toward his purpose. Most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. This weekend, motorcyclists will honor the lives of the 4 local law enforcement members killed in a 2024 Shannon Park shooting. The first Officer Down Memorial Ride begins tomorrow morning. Police will escort riders starting at 11 a.m. at the Hendrick Independence Center off Independence Boulevard. The 55-mile route will take riders through Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, and Cabarrus counties. The ride is being put on by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police and Blue Knights, NC. New traffic light is up and running outside Catawba Ridge High School in Fort Mill. District leaders moved to install the light after a crossing guard was hit by a car and seriously injured in 2024. Crews finished installation last week and has been flashing since. It's now operating as a normal traffic light at the entrance to the high school. A Ballantyne Ridge High School senior is getting recognition for his part in the school's inaugural graduating class with a $31,000 check. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders awarded Alexander Riley the scholarship today. They say it will be put towards his education in nursing at Oral Roberts University. Riley tells us the money is helping him achieve what he believes is his purpose.
How much you can change, and if anything, I would like to leave that behind. How someone with little, like I had no idea what my purpose was or what I was called to do. So I had no drive or motivation to do good in school until I found it, and that was nursing.
School leaders say Riley is known for his compassion, leadership, and good grades, and is starting a strong legacy for the new high school. Early voting for the upcoming primary election in South Carolina continues through this weekend and next week. The last day to cast your ballot ahead of the June 9th primary is next Friday, June 5th. Polling locations are open from 8:30 in the morning to 5 in the evening. A photo ID is required to vote. With the United States Geological Survey updating the ongoing drought conditions each week, our Brandon Lawson spoke with a meteorologist for the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration about what goes into the creation of the drought monitor and what the conditions could look like going forward.
At the end of August, unfortunately, we think things will look about like they look right now. Now, we may oscillate back and forth, in the meantime. It may get better, then it gets dry, and it may get worse. But it's hard to get dramatic improvement during the summer just because the ecology, the plants, and the people all use a lot more water during that time of the year than they do during the winter time.
You can watch the full episode of Pinpoint Weather University today. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. Coming up on Queen City News at 5, a wrongful death lawsuit filed months after a plane crash that killed NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family. The new claim from his ex-wife about how their daughter was feeling about the planned flight. And Team USA is heading to the Queen City. The impact the U.S. men's national soccer team is having on sports growth in Charlotte ahead of this weekend's friendly match. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Right now on Queen City News, a Charlotte-bound commuter bus crashes in Virginia. The charge is now pending, with at least 5 people dead and dozens of others injured.
We are seeing some nice weather here to wrap up this final Friday of May and heading into the final weekend of May here today. Back to some sunshine, but the rain will be returning for part of the weekend. I'm timing it out, my pinpoint weather forecast.
And a Chester County deputy's quick actions saved a woman's life. How he put his own safety on the line at the scene of a crash involving a fiery car. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts with breaking news out of Cleveland County. A protest in Shelby is underway right now over a viral video of an altercation between an officer and a woman. You see it right here. The video shows a confrontation between the woman and the officer, then the officer taking the woman to the ground. She appears to struggle with him before he begins delivering punches to her head. Another officer approaches. He's heard telling the first officer to stop. They get the woman to her feet and place her in handcuffs. Queen City News has reached out to Shelby Police about this incident. We have yet to get a reply. Protesters are gathered outside the court square in Shelby. You're looking live at that demonstration right now. Queen City News reporter Andy Weber will have more about this story tonight at 10. More than a dozen firefighters in Cabarrus County are set to lose their jobs later this year. And they say the decision to eliminate their roles is a big mistake. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell found out what's behind the decision and if it could have an impact on emergency response in the area.
Squad 410 is truly one of a kind. It is the only full-time manpower unit supporting fire departments all throughout Cabarrus County. But this week, these firefighters have learned that come this fall, they may be out of a job, and they're not exactly sure why. For nearly a decade, Squad 410 has been the unit that both municipal and volunteer departments could depend on. It's home to 16 firefighters, 12 of them full-time. But Cabarrus County has decided that Squad 410 is no longer needed. The county telling us in a statement Friday that the decision has nothing to do with budget cuts or team performance, but strictly about, quote, reducing duplication, and that those smaller departments who were once short-staffed now have the manpower to cover shifts. The firefighters with Squad 410 who weren't allowed to be interviewed on camera tell us the news comes as a shock to them. Their captain is close to retirement and says firefighting is all he knows. One of his men just purchased a home. Another firefighter is months away from qualifying for pension. And the newest guy at the station was just hired by the county this year. Standards from the National Fire Protection Association require that a minimum of 12 firefighters respond to any sort of structure fire within 5 to 7 minutes. These firefighters say they're afraid this might be hard to accomplish without them, especially if a fire breaks out in rural parts of Cabarrus County. Meanwhile, the county has informed the firefighters that once commissioners vote to make the decision official next week, their last day on the job will be October 29th. The county claims it will provide, quote, employment assistance to help firefighters find new jobs. In Cabarrus County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are looking into the crash of a Charlotte-bound commuter bus that left 5 people dead and dozens of others injured. It happened overnight on I-95 in Stafford County, Virginia, near Fredericksburg. Officials say the bus did not slow down with traffic while entering a work zone and hit 6 cars. The 5 people killed were in the vehicles, not on the bus. 34 people were hospitalized, with 3 in critical condition. Queen City News has learned the bus was on its way to Charlotte from New York City and is operated by E&P Travel, which is based in Kings Mountain. Police say charges are pending. Late NASCAR driver Greg Biffle's ex-wife is suing his estate. Nicole Biffle and Greg shared a daughter, Emma, who was on the plane when it crashed at Statesville Regional Airport last December. All 7 people on board, including Greg and Emma, died. Emma's mother recently filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the woman overseeing the estates of Greg and the pilot of the plane, the aviation leasing company that oversaw the aircraft. The lawsuit claims Emma was sick and did not want to go on the trip, but her father insisted. The lawsuit is not seeking a specific amount of damages. Taking a live look at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera now. Some clouds are hanging over the Queen City, but we are noticeably dry as we end the work week. It's been a nice change up. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, it's also a lot less humid out there.
Yes, it is. We have those dew points sitting in the 50s and lower 60s for the most part. So when they're in that range, that's definitely an indication we're feeling that drier air overall compared to earlier in the week. And we have the off and on rounds of downpours and some of that needed rain, but all that humidity outside, those numbers were up into the 70s. Actual air temperatures comfortably warm. We've got 85 degrees with a light and variable wind. Again, there's a look at some of those area dew points, 50s up to the north, low and mid 60s off to the south. So overall, definitely feeling lower humidity with that high pressure briefly building in, but it doesn't last for very long because between this front off to the south, another front dropping in from the north, that's going to put the squeeze play on us here in the Carolinas and increase the cloud cover once again and help develop another couple of rounds, perhaps some showers heading into part of the weekend. But this evening, if you have some plans going out, staying totally dry, partly to mostly cloudy, temperatures hovering eventually into the upper to mid 70s later we get into the evening. Coming up, my Pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you a timeline on when to expect and where some of that rain heading into tomorrow. That's ahead in a few.
A woman is facing charges in connection with a crash that injured an 8-year-old. The incident happened earlier this month during the Truist Championship just outside of Quail Hollow Middle School. The suspect, pictured on your screen, is accused of leaving the scene after hitting the child with her vehicle. Investigators say they didn't have any leads, but were able to identify the driver through her license plate. That child is expected to be okay. A Chester County deputy is being recognized for his quick actions to save a woman's life.
Ma'am, can you hear me? All right, can you crawl to me? Your car's on fire. Come on, ma'am, you gotta come to me.
Wow, just a tense situation there. Patrol Deputy Threat responded to a single car crash on I-77 last weekend and found the vehicle overturned and partially on fire. Video shows Threat immediately jumping into action and risking his own life to save the driver who was trapped inside the car. Deputies later learned that the driver was on their way to Charlotte to celebrate finishing radiation treatments for breast cancer. No word what caused the crash. New legislation in North Carolina would give prosecutors more tools to go after suspected gang members. Jalea's Law is named after a 13-year-old girl who was killed by alleged gang members just days before Christmas. Our Shabnan Dinesh has a closer look.
Please say her name, Jalea Lily Toon.
For Whitney Brown Toon, this bill is about turning pain into purpose. Her daughter, Jalea, was just 13 years old when she was killed in Goldsboro just days before Christmas 2025.
But we're here today because a mother said, I lost my daughter, but we're not going to lose another one.
Prosecutors say she was ambushed and killed by 3 teenagers with alleged gang ties while walking home. Those teens are now charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy. 2 are being prosecuted as adults. Now, a bill that bears Jalea's name aims to strengthen North Carolina's gang suppression laws.
It's about giving prosecutors and communities stronger tools. It is about prevention, accountability, and protection in families before tragedy happens.
Jalea's Law would create a new 3-person team of prosecutors and investigators dedicated to gang cases. It would also crack down on recruiting minors into gangs and remove some of the hurdles prosecutors face when building gang cases.
Some badly needed tweaks to existing law and some enhancements in the existing law can put some real teeth in North Carolina's gang suppression statute.
According to an executive order from the governor's office establishing the state's gang prevention task force, suspected teen gang violence jumped 50% in the past 5 years.
Lily's name should not only be remembered because of how she died, her name should be remembered because North Carolina decided to act.
In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles could stay in office beyond her planned resignation next month. In an email to Charlotte City Council members, Lyles says she will remain in office until her successor is appointed. She previously stated her final day would be June 30th. Several people have expressed interest in the interim mayor position, including former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts and longtime Councilman James Smudgy Mitchell. You're looking live at Bank of America Stadium from our Arlington camera. Charlotte is taking center stage this weekend as the U.S. men's national team face Senegal in a key pre-World Cup match. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains why this match matters, not just for Team USA, but also for Charlotte.
This weekend, the Queen City takes the world stage as the U.S. men's national team hosts Senegal's national team.
We're thrilled. It's going to be an amazing day for Charlotte, an amazing day for the community.
Miller Yoho from the Charlotte Sports Foundation says when the march to the World Cup starts in Charlotte's backyard Sunday, it'll be the first time we see how the U.S. will compete.
That's a great opportunity for them to match up their energy against a host nation and really see if they are prepared for the World Cup.
Benedict Gemma is the founder of the Black Supporters Union. He says the Lions are the first African country to land on U.S. soil this summer, and it'll be the team's first time playing each other.
There are some folks who are already in town, getting ready, getting prepared for Sunday to enjoy themselves and have that feel of that wonderful electric atmosphere.
Just last week, Charlotte was ranked 4th place by the Sports Business Journal for Best Sports Business City. It wasn't just soccer that got them there, but big major events coming to the area, sponsorships, and sports business.
If you look where we come from 10 years ago as a sports event city, it's night and day, and it's only getting bigger.
With local talent like Tim Ream making Team USA, that adds to it.
U.S. soccer has come of age, to me. That is the message that is sending to the world.
Yoho says when Bank of America Stadium is full on Sunday, the city will be on fire.
It's time when money spent in sports business is huge here in Charlotte, and it'll have an incredible impact.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Some beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather out there today for anyone in town visiting. And for the soccer match on Sunday, we have more great weather ahead. Pretty similar to today, actually. But before we get to Sunday, we have some rain to talk about for that first half of the weekend. I'll show you a timeline next.
And heated testimony again on Capitol Hill over the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files. Why the former Attorney General refused to talk about the president's involvement with the release. Plus,
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina.
in the next half hour, the search for a precious metal 2 centuries ago in North Carolina, where the gold rush began in Cabarrus County. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. You're looking live at the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Former Attorney General Pam Bondi was in the hot seat there today, facing questions from lawmakers about how the Justice Department handled the Epstein files. Our Gabrielle Caracciolo has what we know from the closed doors meeting.
The former Attorney General spoke to lawmakers behind closed doors today, but from a copy of her opening statement, we know she defended the handling of the release of the Epstein files while she was in charge at the DOJ, following criticism from some survivors and lawmakers.
This is absolutely a cover-up and a smokescreen to prevent Pam Bondi from having to testify under oath pursuant to a congressional subpoena.
Democratic lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee say they're not happy with former Attorney General Pam Bondi's interview taking place off camera and behind closed doors.
She refused to answer any questions about President Trump.
While entering and exiting the building, Bondi stayed silent, but a DOJ attorney representing her pushed back.
There were ground rules laid with the committee before we walked in there, and we simply wanted to stick to those.
In a copy of her remarks to lawmakers, Bondi said she believes that justice and transparency were delivered. Epstein survivors disagree.
There's so many things in the files that need to be investigated.
Accountability will look like when all the perpetrators are brought to justice.
Committee Chair Republican James Comer says the committee is working to make that happen.
We're going to do everything in our ability to hold people accountable and try to understand how the government failed.
During the interview, Democratic lawmakers say Bondi pushed blame onto the now acting AG, Todd Blanche, who was handling the investigation. The DOJ lawyer there with Bondi says it's common for an attorney general to delegate portions of the job to senior officials. I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
The controversial Silfab solar facility in Fort Mill is facing more legal troubles. Lawsuits claim the company did not pay its contractors for completed work. The cases come nearly 3 months after a pair of chemical leaks caused a temporary shutdown at the solar panel plant and led to new investigations. A lawsuit from Southern Piedmont Piping claims Silfab owes them more than $140,000. The Anson County Construction Company says it completed work for Silfab last year before company leaders stopped responding. Records show 4 other contractors have a total of more than $2.9 million in legal claims currently filed against the manufacturer.
Whether it's budgeting or payments or whatever, you know, someone's dropped the ball somewhere, so those who are trying to do the right thing, I would really like for them just to pay the full amount and us be done with it.
The manufacturer is also facing a whistleblower lawsuit. A former technician claims he was fired last year for speaking up about various safety hazards. Silfab denies those allegations. A spokesperson sent a statement saying they do not comment on active litigation other than they are confident in their positions. A case relating to Silfab's zoning is currently being considered by a judge. All right, let's take a live look outside at South Park, Charlotte from our Hyatt camera tonight. It's just a great end to the work week. Unfortunately, all that sunshine and rainbows, it's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows this weekend. Let's just put it that way. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane has been tracking the chances for more storms, likely tomorrow. A little bit of light at the end of the tunnel being the weekend.
Right.
Sunday's looking a little better, right?
Sunday's looking pretty good, much like today. It's going to be kind of like a back and forth just pattern of, well, we're dry today, and then we get some rain tomorrow, dry on Sunday, some more rain on Monday. So up
That's
and down
manageable.
we go. Yeah, exactly. I know. So can you remember that? Yeah. So we're dry today, rain tomorrow, and then a couple days from tomorrow we get another round of some still much needed rain. We were taking a look at that drought monitor yesterday and still showing the widespread level 3 severe drought in place over a good part of our area. So more rain is still needed. And after we get that next round coming in on Monday, it's going to be, it looks like, back to a dry stretch for a little while. But as we look around here now, it is nice and dry as we scan around on radar. Nothing to report in the rain or storm department. And temperatures are comfortably warm with that lower level of humidity that we've been feeling today, too. Low to mid 80s area wide. We've got 85 right now in the Queen City, 86 Lancaster, and down through Chesterfield County, South Carolina there, mid 70s up in the mountains, low and mid 80s up in the foothills as well. So staying nice and warm this evening, no weather issues. But after midnight, well, the clouds are going to be back on the increase once again, kind of thickening and lowering with time and eventually putting out some scattered showers by tomorrow morning in parts of the area. It's not going to rain everywhere tomorrow. So half and half weekend. Tomorrow's the wetter half and Sunday is going to be the drier half. Great weather for doing anything outside, including the U.S. men's national team and Senegal match kicking off on Sunday afternoon. But then, as I said, on Monday in the new month of June, we'll begin with another round of some scattered showers and storms. Temperature-wise, tomorrow we're back in the mid-80s, starting out in the high 60s in the morning. A little bit cooler for Sunday, below average for this time of the year, 77, but with a lower humidity and dry weather returning with a mix of sun and cloud. So here's the setup. We've got high pressure in charge here today. Front is still hanging out to our south and west, so it's a different picture there. Scattered showers and storms over parts of Georgia and the deep south, but between that system and this next front dropping in from the north tomorrow, that's going to squeeze out some more areas of rain right on through about early afternoon. Tomorrow evening is looking a little bit drier, and then high pressure noses back down from the north into Sunday, giving us that drier finish to the weekend. So we check it out on Futurecast after midnight. By 3 o'clock in the morning or so, along with the extra clouds, we could start to see a few sprinkles, maybe a few lighter rain showers around. That could get heavy at times by later tomorrow morning across parts of the Charlotte metro, drifting up maybe towards southern Iredell County, parts of the foothills, east along Highway 74, more rain over South Carolina, and that's going to remain kind of the zone for more rain chances here, the better chance of rain tomorrow through about early afternoon from basically the foothills, Cleveland County, points south and across parts of the Charlotte metro. So it's going to be a drier picture the farther north you go, and then we're back to dry weather everywhere for Sunday before the rain chance returns for Monday with yet another front dropping in from the north. So same type of setup. As I said, though, after Monday, back to dry conditions, 0% rain chance for several days. We haven't seen that in a little while, right on through about 7 days from now. So with those couple of rain chances tomorrow and again on Monday, we're not looking at nearly as much rain as what we've been picking up here this past week, but anywhere from a few hundredths of an inch, areas up toward the mountains a little bit drier compared to around the Charlotte metro, points east especially, about a quarter to even around 3/4 of an inch of rain possible out towards, say, Richmond County. If you're heading out on the lake, thinking of doing that this weekend, watch for the chance of showers and storms tomorrow. Sunday is drier, the wind not too much of an issue, and the water temperature these days up into the mid-70s, getting a little warmer. UV index this weekend will be moderate at about a 3 to 5. All right, so the 7-day forecast shows a little bit cooler of temperatures for Sunday. We're back in the low and mid-80s, a little bit hotter by 7 days from now, but with that dry stretch starting on Tuesday.
Looking forward to that. Thanks, Tara. A CMS graduate receives tens of thousands of dollars as he steps out into the real world. Why he says he's able to put the money toward his purpose. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. This weekend, motorcyclists will honor the lives of the 4 law enforcement members killed in the 2024 Shannon Park shooting. The first Officer Down Memorial Ride begins tomorrow morning. Police will escort riders starting at 11 a.m. at the Hendrick Independence Center off of Independence Boulevard. The 55-mile route will take riders through Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, and Cabarrus counties. The ride is being put on by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police and Blue Knights NC. A new traffic light is up and running outside Catawba Ridge High School in Fort Mill. District leaders moved to install the light after a crossing guard was hit by a car and seriously injured back in 2024. Crews finished installation last week and it has been flashing since. It is now operating as a normal traffic light at the entrance to the high school. A Valentine Ridge High School senior is getting recognition for his part in the school's inaugural graduating class with a $31,000 check. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders awarded Alexander Riley the scholarship today. They say it will be put toward his education in nursing at Oral Roberts University. Riley tells us the money is helping him achieve what he believes is his purpose.
How much you can change, and if anything, I would like to leave that behind. How someone with little, like I had no idea what my purpose was or what I was called to do. So I had no drive or motivation to do good in school until I found it, and that was nursing.
School leaders say Riley is known for his compassion, leadership, and good grades, and is starting a strong legacy for the new high school. Early voting for the upcoming primary election in South Carolina continues through this weekend and next week. The last day to cast your ballot ahead of the June 9th primary is next Friday, June 5th. Polling locations are open from 8:30 in the morning to 5 in the evening. A photo ID is required to vote. A wrongful death lawsuit filed months after a plane crash killed NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family. The new claim from his ex-wife about how their daughter was feeling about the planned flight. And Team USA is heading to the Queen City. The impact the U.S. men's national soccer team is having on sports growth in Charlotte ahead of this weekend's friendly match. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. We continue to follow breaking news out of Cleveland County. A protest in Shelby is underway over this viral video of an altercation between an officer and a woman. The video shows a confrontation between the two and then the officer taking the woman to the ground. She appears to struggle with him before he begins delivering punches to her head. Another officer approaches. He is heard telling the first officer to stop. They get the woman to her feet and place her in handcuffs. Queen City News has reached out to Shelby Police about this incident. We have yet to get a reply. Queen City News will bring you updates throughout this newscast and on QCnews.com. More than a dozen firefighters in Cabarrus County are set to lose their jobs later this year, and they say the decision to eliminate their roles is a big mistake. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell found out what's behind the decision and if it could have an impact on emergency response in the area.
Squad 410 is truly one of a kind. It is the only full-time manpower unit supporting fire departments all throughout Cabarrus County. But this week, these firefighters have learned that come this fall, they may be out of a job, and they're not exactly sure why. For nearly a decade, Squad 410 has been the unit that both municipal and volunteer departments could depend on. It's home to 16 firefighters, 12 of them full-time. But Cabarrus County has decided that Squad 410 is no longer needed. The county telling us in a statement Friday that the decision has nothing to do with budget cuts or team performance, but strictly about, quote, reducing duplication, and that those smaller departments who were once short-staffed now have the manpower to cover shifts. The firefighters with Squad 410 who weren't allowed to be interviewed on camera tell us the news comes as a shock to them. Their captain is close to retirement and says firefighting is all he knows. One of his men just purchased a home. Another firefighter is months away from qualifying for pension. And the newest guy at the station was just hired by the county this year. Standards from the National Fire Protection Association require that a minimum of 12 firefighters respond to any sort of structure fire within 5 to 7 minutes. And these firefighters say they're afraid this might be hard to accomplish without them, especially if a fire breaks out in rural parts of Cabarrus County. Meanwhile, the county has informed the firefighters that once commissioners vote to make the decision official next week, their last day on the job will be October 29th. The county claims it will provide, quote, employment assistance to help firefighters find new jobs. In Cabarrus County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are looking into the crash of a Charlotte-bound commuter bus that left 5 people dead and dozens of others injured. It happened overnight on I-95 in Stafford County, Virginia, near Fredericksburg. Officials say the bus did not slow down with traffic while entering a work zone and hit 6 cars. The 5 people killed were in the vehicles, not on the bus. 34 people were hospitalized, with 3 in critical condition. Queen City News has learned the bus was on its way to Charlotte from New York City and is operated by E&P Travel, which is based in Kings Mountain. Police say charges are pending. Late NASCAR driver Greg Biffle's ex-wife is suing his estate. Nicole Biffle and Greg shared a daughter, Emma, who was on the plane when it crashed at Statesville Regional Airport last December. All 7 people on board, including Greg and Emma, died. Emma's mother recently filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the woman overseeing the estates of Greg and the pilot of the plane and the aviation leasing company that oversaw the aircraft. The lawsuit claims Emma was sick and did not want to go on the trip, but her father insisted. The lawsuit is not seeking a specific amount of damages. The York County Coroner's Office says the swimmer who died following a rescue attempt on Lake Wylie was just 16 years old. Crews started searching for Evan Forbes yesterday afternoon when they got a call about a swimmer who did not resurface after jumping off a boat. Officials performed CPR, but Forbes did not make it. Police say he was not wearing a life jacket. This is the second drowning death on Lake Wylie since May 18th. New legislation in North Carolina would give prosecutors more tools to go after suspected gang members. Jalea's Law is named after a 13-year-old girl who was killed by an alleged gang member just days before Christmas. Our Shabnan Dinesh has a closer look.
Please say her name, Jalea Lily Toon.
For Whitney Brown Toon, this bill is about turning pain into purpose. Her daughter, Jalea, was just 13 years old when she was killed in Goldsboro just days before Christmas 2025.
But we're here today because a mother said, I lost my daughter, but we're not going to lose another one.
Prosecutors say she was ambushed and killed by 3 teenagers with alleged gang ties while walking home. Those teens are now charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy. 2 are being prosecuted as adults. Now, a bill that bears Jalea's name aims to strengthen North Carolina's gang suppression laws.
It's about giving prosecutors and communities stronger tools. It is about prevention, accountability, and protection in families before tragedy happens.
Jalea's law would create a new 3-person team of prosecutors and investigators dedicated to gang cases. It would also crack down on recruiting minors into gangs and remove some of the hurdles prosecutors face when building gang cases.
Some badly needed tweaks to existing law and some enhancements in the existing law can put some real teeth in North Carolina's gang suppression statute.
According to an executive order from the governor's office establishing the state's gang prevention task force, suspected teen gang violence jumped 50% in the past 5 years.
Lily's name should not only be remembered because of how she died, her name should be remembered because North Carolina decided to act.
In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles could stay in office beyond her planned resignation next month. In an email to Charlotte City Council members, Lyles says she'll remain in office until her successor is appointed. She previously stated her final day would be June 30th. Several people have expressed interest in the interim mayor position, including former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts and longtime councilman James Smudgy Mitchell. Democrat Roy Cooper continued his campaign for a U.S. Senate seat in Charlotte this afternoon. The former governor's campaign is focused on lowering costs for North Carolinians. During his remarks, Cooper accused his Republican opponent, Michael Whatley, of being a candidate focused on corporate interests and that he'll be more loyal to President Donald Trump than his constituents. Cooper argued North Carolina voters do not want a Trump ally.
It's clear that the president wants Michael Whatley to win because Whatley will do and say whatever the president tells him to do and say. And I think North Carolinians are going to want a candidate who will be an independent senator.
In a statement to Queen City News, a spokesperson for the Whatley campaign argued Cooper's policies as governor drove up prices, writing in part, Cooper shut down further energy exploration in the Tar Heel state and that he knew it would drive up costs for workers. The statement goes on to say voters should judge Cooper by his actions while in office. You're looking live at Bank of America Stadium from our Arlington camera. Charlotte is taking center stage this weekend as the U.S. men's national team faces Senegal in a key pre-World Cup match. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains why this match matters, not just for Team USA, but also for Charlotte.
This weekend, the Queen City takes the world stage as the U.S. men's national team hosts Senegal's national team.
We're thrilled. It's going to be an amazing day for Charlotte, amazing day for the community.
Miller Yoho from the Charlotte Sports Foundation says when the march to the World Cup starts in Charlotte's backyard Sunday, it'll be the first time we see how the U.S. will compete.
That's a great opportunity for them to match up their energy against a host nation and really see if they are prepared for the World Cup.
Benedict Gemma is the founder of the Black Supporters Union. He says the Lions are the first African country to land on U.S. soil this summer, and it'll be the team's first time playing each other.
There are some folks who are already in town getting ready, getting prepared for Sunday to enjoy themselves and have that feel of that wonderful electric atmosphere.
Just last week, Charlotte was ranked 4th place by the Sports Business Journal for Best Sports Business City. It wasn't just soccer that got them there, but big major events coming to the area, sponsorships, and sports business.
If you look where we come from 10 years ago as a sports event city, it's night and day, and it's only getting bigger.
With local talent like Tim Ream making Team USA, that adds to it.
U.S. soccer has come of age. To me, that is the message that is sending to the world.
Yoho says when Bank of America Stadium is full on Sunday, the city will be on fire.
It's time when money spent in sports business is huge here in Charlotte, and it'll have an incredible impact.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Charlotte FC commentator Willie P. joined us this morning with a change of pace to talk about what we are expecting to see from the U.S. men's national team on Sunday.
You could see a back and forth type matchup, or you could see something where maybe both sides aren't wanting to necessarily show a lot. The way Mauricio Pochettino has gone through this period of time, he's been very experimental. And I think it's almost kind of like a coach who's going through spring practice, not wanting to show any plays, not wanting to really show his hand. I'm wondering if this is the time, though, he starts kind of taking the clamps off and saying, okay, guys, go play. I want to see what this looks like.
Sunday afternoon's match begins at 3:30 at Bank of America Stadium in Uptown. And the Carolina Hurricanes have a shot at heading to the Stanley Cup Finals tonight. That would just be awesome. Game 5 of their series against the Montreal Canadiens is happening at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. With a 3-1 series lead, a win tonight means the Canes would take on the Las Vegas Golden Knights for the Stanley Cup. Puck drops at 8 o'clock. Tara?
All right, go Canes. And you know what, for anyone in town for the U.S. men's national team and Senegal soccer match coming up on Sunday, we've had beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather today. Sunday is looking much the same. Back to dry conditions, low humidity, comfortably warm temperatures. But before we get to that, we have some rain to talk about for the first half of the weekend tomorrow. I'm timing it out. My pinpoint weather forecast next.
We continue our countdown to July 4th in our Spirit of America 250 series by reflecting on the many Americans who spent years going for gold, where the gold rush began in Cabarrus County. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We continue our countdown to July 4th in our Spirit of America 250 series by digging into history. Cabarrus County's Reed Gold Mine was the site of the first documented gold discovery in the U.S. As reporter John Lee shows us, it's still an active mine for learning.
In Cabarrus County, there's a treasure trove of history, some of it underground.
That guy's right this way behind me.
Eureka! A school group takes a tour of Reed Gold Mine, the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States.
Gold was found here in 1799 by a 10-year-old boy who wasn't even looking for it, was fishing here in Little Meadow Creek and found a 17-pound shiny rock that was later identified as gold.
Spoiler alert, there was no 17-pounder found on this day. but perhaps a glimmer of gold?
What are we really looking for? Bug.
Excuse me, guys.
Before any precious metal payoff,
All right, and right this way.
guide Cole Crawford walks them through the mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Right away, visitors get an idea of what the dimly lit, cramped space was like in the 19th century.
But the miners had these conditions to work with. So vein number 4 is the longest vein on this property, and it is thought to be the most profitable, meaning they think they found more gold here than anywhere else. Might not look like it, but vein 4 stretches back almost 100 yards.
The mercury is like blue for the gold.
Next, Logan Stamper takes them to the 1896 stamp mill, where gold was extracted from quartz.
These shoes are going to be hitting that quartz to crush it. The water will push the broken up quartz and sometimes extra gold to the bottom of the table.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
You'll notice the top layer of dirt slowly filter out.
See your gold? You see it?
We can only imagine what gold fever was like back in the day. A trip to Reed Gold Mine also teaches kids about something else that's valuable.
Well, the history of North Carolina is also hard work and learning what that is.
Even if the field trip doesn't pan out in the form of gold, at least they come away with a few important nuggets of North Carolina and American history.
But I love to see kids coming out and learning and enjoying and realizing, whoa, this happened in our state.
Truly a golden opportunity.
Wonderful, honey, thank you.
In Cabarrus County, John Lee, Queen City News.
Looks like they had a lot of fun. The largest nugget found at the Reed Gold Mine was in 1803. It weighed 28 pounds. At the time was worth more than $6,000. That'd be roughly $2 million at today's gold prices. Nice return on investment, huh? Taking a live look at South Park, Charlotte from our Hyatt camera. Looks like maybe 1 or 2 clouds in the sky there. Just a great way to end the work week after all the rain we've been experiencing. The weekend's got a little mix of everything. Not going to be all sunshine and rainbows, but of course we do need the rain, so the continued rain is helping a little bit. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. You're tracking kind of a Jekyll and Hyde weekend.
Yeah, well, half and half weekend. Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde, that's a good way to put it. But we have that much needed rain, maybe putting a damper on some of your outdoor activities or plans or kids' sports games or anything like that, especially early in the day tomorrow and through about lunchtime or so. But later we get into the day, it's going to be drier, and that's going to set the stage for a pleasant Sunday ahead. So Sunday will look and feel much like today, and actually temperatures running a little bit cooler by Sunday compared to today's high, which made up to 86 degrees, a little bit above the norm, which is 83 for this final weekend of May, heading into the final weekend of May. 65 was a low temperature this morning, and we'll be a little bit above that as the cloud cover continues to increase through early tomorrow before we get some of those scattered showers rolling in. We still have the mid 80s in place right now in the Queen City and out toward Wadesboro, down through Lancaster, 84. That number's matched in Statesville, 83 in Lincolnton. More of the same there up through the foothills, mid to upper 70s in the mountains, but feeling that lower level of humidity today too. And it continues to be a dry scan, clean sweep as we look around on radar. But the rain, the scattered showers, not terribly far away, closer to this lingering stalled front. So we head through parts of Tennessee, dealing with some scattered downpours at times, some thunderstorms out into sections of Georgia and down through Florida as well. So we're tapping into this brief period of high pressure, but this is the next system that's going to help squeeze out some more moisture for tomorrow. Another cold front dropping in from the north. So between that and the stalled front to the south is still pushing in a little bit of cloud cover, eventually some rain. Yes, that's why we get the chance of showers coming up for tomorrow. But this evening, if you're headed out on a Friday night, kicking off the weekend, staying dry, partly to mostly cloudy with temperatures hovering, eventually backing down to the upper to mid 70s. So Saturday showers on the way, but dry weather for Sunday. If you're thinking of hitting the pool tomorrow, you may have to maybe take shelter, the lifeguard blowing the whistle if you start to hear some rumbles of thunder. Again, that's a possibility late morning and then through the afternoon, early afternoon. By 6 p.m. or so, most of that's out of here where the rain does develop, with temperatures hovering in the upper 70s to a few spots in the lower 80s with the help of enough sunshine breaking out later in the afternoon. We check out Futurecast. You can see after midnight tonight, that's when the rain chance starts, and we'll start to see a couple of sprinkles, nothing too heavy yet. A couple of lighter isolated showers before the rain could get a little heavier there by 9 to 10 o'clock or so tomorrow morning there around the Queen City, spreading west into Gaston County, just kind of near I-40 south and down into South Carolina, east along Highway 74. That's where the more favored zone will be for those scattered showers, maybe a few storms in the mix for tomorrow. But later we get into the afternoon, the drier it will get, and everyone is dry there for Sunday. But that doesn't last long either, because look at this. We have another front that's going to be moving in the same fashion as this one coming in tomorrow from the north for Monday. So by Monday morning, we could start to see some more scattered showers, maybe a few storms starting up in the mountains across the northern tier of the state, and then overspreading more of the area by the afternoon and evening. So another unsettled day to kick off the new month of June. However, these next couple of rounds of rain coming in not going to add up as much as the inches of rain that we've been picking up over the past several days off and on here over the next 5 days. And so this takes it out through early next week. We're only looking at anywhere from a few hundredths of an inch to maybe around a quarter of an inch around the Charlotte metro there. Off to the east out toward Richmond County, some slightly higher totals possible, closer to that 1 inch range. And out along the coast, it's going to be showery and stormy for tomorrow as well if you're heading in that direction. So plan for that. Temperature close to 80 degrees. Sunday is looking drier out there as well. Back to some sunshine and a little bit cooler there. Only about 74 degrees along the coast. We have 77 for Sunday afternoon. So just a bit cooler, but with that low humidity to wrap up the weekend. And going into next week, after that rain chance Monday, it stays dry for a while.
All right, Tara, thank you. A CMS graduate receives tens of thousands of dollars as he steps out into the real world. Why he says he's able to put the money toward his purpose. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. this weekend, motorcyclists will honor the lives of the 4 law enforcement members killed in the 2024 Shannon Park shooting. The first Officer Down Memorial Ride begins tomorrow morning. Police will escort riders starting at 11 a.m. at the Hendrick Independence Center off of Independence Boulevard. The 55-mile route will take riders through Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, and Cabarrus counties. The ride is being put on by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police and Blue Knights NC. A Ballantyne Ridge High School senior is getting recognition for his part in the school's inaugural graduating class with a $31,000 check. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders awarded Alexander Riley the scholarship today. They say it'll be put toward his education in nursing at Oral Roberts University. Riley tells us the money is helping him achieve what he believes is his purpose.
How much you can change, and if anything, I would like to leave that behind. How someone with little, like I had no idea what my purpose was or what I was called to